And we'll say hello to YouTube too. Oh, we had another follow. Oh, Gemjack. Hello, thank you for the follow. Also, in the past 30 minutes, we also had another 2 follows, Nicknock90 and Satyez88. I was testing my chat and I saw them both. Let me see, Jordan likes to get the draft started early. I need to go live on the Onimaru stream too, so let me just click a few buttons. Vinch versus Vivian parallel. I'm gonna cast this because it has an Onimaru player in it. And hello. Yes, we have several sets in parallel. Maybe we'll do Rex later. I have a ton of sets to cast and then maps to script today. A Savage on YouTube. Oh, that's true. Vinch is Onimaru too. I almost forgot that. They have too many players. I can't remember who's where. Alright, let's get started on the Onimaru chat. Yeah, Vinch gave me a map bug that I fixed yesterday, so he's definitely a good bug reporter. Yeah, he's had 2 maps that were bereft of fish. For some reason, he just has a knack for finding the fishy bugs for us. Hello, I like turtles. And thanks for starting the shared chat for us. So my plan today is to cast Barles Jordan and then Doubt Sorokuma and go from there. There are probably sets after that, and there are probably some sets we can do as Rex too. Hope to cast 4 sets at least. Morning, Soxy? Or good evening, Soxy. Good night, Soxy. It's late for you. Yes, Lionheart, yes. So, map draft here, starting with a very open terrace map, Sea dos Carajas. Jordan picking water maps, Fernando de Noronha and Amazonia as his home maps. Barles open maps, Bella de Silva and Satan as his home maps. I was on orders. Lionheart, I was on orders. So Civ bans now. Bans are done and then revealed. And then players will have a couple more bans. Nope, several bans are hidden. Yeah, several bans in a row for each player. This morning I fixed a bug on Araucarias, and I was all happy that the only thing I still had on my list was some small fish locations on Fernando de Noronha, and then I saw Niaz Capacha Monte Pascual, and saw Niaz's island connect to the edge of the map, and was like, oh no, there's another thing on the list. Yeah, and you can see the double Vikings ban. There are some overlaps due to the hidden bans that are done in parallel. And the Tupi were banned by Barls. We've seen some crazy Tupi games. Tato with 16 villagers and 0 TCs won a game with Blackwood Archers. I wonder if I can maybe get away with force picking Tupi and fast castling on the ladder. Zero TCs is the best way to play R-Base. I expect you to do that in your TTLC games today. You have something set up for your TTLC set. Oh boy. R-Base prepared. Finch is like, I've already lost the group, time to YOLO everything. I want to see some transport ship douches on Coast Arena. What is this AOC draft? Maya Byzantines from Jordan. So with Vikings and Koreans both banned, how are we feeling about Byzantines on Fernando de Noronha? Are fire ships still the way to go? Viper did win with them against the Saracens, so faster firing fires versus faster firing galleys, but that was against Doubt. There's Jurchins, though. That's for a Satan, most likely. Next up, Britain's Franks. Oh, we could get Britons. We do have Vala de Silva. Were they banned? Don't see them banned. The Celts guy is here. R-Base rooting for a Celts pick, I'm sure. He always wants to see the Celts. I'll add 10 in the garrison. I don't know. No one has asked me about it. Well, there's the Britons. There's the Britons we wanted for Jordan. So we can line up civs. Byzantines for Satan. Maya for Seados Karajas. Britons for Vala de Silva. Teutons! Jordan, what? Okay, there goes my plan. Teutons then for Seados Karajas. We might see Teutons as game number 1. Byzantines for Fernando de Noronha. Maya for Satan. Britons for Vala de Silva. But no, Georgia's for Satan. So then Maya for Valle de Selva, but no. Yeah, then Britain's for Amazonia. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Or he picks the shoe too. Maybe he just doesn't want to play against the shoe. Well, Barles has Italians, Malay, and Portuguese, all for the water maps, Fernando de Noronha and Amazonia. Malay or Romans could be good for Valle de Selva. And Celts! Celts, making our base happy. That, yeah, historically definitely Jordan, but maybe recently Barles. Are the 2 Viking bands? Bands are done in parallel and then revealed after they do 5 bands. So there can be doubled up bands if both players don't want to play the same civ. Hey, as they drafted, let me get the Twitch ads out of the way. Then we'll get rolling. You go for TC's Feudal Age? Well, the only civ that can do that is the Cumans. Good day, hello Twitch fans. They gotta double ban Vikings. Stop the longboats. Yeah, the true power of late game Vikings. Struggle against Viking Knights. Vikings OP. Good eco. Two sets have the exact same timing. Yep. Now, tomorrow they'll hopefully be staggered a bit. We also have Winchester versus Vivi going on right now. Alright, what colors do we do? I guess Barles in red, Jordan in blue. Alright, we've launched, and... okay, it'll be Malay for Barles and Maya for Jordan. Karambit Warriors very dangerous against Eagles. And good enough archers and skirms, the Malay should be able to deal with plumes. Orange and purple, that would actually work. And Ray, thank you for the sub.
Barbarossa, I have some unfortunate news for you. You see, it is I who should be Holy Roman Emperor. Kneel before the lion.
Hello, Cicero. We have tunes. We do have tunes. Jordan has tunes. Jordan has Maya, Byzantines, Britons, Teutons. And Barles has Celts. That just makes me happy on the inside, that Civ draft. You expected Celts here. I think Celts could be Vala de Selva, but I think that might be a rough matchup against Britons. Or even against Teutons. Teutons late game tend to counter Celts, but that has to be late game. Old school, in 3K civs. The old and the new. I guess he didn't go for the last chieftain civs. And here we go. So, let me swap the scoreboard. There we go. Alright, so, Jordan, he will be the blue Maya to the west, Barles the red Malay to the east. The map is Saya dos Karajas, and welcome in to our semifinals. The winner here faces the winner of Doubt versus Sorakuma tomorrow. I think Barles probably the overall favorite in the group, but would be extra hyped to see Jordan versus Doubt. Live, very live. As alive as this tapir before it gets lured in. So Barles will be pushing in the deer. Both of these civs, good men-at-arms, good archers. Malay can go elephants. Maya can go plumes. It's a tricky composition sometimes. When you go one unit, the enemy can hard counter it. But your units are cheap enough you can invest into multiple unit lines with both of the civs. Is Jordan going for the double deer push, or is he just pushing two? He's got to go for one there. That forest a bit too close to the deer. So Jordan, with a beautiful map, woodline at the back, he'll be able to tower the gold. On the other side, Barles as the Malay does have a tiny bit of extra terrain behind his base. Another layer of hill. You think the MA civ is the favorite? The Maya, the Malay? I mean, you only need one extra letter to spell Malay instead of Maya now that they got rid of the N. No longer the Mayans. So, barracks at the very back for Barles, wants to use that as part of his wall. And pre-mill, pre-lumber camp barracks, also a bit hidden at the back, so Jordan won't scout it, or would not scout it were he to see the front. Malians or Mapuche? My favorite is the Italians and the Malians. The two alien civs. So relics do slightly favor Jordan here. Two of them spawned a bit closer to his side of the map. But really, they do favor whoever takes the map control. There is Feudal Age for Jordan. The Mandalorians? I don't think that was ever in Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. So where's Jordan going? 1 on gold, 4 on wood. Does he want a second lumber camp? Where's Jordan sending these vills? He's sending them up to the middle of nowhere. Okay, woodline on the second level. That's where Jordan's going. So if this map has terraced elevation, start all the way down here on the rocky terrain. You go through mud and dirt, through dirt and grass combos all the way up to the jungle at the top. And each player does have 5 wood lines on the first layer of elevation around their base. Here it would seem, though, Jordan just deciding to ignore the closer wood lines and go to the farther one. He doesn't like the bushes and dead trees, wants to come up to the South American forest. And Barles here gonna push in a deer as the drush comes over. Barles will see that Jordan's over there. No, he missed it by a tile. And this is rough for Jordan. He might not get the barracks up. Walls the Ville. He does at least have loom. And he will get the barracks up. He's up to feudal. And he's running his scout under the TC. Jordan, not like this, Jordan. Rough start to the game for Jordan. Microing by the barracks, runs the scout into the TC. But he will keep the Ville safe and use that Ville to do an archery range. No, it's not GG yet. We have had faster GGs, but not yet. This guy is gonna pilot Teutons. You don't trust him with the Teutons anymore. Well, he and Tato are teammates again. Maybe they did practice a bit together with Teutons. But I think Tato had used Teutons. It was either here or Satan. On a very open map where he could benefit from the farms. Hell, men-at-arms from Barles. Spear comes out from Jordan. That'll poke the scout. But Barles with the militia. Will he see this? He will. Jordan now has to wall the lumber camp. Lots of walling for him. Yeah, Tato did join Onomaru. Along with everyone else. So, archers from Jordan. Hasn't lost the Vil, but he did lose the scout. And does get the quick wall up just in the nick of time. Archers and the spear are over as the men-at-arms actually kind of trapped now. Jordan actually could be walling them in. Just place a house foundation there. Maybe a mistake for him to let the scouts get over, as it's now 4 melee men-at-arms with their free armor. And Jordan has to wall everything. He could have contained that, but missed the opportunity for the trap. That's how we know this is Jordan, not Viper. The Vils are idle a bit on the palisades. So nothing perfect for him. Vil idle on a house at the front. Farms added in. No horse collar yet for either player. No double bit axe even for Barles, as he's wall into the edge with the blacksmith. Oh, Jaguar kills the Skirm. Oh, let's go. Jaguar had the hill bonus. Oh, we caught that. Go Jaguar. Already. Is this the Maya or the Aztecs being played? That Jaguar was a warrior. And fletching for Barles. Well, thank you, Berber's Burgers, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Saw you streaming for a while.
Yep.
If you're a UK streamer. Not in the UK right now. Although I was for Red Bull. Hello, Berbers. So, fletching for Jordan. He's still stabilized, but down by a Vil now. Oh, losing another eagle to the TC. Jordan, you lost one eagle to the TC already. Don't lose another. Or what was the other one? How much HP is still on it? I think he lost it. Oh, what is he? What is this eagle doing from Jordan? Did he leave it on an aggressive stance accidentally? You gotta be pressing stand ground all the time. Alright, well that eagle runs under the TC. So men-at-arms will come forward, along with the scout and along with all the skirmishers. And I have padded archer armor for Barles. Ooh, nice. Skirmish here. Killing some archers, and one eagle won't be enough to stop this. The spear should go down to the skirms too to make the scout effective. That is a full HP scout still. We'll go down to the men-at-arms. Skirms don't even need to waste a javelin volley. And Jordan is struggling here. This game is a struggle for Jordan. Trying to wall up, not going to get the walls up in time. He's ahead in res collected somehow, but now 5 military to 9. One of his military is a very weak scout that's forward, and he needs a quick gate. He gets the gate up just in time. Keeps the men-at-arms out. There's skirms trying to push through, so he can lock the gate and finish the wall. Bought himself some time, and he's up to the castle age. It has not been pretty, but he's managed to get up and managed to wall all the way to the edge of the map. Eagles head over to the berries, and we'll have Castle Age for Barls. Now Jordan wants to engage the skirms, but can't really do it with the Eagles against the men-at-arms. And he doesn't want to use the Eagles before getting to the Castle Age, where they will get their free +3 attack. That men-at-arms, almost with a hill bonus even, hitting the Eagle. And with just a few skirms, Jordan should still be able to wall, but wall into some eco inefficiencies, perhaps. Yeah, Malay age up speed. Helping Barls keep pace ahead of Jordan, even. And Barls now thinking of his eco upgrades, adding more farms with horse collar, continuing to chop wood at the lumber camp. Has double bit axe now. It skipped that at the start with the men-at-arms. There's up to the Castle Age. Now, long swordsman for Barls. Immediate longsword, and we're looking for a forward Vil, maybe just another army. I'm so scarred from Red Bull that as soon as I see the longsword upgrade, I start looking for a siege workshop. There's Elite Skirm for Barls. Go for a second TC at Feudal Age. You can only do that with Kumans. Can't go for a second TC with anyone else. Barls is top 10 right now, so this result was expected. I mean, the game isn't over yet. Jordan still is the Maya. Just like Huns are still Huns. Maya is still Maya, but this is a rough fight for Jordan. He's trying to use the crossbows to kill the longswords while the Eagles kill the skirms. But it feels like it's almost kind of backwards the way he's fighting. Crossbows were fighting skirms for a while. Now, one low HP longsword is left. But at the very least, maybe Jordan isn't worried about throwing crossbows as the Maya. Yeah, I mean, so far he can still build Maya skirms, which he has avoided. So far, Jordan is displaying the so-called single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms. And maybe he will throw, as pros do so consistently, as Reddit would tell us. So a couple of longswords going through the palisade wall, but Jordan there just in time to wall with the house. And Barls does notice the crossbows just in time. That micro from Jordan doesn't feel like it's there. He's running the crossbows into the skirms. He's way too worried about the longswords against the Eagles, I think. He will clear the skirms, but just had crossbows there that were not effective. So 46 to 46 Vils, forward workshop for Barls. Still at the same in terms of res collected. Barls will have the hill advantage for his Mangonel micro. Yeah, that felt weird. I don't know if Jordan was maybe trying to pay attention, balance his eco there, but he just kind of walked into the skirms with his crossbows. I know he wanted to pick off the longswordsman, but he doesn't need to do that while fighting the skirms. If anything, he could have made one or two crossbows to put them back here, fend the longswords off, and just force them away. So we might need to see some more walling from Jordan behind that house. For longswordsmen, they don't have arson. Barls might want to pick up arson if this is how he's trying to break through. Jordan, he's sending Vils to repair. Looks like he'll get there just in time. As his Mangonels come over. And, oh, actually, no, never mind. He's repairing, but not enough repairs. The longswords get in. I think you NPG follow for following like your name would imply. Wheelbarrow for Barls, wheelbarrow for Jordan. At least he has a second TC. But second TC also for Barls, who's pulling slightly ahead in Vils. Yeah, he waited way too long to repair there. Got greedy. Maybe practicing too much with Viper. Inheriting some of the greed. So that's walled. Rushing up a house just to be safe, but it's fine. He will, however, repair the hole in his wall. with a house. That's something I see sometimes players get greedy, and they forget to repair the holes in their walls. I don't know if it's greedy or maybe just APM limited, that they can't react in time, but they forget to repair holes when there's no other army. So no reinforcements in for Barles, and Barles is kind of trapped now. Town watch for Jordan as he does connect with an attack ground on his mangonel. He'll try to hunt down skirms amid the long swordsman. Skirms want to pick off the mangonel, and that was a risky shot. 2 HP left, but calculated perfectly from Jordan. Now with the mangonel he can dance a bit, and crossbowman can pick off the rest of the skirms. There are only 2 skirms left. So with the mangonel shot he will defend and actually go for a 3rd TC. Also pushing out at the front with an eagle. A bit more mobility with the eagles for sniping off mangonels than you get with longswordsmen. Barles pulling ahead by 8 vills. Jordan just has to be careful that the 3rd TC is able to run now. Barles still only on 2. Jordan's had a bit of idle time. Has taken a few losses here and there. Ooh, mangonel goes down. Late game, you prefer Maya? Late game! I really don't know. I think it depends on who's able to get there with the better eco.
Shot it.
I don't think one civ has such a huge, overwhelming advantage against the other that you can just boom and play for late game. Barles with another TC. As Jordan not really committing to the eagles to the point where he'd be able to snipe mangonels. Ballistics for him. 16 crossbowmen. And he's at the point, if he micros well, crossbows can out-micro the mangonels, then maybe he's okay. I worry about this area of Jordan's base now. We're all sending everything over there where he'll still have a hill. A few farms there for Jordan. He's adding in a 2nd workshop, but he might need to wall up over here behind this. And here comes his pressure. That is only a palisade gate. Now, if Jordan had eagles, it would be snipe off the palisade raid with eagles, and Barles would die. He still could actually try to run under the TC. That would be a huge risk. And he doesn't have the scouting we see. Might try to go through a palisade up here that might still be open by the houses. At the same time, Barles having a nice mangonel push. Jordan will have to make sure he doesn't get housed. Add some houses in the back or along here, just make sure he's walled still. Crossbows and mangonels wouldn't take much to break through a house, too, and get into the back of Barles' base. Barles, though, running to his TC with some farms back there. And is this open now? Let's see, Jordan should not Argiden his crossbows. We have guard tower from Barles, so against the crossbow mangonel push, he'll go guard tower defense. There's the tower as some vills go down. Stone walls are underrated. Well, house walls are underrated. Players have really been appreciating the guard towers, I think, ever since they saw all those Korean guard towers in Red Bull. Realized just how ridiculously strong guard towers can be. 3 mangonels, if they had a hill advantage, could probably push a guard tower. Kind of risky, I guess, without any repair vills. So 4th TC for Jordan. Both players TCing one of the hills in the middle. As Jordan's TC still far enough away from the hill, Barles not able to mangonel it in the push. Jordan has to be careful about the timing here, and gets 1 mangonel. He's breaking through the back of Barles' base. Loses another mangonel. Loses it. Probably not a good decision to fight the skirms with mangonels. Maybe he needed to ignore the skirms and just go for other mangonels. Longswords for Barles, getting behind Jordan's mangonels, trying to pick them off. A nice attack ground before they break through. Crossbowmen kind of trapped against the skirms. Might just want to run back out, in all honesty. Yeah, that guard tower has ballistics, but if the vills don't garrison, crossbowmen can get out. Jordan at home, still trying to hold on with a workshop. No investment into eagles at all from him, and he's running out of gold with his forward gold. Forward castle, though, from Jordan. Is that forward enough? He has his mangonels there, but he's not dropping it on Barles' face, won't even hit the palisade gate. Advantage for Barles is he won't see it and might be surprised. Barles off of his first stone. Doesn't have that second stone. University will go down. Thank you, Greshka, for the follow. It feels like Jordan's holding and in a better position to hold than Barles is. Here's Barles taking stone. He has 4 vills on stone. Not in his base. Has to be forward, maybe? Oh, there we go. In the middle of the map. Middle of the nowhere. So University down. Wouldn't mind clearing the palisades or a house there so Jordan can micro there a bit more. But he's going plumed archers now. Again, not something that really fights the Malay skirms. As Barles is pulling ahead and resources collected, Jordan sending vills to fight the mangonels. Jordan lost a ton of crossbows there. Jordan trying to save the TC as he's looking at the plumes on the front. We're looking to get plumes on the front, but he's losing vills now. And this TC against all those mangonels will go down. 4 mangonels, nothing left to repair the TC. Now Barles is pushing into Jordan's base, and Jordan's push here has not accomplished much. That guard tower defense from Barles has saved him. Jordan doing towers now, maybe too late to think of the guard tower.
Shot it.
And the longsword's being very effective at picking off mangonels. I feel that Barles is pulling super far ahead. He's up to imp. Jordan running out of steam. Malay gonna be so fast. I don't know why Automod held that message. I bet Jordan wishes he had some type of automod to keep the mangonels out of his base. What is that castle? It's not forward enough. Maybe he was worried Barles could do a guard tower and deny it, but he had mangonels there. Everything this game has felt a bit off from Jordan. Going for the really far wood line. Late barracks that got caught by the drush. Crossbow raid that didn't really do much. Losing lots of mangonels to longswords. There is Barles up to imp. Jordan will click up 2. Yeah, some AFK crossbows, some eagles running into the TC. It feels like Jordan isn't warmed up. And honestly, just not calling GG so we can try to warm up more might be the best play for him. Cav Archer heavy in the main event. I'm still undecided of whether I want to put the rock terrain back. Oh, Jordan mangonelling his own villager. Oh, Jordan. Things have not gone his way today. Things have not gone his way for this game. No, not like that, Jordan. Well, I think that summarizes this game. It's just... everything felt so sloppy. Is the repairs on the house not being in time. Feels like Jordan needs to wake up, needs his coffee. And there's a castle from Barles. Two-handed swordsman now to chase the mangonels, and another mangonel going down to... okay, Barles almost mangonelled his own two-handed swordsman. Doesn't count, though. Jordan still gets the kill. Yeah, Jordan needs to go do some push-ups. Jordan needs some push-ups. I think that's what he needs. Oh, the mangonel goes down. Elite skirm. This is honestly, if I'm Jordan here, I'm not going to stop playing this game yet. Just try to play the game long enough that you know you're going to lose, but just get yourself kind of mentally back into the set. Get your APM warmed up. Are these wrecks? No, this is live. Jordan's awake for 11 hours. Maybe he wants to resign quickly and just go next so he doesn't fall asleep. I have no idea where the push-up started. Yeah, Bombard Cannon out for Barles. 2k score lead. 40 vil lead. Handcart after Imp. Vils caught by skirms. As much as I'm hoping for Jordan versus Doubt tomorrow, this game one was not looking too inspiring. You trust the 6-plumed archers still? Jordan is trepping a TC. Barles can move himself up to the tops of the terraces. Skirmore here. And your 1 Vil TC that in all likelihood Barles will even see with his skirmishers. He's just about to scout that, might bypass it. But he sees it now. Chemistry for Jordan. The Vil is weak even. And this TC will be denied. Oh, warm-up game for Jordan. Warm-up game for Jordan. Rough to lose the neutral map, but he'll need to get himself mentally back into the set. He preferred the water maps. Still okay for military numbers. I mean, he could go Holcha Javelinier Skirms, and then play a Skirm War. You gotta really like Maya against the Malay, though, to give Jordan any hope in this matchup. Arbslow going down to the Skirms. We have forced levy for Barles. But everything went wrong for him. Now he's fighting Skirms versus food-only two-handed swordsmen. The swordsmen have their armors. Completed the Joan campaign on hard yesterday. Nice. Jordan looking like he'd struggle with that campaign with this type of gameplay. He'd probably let Joan of Arc die just like Viper did. Might even mangonel her himself. Now it's a Skirm War. Jordan finally making the Maya Skirms. He has upgrades, but still needs the unique tech for them. If he gets the unique tech, they'll be much better doing +1 damage against the swordsmen and against the Skirms. But yeah, I think he keeps going to warm up. I think he, like, looking at this performance mentally, Jordan has to be thinking, I can play better than this. Yeah, at this point, it's not about winning the game. It's about, I think, trying to get himself into the right mental state for the next one. Oh, that poor TC. Yeah, there he calls the GG. So Barles winning that one quite convincingly. Pretty much right since the Dark Age from the Drush. Was consistently ahead in military numbers. And it was neck and neck in eco for a while. And it felt like there was still lots of opportunities. Jordan, if he takes a good fight, he could come back. But even when he had more military, he wasn't getting good fights. And GG. So Jordan will need to shake off some rust. Then make it for the next game. There is Seados Courageous, won by Barles, who this set technically is the favorite. Malay over the... Oh, that was Jordan's very first pick, too. He was not ready to play with his first pick there. So let's hope he goes Teutons now. Are Teutons what Jordan needs to wake himself up? I mean, I think Teutons would wake anyone up. It'll, however, be a water map. It'll be Fernando de Noronha. It'll be Wu for Jordan and Italians for Barles. You know, if you like his next pick. So Wu versus Italians on water. Naively, I still think Italians would win on water, but I'm used to seeing Wu more as a hybrid civ than a pure water civ. Free careening might be better for them than I'm thinking. Tunes in 2026 in a pro game, in a draft, not necessarily in a game yet. And here are islands, Fernando de Noronha. Jordan will be the blue woo to the west, Barles the red Italians to the east. Now let's just double check. Fish are spawning. Yes, they are. Right, I'm keeping an eye out for maps like that one Vinchester had, or against Sato. Long stretches of island without fish. It's on my list of bugs to look into. It's a very short list at this point, but still a list nevertheless. Yeah, we did recently have Tato. As we said earlier, Tato joined Onamaru, teammates again with Jordan, and Tato played and won a game with Teutons against, of all players, Leary. Lutron is just over the top. Someone watched the Spirit of the Law video he posted 1 to 2 days ago. I know T90 was raving about the Lutrons at Red Bull. It's a weird ship. It's like a cannon galleon that still is useful against other ships, and you don't need chemistry for it, so you get it instantly. I don't know if Lutrons are going to be the plan for Jordan, though. You only get them in Imp, and from what I've seen on this map, water control is decided in Castle Age. It's by fast castling, and whoever has the better fast castle build order to pump out more ships tends to win. He started talking about Lutrons in the Dark Age of Empire Wars. That's how much T90 enjoys the Lutrons. FCTC drop? I mean, Persians. Transport ship douche on this map. That's what I want to see. And back dock from Jordan. We have seen quite a few back docks. Side dock from Barles. So FC. Oh, look at the wood count. Yeah, when you're double lumber camp in the Dark Age, it's FC. 5 vills on wood is for a fast feudal, but otherwise, more than that, and you're going for a fast castle. I've seen players fast castle and not even bother to lure in their boars, their javelinas. Don't want to spend the vill time walking out there when the scout simply can push in the deer. You can save the javelinas for later, if you ever need a TC or food boost. So, second TC to the north for Jordan. I'll wish for a Persian rush in a game with Wu versus Italians. I mean, we got to make this map more exciting. I think we need some Dark Age action. Maybe what we need on this map to make it more exciting is I could swap the scouts. I could take the enemy scout and put it on the starting island. So Jordan has a scout over here, Barles would have a scout over here. And so you're trying to pick off your loomless enemy vills right at the start of the Dark Age. Give them a penguin. Add a transport ship. I don't want to add a transport ship and make it the same as Northern Isles, though. We did want to have a water map. So there's Feudal Age from Barles. A canoe? Oh, T90 would love that. New animals, canoes. Maybe I could even give players a fence. So Feudal Age from both. Jordan's slightly slower, but from what I've seen, it's so hard to be punished on this map for going up slower or over booming that slightly later up timings don't matter. The ship in the Krakenmeister Civ builder, that was the canoe. That was the canoe. Scout that can't attack like a horse. Now, scout that can attack. Scout that can attack, that's the fun part. Everyone talking about archery ranges on the neutral islands when really T90 one day will just be putting farms on the neutral island. So extra dock, 3 docks for Jordan. And 14 versus 12 fishing ships. Market blacksmith from Barles, he'll be straight up with 2 docks, probably add a third on the way up. 2 villas, he'll be fine to fast castle, mining camp for him. No mining camp for Jordan. Jordan's skipping that simply to fish. Take the whale, take the gold from the whale. Double bit axe and fishing lines for Barles. Hello, Noob Netrum. Will we ever see a landing? We did see a couple of landings in sets so far, but there were even Castle Age landings. As Jordan's opening hulks. We saw FedEx try to castle drop Vivi. And that was a crazy game. I think Dave casted it, if you want to see it. He tried to go for the castle drop into Rathas. Can you build water gates? You cannot. I can place them in map scripts. If you have a beach terrain, you could find a lucky spot of beach terrain on the edge of an island and build a gate on it. Make a water gate that way. So, fishing lines for Jordan. Yeah, not every water map has to be landing. Our hope for this map was that the new water meta would be interesting enough to make a pure water map interesting. But I think that that hope fell flat on its face. We've somehow taken water and made it a fast castle every time map. You know, it's not your strongest strength. Might as well try a yellow potion on land. Yeah, that's it. That's definitely the option. But I don't think on this map you really can do that without also fighting on water. I think if you're going to go for some type of push, you also have to be attacking fishing ships. But you can't really do that now that you can hide them in docks. I actually think overall that landing play is a bit weaker. Since if you're playing land but planning on losing water, you're not going to be able to get a sneak attack, get a few galleys under docks, and snipe off fishing ships like you were in the past. Do I think a pure water map can be interesting? I used to love pure water maps in AOC with galley micro. I think they were one of the most fun types of maps to play, but also certainly could get repetitive to watch for your Vikings mirror into galleys, but I think that itself was fun enough that at least when it's in the map pool, you get something interesting from it. Now it's just FC. It should go the opposite way. I think pretty much everyone says that the ship triangle should go the opposite way. Not that it really has gameplay sense if it goes the opposite way, but you should have fires countering hulks, hulks countering galleys, and galleys countering fires. Not a lot of comeback potential on water. Yeah, I think that's my biggest takeaway from the patch. The fun aspects of galley micro and demo ships are removed completely, and then there's not much comeback potential. Yeah, Islands was in every map pool in AOC. We had Masters of Islands as a tournament of Tato versus Fire. I remember that. We had a game that went all the way to a draw. Everyone opened galleys all the time, but that set was interesting because we had a couple of castle drops for Conquistadors or Tato going FC Fires, where FC Fires was actually a unique strat and not the meta. So Jordan with fire ships are the best ships against docks, both in having the best DPS and also taking the least damage from them. Now that the fishing ships shoot arrows. And it feels like Jordan has gotten a good advantage here. Jordan, back in the AOC days, playing all those Vikings mirrors, would have always picked water maps as his home map because he trusted in his build order and his macro. And maybe some of that still lives on, even if the gameplay changes. Feels like he's gotten off to a nice advantage here, destroying a dock from Barles, pushing into the fishing ships. Doesn't want to fight Fire versus Hulk. But otherwise, he's in a great spot. So now he needs to figure out, how do I finish off the game as he's adding in ballistics? Does he add TCs, or does he play 1 TC imp? Does he add fish? He has 14 fishing ships, so he probably can't really add more. Is the island too small for a sneak? Maybe, but in some ways I think the small island also means the sneak is a bit more damaging if it's successful, because you don't have as much room to run away from it. But yeah, definitely is harder to be undetected from sneaking. So Bodkin for Jordan. Trying to go galleys now. He has ballistics to counter the Hulks, and he should have a good fight. Might need to chase, but should have a good fight against them. Fire's chasing war galleys in the north. And Jordan now opening up a huge score lead. And a good 2k res collected lead. So the Wu. Wasn't expecting the Wu to be this dominant against the Italians, but I think the free careening, giving Jordan good fights in early castle was great. Still needs siphons and Carvel Hull. Or not Carvel Hull, clinker construction. That's the first one. Incendiaries, or no, siphons. Siphons first, then incendiaries. Kind of weird to see players not rushing clinker construction. They pretty much do every game, from what I've seen, but Jordan taking a more calm approach. Yeah, this game should probably give him his confidence back a bit after that first game. First game was just a dud, and he'll come back. He'll win a water matchup. Barles had picked Italians for this, so Jordan gets the Civ win with his draft on the water pick. Italians have a second melee boat. I mean, they do have Hulks and Fires, yes. I think every Civ has Hulks and Fires and galleys now, all the lines. And every Civ has at least the Castle Age upgrade. So Castle from Barles, this will be his attempt to retake water. Barles did go for a second TC. Oh, he's going to lose the market to a Fire. You can't buy yourself up to imp if you don't have a market. Here's ballistics for Barles. But the more fights Jordan takes, the farther ahead he pulls. Hulk's trying to rope down the war galleys, but they are forced away. Yeah, Jordan is the Admiral for a reason, you're right. He was an Admiral from Hidden Cup. Thank you, McKay, for the follow. He banned Koreans with his first pick because he must have known how strong the turtle ships were. Didn't want to let Barles have a chance of taking them. Yeah, Barles getting ballistics with no galleys. I don't think ballistics affects the Hulks. They have one range, would be very hard to dodge. They're the embodiment of dodge this. Loom now for Jordan. Also forgot about melee attack upgrades for the Hulk. Jordan not really going Hulks, but yeah, Barles could have used the melee attack there. Hulk versus Hulk, unless you're the Catans, or have an age advantage, and the melee attack upgrades won't matter. But Hulk versus other ships, yes. So Gilnhetz and Wheelbarrow, Jordan doing eco upgrades. Still not close to imp, but happy to stay castle as long as he clearly is leading castle. Yep, the Carrack is just an upgraded Hulk. It's Hulk, War Hulk, Carrack. So Wheelbarrow for Barles as he lost the water. And not much left for him to be able to do. He's trying to go to the middle. Alright, he's trying to go to the middle. Can do a castle in the middle. Jordan has to stop this, though. There's the castle. Hill's hit by the war galleys. As GG from Barles is, won't get the castle, Jordan will tie it up. And Doubt Castle to end it for Barles, as we now have a best of 3. As Jordan dominated the water map, more military, he started making ships earlier in the transition to the Castle Age, and maybe that was the key to taking good early Castle Age fights. There definitely still is room for optimization in the build orders players are using for the water maps, especially with different civs. Jordan, as chat wrote, he's the Admiral for a reason. Yeah, our first Doubt Castle of the morning. Many more to come today. GG. And what do we have here? Fernando de Noronha, won by Jordan. And that was the woo over the Italians. I thought he might have gone Byzantines on the map. But Byzantines probably then... I don't even know. Maybe he played for Amazonia? But then Britons would be Vela de Silva. And you have Jurchen. Jordan has options for where to use the civs. He has a lot of options left. I think his draft is pretty flexible for the remaining 3 maps. As they join the lobby, but haven't picked the map yet. So, thank you everyone for watching. Reminder also, give a follow to the team on tomorrow's stream. Try to get some more followers for that channel. We're almost at 1,800 followers. If we hit 2K followers by, next Tuesday, by the end of the qualifiers, that'll be great. Appreciate the support. And thank you, Cato Grammaticus, for using your Prime sub.
Highwaymen preying on helpless travelers, what has become of our homeland?
Thank you for the support. Hope you're enjoying the maps. Yeah, Teutons can be played for Satan. Do they ban the maps or is it random? They ban the... How it works is they ban a map, they pick a map. Well, they ban a map, they pick the maps, and then they ban one more. And then from the remaining 3 maps, the final map is random. So the final map could have been Lansorius Mariensis, Araucarias, or Seados Courageous. And from those 3, randomly, Seados Courageous was picked by the Captain's Mode site. And Self-Saboteur and Gandagara Goldbart, thank you for the follows. And Vela de Silva will be our next map. Oh boy. Oh boy, chat. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready. Are you ready for Jordan's Civ pick? It is ban, pick, ban, Eptic. Ban, pick, ban. You're so ready? Does Jordan pick the Teutons? Jordan is playing Teutons. 2026. And we have Teutons. It's not Teutons versus Celts. That would be hype. It's Teutons versus Khmer. Let's go Elite Teutonic Knight. Elite Teutonic Knight versus Ballista Elephant. Or with a, what is that? A T90 Teutons emote. Now let's up. Dashboard. Launch the game. Launch the game. Don't let me miss any of this Teutons action. Alright, so here we are, Jordan, the blue Teutons to the southwest. Barles, the red Khmer to the northeast. What is going on? The Teutons are a civ pick, and the Teutons have an instant barracks. Do they have an eco bonus for this? When do they get their armor? And barracks and stable units, +1/+2 melee armor in Castle/Imperial Age. discounted farms, better TC garrison capacity. Unless Jordan is going to do Dark Age farms, he literally does not have a bonus for anything right now. This is as generic as a Civ can get, doing an early Drush. So what is the Teutons pick from him? I don't know. Jordan's still playing Age of Kings, maybe. Barl's pushing in the deer. Jordan trying to scout. So tons of neutral capybaras on this map. And Jordan, he's not even scouting for them. He went around the deer in the middle, and he's scouting the wood line for Barls. Barls did a lumber camp. He went up the back tunnel for a lumber camp, and there's a ton of rock terrain here where he might not be able to wall. Did he miss the lumber camp? Oh, but he missed the lumber camp. Maybe Barls didn't even see the scout. There's a house, so I guess one tile of a quick wall there. And Barls might be able to quick wall. You can go all the way down this passage for a lumber camp sometimes. I don't think it's good because you can't wall it off. Archers massacre your vills if they get there. And Jordan just needs to stand the scout right there. That vill does not have loom. Just can't let the vill wall. Oh, he's the Khmer though. Freaking Khmer hiding in the house. Barls will wall in his villager and try to repair the house, maybe. Freaking Khmer, there's loom for Barls. Chances of seeing elite Teutonic Knights? Probably fairly low against the Khmer. I think they do pretty well against elephants. Where does Barls? Barls is YOLOing his vills. Barls says, I need that lumber camp. Jordan will have a hill. As long as Jordan pays attention, he will have the hill. The vills are surrounding the scout. Jordan a bit asleep on the micro. The vills with the hill, or the militia with the hill, but the vills hopping in and out of the house. What is this masterpiece from Barls hopping in and out of the house to save the vills? And Jordan attacking the house rather than the vills. That was a very low HP vills for Barls. Barls needs to make sure he hops in. Barls should not be losing vills here. Jordan gonna go pick up more capybaras, so Barls has been pushing deer in. He will click up to the feudal age. So far, the Drush has been okay in terms of uptime. I mean, Jordan can click up right now. Did disrupt Barls a bit, and that is some good damage just pulling the vills back to make them fight so that they're not working. Jordan ahead in res collected now. Is that enough of a difference to make up for the res he spent on the Drush? Maybe if it meant he got to pick up more capybaras. As Barls' scout is out scouting now, Barls did push in a lot of deer, but hasn't been picking up the herdables. As Jordan, is this a Drush FC for Jordan that will lead him to Teuton Knights? Not Teutonic Knights, but Teuton Knights. He has conversion resistance, so FC Monk Rush could also be a play. Yeah, Drush FC with the Teutons. What year is this? Is it 2026? Makes me feel young again. It's a good game. Twitch does sometimes just play ads itself. I'm streaming the same thing on YouTube and 2 YouTubes and 2 Twitches. That maybe the meta is just open all of them, and you'll find somewhere that doesn't have an ad. So Jordan clearly preparing to play versus Doubt tomorrow with this. Clearly. No loom even. This is no loom up to feudal. He'll do 1 vill and loom in feudal. And yeah, he is preparing to fast castle this. So with the barracks, what is he going to do? Stable blacksmith in FC? He could do market stable. Remember, you do need the blacksmith to unlock a siege workshop, so I think he does need a blacksmith no matter what he does. The question is, does he do a market, or does he just go for the stable? Yeah, it will be a stable. And stable, or what's the next building? Stable blacksmith. Alright, stable blacksmith. Could also make scouts on the way up in case he wants to deal with monks. This is going to be just a naked fast castle from Barls then. Did have to do Loom thanks to the Drush. And Barles will be up first. And, Detoko, thank you for using your Prime
my
sub.
champion in combat, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army. Let the tournament begin!
So, dueling fast castles, Barles up around 90 seconds faster, and 300 more res collected so far for Jordan. Both players still with some capybaras under their TCs. I do answer you despite the fact you can't hear it, yes. see, you know the meta. The more streams, the better. So, spear from Jordan. Once he gets castle, that spear will get an extra armor. But it looks like Barles probably wants to go light cav. Jordan can go light cav too. Get light cav with armor. What are the yellow trees? These are reskinned berries. They are papaya trees. They are the forage bushes for this game. From the Last Chieftains DLC. So Jordan with his scout in the base of Barles, but not for long as he runs into the TC. And standard Khmer things, knights and scorpions with the fast castle with a few scouts in front. Jordan's still far ahead in res collected. And looks like he might need a spear as the knight will try to run through. Should be able to wall up his lumber camp without much issue. The Vils actually blocked the knight enough the TC got a shot off. That is getting a bit of idle time, though. Oh, nice. Recognizing the overchop. Quick walls everything. And still can chase with the spear. Get a couple more spears out. And then an extra +1 melee armor now on the spears since he is Castle Age Teutons. So Castle Age Teutons, doing a knight, no husbandry available to them. And second TC for Jordan. Yeah, it feels like he's not under all that much pressure from the Khmer. He's content. He can go monk defense if he needs to. The Khmer don't have Atonement, and they don't have Heresy, so I wouldn't mind seeing a Monastery and Monk defense from Jordan. I think that could work very well for him. How are Teuton Monks? Teuton Monks are great. They have the entire Monk tech tree, and Teutons themselves, the Civ bonus, units more resistant to conversion. So in a Monk v Monk war, Teuton's one of the best Civs, if not the best. Oh, look at the knight and the bird in sync. Yeah, also extra healing range, too. Plus 100% healing range. So second TC also for Barles. I think I really do like Teutons over Khmer late game. Bombard cannon, good onagers to deal with scorpions. Better infantry for halb fights. And stronger cav if they have all the armor on their cavaliers, even if they are a bit slower. Here's the monk, but this is Teutons. Jordan could become devoted Teutons. And the Barles' scouts will be looking for monks. And Dark Blue 42, thank you for the follow. You hate Ballista Elephants stacked? Well, Teuton Siege Onagers can deal with that. Ironclad, too, for protecting siege against Hussar spam that the Khmer like to do. Also, this map is very awkward for placing farms, so I can see why Barles would go Khmer, because you can place them and it won't matter as much. The rock terrain running through your base makes it a bit weird. Teuton's your favorite Civ. Everyone loves the Teutons. And side TC for Jordan, will Barles see that? He sees the house foundation. Yeah, he does see it. Won't be able to stop it, but he'll be aware of it. A couple of knights out there, a couple of monks actually, as he tries to pick up relics. Jordan not able to pick off either monk or the scout. Sanctity is in, so Barles investing some gold into monk upgrades. His TC 50%. And the Teuton knights for Jordan will probably kill the monk. Teutons, of course, so... Oh wait, where's he going? Where's he going? Okay, now dangerous if the monk charges on a villain and swaps targets. Jordan could probably still run that down with a knight. But maybe he wants to sacrifice a vill. Or push it with... He just doesn't want to let the monks get a swap. A charge and a swap. So there's one monk down. This might be a conversion. I know he's Teutons, but this is risky, yeah, and that's a conversion. Didn't like that decision from Jordan. I think he had to back up there. Even as Teutons. I think it's very rare that monk conversions come down to luck. I think by far the majority of conversions come down to decisions. And here, Jordan, knowing he's Teutons, engages, but doesn't get the kill. He had to do a bit of a dance at the start. And 2 conversions there. So Jordan maybe getting some micro more tuned to that first game than the second, where he's not taking good fights against the monks. And Barles will get another good TC up. So 3 TCs for both. Yeah, Teutons are not that good. Maybe if he had devotion, then he could have taken those fights. But not that way. As he'll try to get relics himself. Has a monk bringing 1 more in, and 1 by the TC. So Jordan probably should get the relic advantage. What are we going to have here? More barracks for Barles. As he's trying to pick up his second relic. TCs have a high range, right? Nope, that was only in the Age of Kings. TCs no longer benefit from fletching Bodkin, Racer, or get extra range as the Teutons. Forward Workshop for Jordan. Has to be wary of Chimera going Pike Siege. Well, honestly, I wouldn't mind a 4th TC from Jordan as he starts mining stone. Really get the Teuton eco running. And we see he's actually slightly ahead in res collected over Barles. Those cheap Teuton farms paying off for him. He'll be doing heavy plow now. Hello, Lily and Zeba. Chimera don't need the prerequisite building to place the barracks. They do not. They do not need the non-existent prerequisite building to place the barracks. So heavy plow, Sanctity for Jordan, Town Watch for Barles. Do I know if there's a maximum conversion time? I actually have a 15-minute video on my YouTube explaining that, Chief.
Hey, sir. Yeah.
Scouts pick off a monk. Teuton resistance didn't work here. Well, it's resistance. It's not invulnerability. It's harder to win an argument against the Teutons, but you still can do it. Jordan again. His decision-making in when to engage monks has not been there this game. He's hoping the Teuton bonus is maybe stronger than it is, but knights still do not counter monks. Here's a TC. They should make a civ that can't be converted. They already did that. That was an AoE 1. That was the Macedonians, I think. Jordan's not the Viper. He saved the Vil, but didn't wall the villain properly. Well, he's still ahead in res collected. He's getting the 4th TC. Maybe getting castle dropped soon, though. This is Barles realizing he has the military advantage and wanting to press it. Could place the I mean, where does he go? He goes to the side TC, it looks like. The castle drop. Jordan will see this, but he won't be able to engage. Pikeman for Jordan. He will have the better pikeman. It's a lot of monks. And there's the castle. Immediate defensive tower from Jordan. And Barles has a lot of Jordan's knights in his army now. Jordan won't be far from his own castle drop, though. And Jordan could throw a castle down here at some point, maybe. Rams from Barles. Remember, you can simply run in with knights because of this rock terrain, but no bloodlines and no second armor, so the knights might not be all that effective here at raiding for Jordan. Barles will hop into the TC. He's also the Chimera, so he can hop into every single house. Gate from Barles as Jordan tries to raid, but the castle's up. 5th TC from Jordan. Going for the Stark strategy of TCs everywhere. Losing one, so he wants another. And Barl's now up in Vills. Jordan's still up in Res Collected. He hasn't been dealing properly with the monks. Another conversion. Yeah, raiding without +2 and without bloodline, so he'll be cleaned up. And another castle from Barls. Really castling doubled up in the same spot. Jordan doing another TC in the back, trying to boom. Jaguar fighting Jordan's Vil, but Jordan has HP. He'll survive. Second spot should have been the first spot. And Jordan no longer heavily on stone, not having his own castle drop. Things falling apart for Jordan now. And he's converting a pikeman. How do pikes do versus knights? The age-old question. There's a conversion. Monk goes down. Let's be another conversion for Barls. Melee armor for Jordan. Knights killing pikemen. And what does Jordan do with 2 castles on his face? This is looking rough for him. Barl's even finding the rest of Jordan's eco. Barl's with the Vil lead. Jordan still has so many more resources collected, up by 1k. But he's been taking awful fights against the monks. If he can correct that, that's one thing. He's got 48 Vils on wood, and this is an awkward map for placing farms, especially when your castles are pushing your farming space. And pikemen don't want to fight under castles. There's the second armor for Jordan. Still needs bloodlines. Foraging for Barls. And Jordan, what is that TC? Barls has full vision over there. Like, your outpost, you can see Barls' outpost. That's not going to be a sneak. Jordan hoping he can add TCs and end up winning with TC numbers. Maybe he can. He realizes he's housed. He'll add in more houses. Knights and pikemen. He has more military now, and he still has more res collected. He has enough to the point that he could maybe push Barls, but he needs the timing right on the push. Barls has enough stone for another castle to defend himself. There's bloodlines. Jordan's house will see the castle. The monks will block the castle foundation. And Jordan with rams is ready to go, but he can't lead with the knights. Bloodline's on the way. He still doesn't have atonement. Atonement would actually be sick for him to convert enemy monks. And Jordan, he's not going to go for the forward castle. He sees that Barls has to use his Vils to defend, and instead he's going to ram push the southern castle. That does keep him away from the monks. Repair Vils trying to keep the castle alive. They will have to garrison. Jordan will have to keep running his knights away lest his own knights turn and kill his rams. More rams forward. This is a good push on the castle, but Barls has a few Vils to repair. Will that be enough repair Vils? No, it won't. No, it won't. The castle goes down. Still 5 rams left for Jordan. A 6th will be on the way. The knights finally getting a decent jump on some monks, but there will be a conversion. Jordan's still letting knights get converted. There was a ram push from Barls on a TC. A couple of Vils might have gotten converted there. What is going on? This castle is being repaired. There are too many Vils here still to repair, maybe? Pikemen don't kill rams all that fast, I guess. Jordan should have the better pikemen in the fight. Barls still pushing with monks. Barls now 31 military to 22 and has a 20 villager lead. This castle looks like it will stay up. And Jordan's ram push got 1 castle, couldn't get 2. And the Teutons are losing now to pikeman spam. Losing to pikeman spam. As Jordan, he has a TC on gold, but still doesn't have much gold access. Lost the gold in his main base to those castles, still doesn't have it back. Oh man, thank you Hitman AoE for the follow. Things just falling apart for Jordan. Disaster. I don't know if it's a disaster strategy, it feels just more a disaster execution of he consistently took horrible fights against monks when he wasn't devoted. It might be a strategy where he rushes Devotion if he's going to go Knights. But didn't have any scouts for picking off Monks. Kept dying to, or trying to avoid spears while picking Monks, and didn't work. Are they lacking blacksmith upgrades? I guess, yeah, I mean, they could definitely use forging for the pikemen. That's another thing for picking off monks. If you're going pikemen, you kind of need the attack upgrades. Otherwise, you don't really kill the monks all that fast. So, Squire is gold mining for Jordan. Horse collar for Barles. Yes, that is in. Barles will go for the ram push. And 30ville lead for Barles, too. At this point, I'm not seeing a way back from him. From Jordan. Trying to do, you know, every time Jordan's tried to sneak somewhere on the map, Barles has been following with outposts, finding him. Yeah, so many on wood. It's, I think, very difficult to play this map. You have so much wood line in the back, it's very easy to end up floating wood with vills there instead of on farms, because the wood line blocks your farm placement. Yeah, and Jordan doesn't have many on food compared to Barles. And yeah, once Imp comes in, that'll probably be GG. Jordan's gonna have to pull off something special in the final 2 games then. He has another home map, but did lose the very first neutral map. And it feels that Barles is, in game number 1 and game number 2, execution of when to take fights, how to take the fights, has been far and away better than Jordan's. Jordan desperately using the market, but what's he buying towards? Won't be able to go up. Needs his own castle. He's now down to 150 vills from Barles. Free murder holes will be nice under the castle for the Teutons. Always got to keep that in mind. Guard tower for Jordan. Never was able to take proper fights against the monks. Adding in more rams. He did clean the other forward castle. I don't think there's much he can do. Once Barles gets Imp, Barles will treb the castle. Why didn't he delete the house? I mean, he could have. At this point, doesn't matter. Oh, double guard tower defense. Tower is 99.74%. I didn't even see... Barles has so many castles, I didn't even see that one. Towers... They do deny castles, chat. Everyone tells me no, it never works. Here, it's working. Jordan needs to wall this corner. Will he get there? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. There we go. Tower is denying a castle. Jordan needs to repair the gate and destroy the ram. And I think this gets... There we go. It didn't... It needed stone walls and not a gate. Alright, the castle goes up with more vills, and Jordan will call the GG. Barles has won that game convincingly. And the Drush was mildly effective. Definitely gave Jordan an early eco lead. But just couldn't do enough with it. So that's a home map 1 for Barles. Sad Teuton loss there, but first pick for Barles too with the Khmer. Jordan just hasn't been as active as some other people, I think. See, it never works, the tower. And it will be Amazonia. Byzantines, Portuguese. And he came back to the game last time a few months later. He was second in Hidden Cup. Now he's back on Voobly. I miss those days. Failed to download match content, thanks DE. Okay, here we go. Oh, was Hidden Cup 4 DE? I thought that was still Voobly. Was Hidden Cup 3 still? Maybe Hidden Cup 3 even was DE. There are a lot more really good players competing for S tiers these days, though? I don't think that's true. I think it's kind of similar to in the past. You've always had players like Rhea and Yo's been around for a while. Leary was playing back on HD. Kato's been around forever. Oh, thank you, Brandy, for the sub.
Barbarossa, I have some unfortunate news for you. You see, it is I who should be Holy Roman Emperor. Kneel before the lion.
HC3 was when Degao did well. I think HC3, that was that Viper sweeping Hera in the finals? Or was that the Max? I know there was a Hidden Cup where the Max did very well. Yeah, Max was Hidden Cup 2.
Salve. Salve. Impero.
Yeah, I miss the days of Swomi being OP. So Jordan here will be the blue Byzantines to the southwest, Barles the red Portuguese to the northeast. The map is Amazonia. We'll have forward docks from both. I saw Valessa try to go for a back dock in a game, but that was pretty much it. No one's really been fish booming in the back. Time waits for no. I think time waits for ACCM. ACCM just gets better with age. ACCM, the one who's managing to defeat time. Thought the Max existed? I think he still plays some team games, but not as much 1v1 as he used to. The other map's name is Wrong. With a D-O. I know it's wrong in the map draft. That was our base. I know it's wrong on the draft. We'll fix that for the main event. The problem was we had already published the handbook, and we would need to change all of the links. And when you start changing links, you get into the problem that players are going to have the wrong links, and we're going to have the wrong drafts used periodically anyway. So yeah, I know it's wrong on the overlay. Oh, I'll get it right when I paste it on my overlay in game. Yeah, I think it's on the in the draft. There's no accent over the A in Karajas, and Do is spelled Da. But thank you, Magador, for the follow. And we'll have Feudal Age for Jordan, as full walls from Barles. He'll take advantage of the resources being back and in the quarter for the most part. But, oh, Jordan, one tile, and the scout is in. Barles just react, he'll turn, a wall behind that. Not in the Feudal Age, but that's an unloomed Vill. Jordan, what were you doing? The scout's just standing there. You could have killed that villager. That did not feel characteristic of Jordan. Leaving the scout against the unloomed Vill like that. He stopped the wall, but just happened to stop the wall. Didn't actually move the scout. Maybe he was trying to click up to Feudal or add docks or micro the eco at that point. I know there's a lot to take care of even in the Dark Age. But that was unfortunate for him. He could have killed the Vill, left this unwalled. Barles, super greedy with a long Dark Age, didn't have Loom. Jordan, with a chance to punish him, doesn't. Oh, but maybe he gets a quick wall on the scout. He couldn't do that with the weak Vill. Oh, he's Trying to trap the scout, he's not the Viper. That doesn't work. So, fire galley opening for Jordan. And feudal age for Barles. And can we have a capybara heist? Only one. Oh, or two. Or okay, one killed. And Jordan trying to dance under the TC. So, I think Jordan needs another round of fire galleys here. Yeah, you go 4 fire galleys, and then you can actually push the dock you get within the min range. And I don't think you split up or go for fish here. I think you go both fires on one dock. And you make sure you get the fires in the min range and get them behind the dock so the vills can't repair. Well, I guess he's idling both docks. There we have Barles up to the feudal age. And vills go to fight the scout. That scout low on HP. Jordan, that scout feels like it should have been far more effective. Finding the unloomed vill, being in the middle of the base but getting hit. And Barles was so close to having his scout quick-walled and trapped and killed, but there's just Jordan. I don't know what it's been about Jordan. It feels like the type of micro that we're used to seeing at this level hasn't been there for him. So, fires pick off the scout. Now, if Jordan wins this game, well, he did win the other water map. And he could win it based on fire galley numbers. We'll have Castle Age for Barles. Barles could be taken off the water here. Now, there are not many deep fish. Jordan has basically taken half the deep fish already. One left, and not much food on it, or not much food left on it. So, what type of fishing eco is Jordan denying? Barles has taken 1 deep fish. Barles has almost taken all of the deep fish thanks to the longer Dark Age, and is pulling off a very smooth, fast castle. 1 dock down, and Jordan can destroy the other dock. Shouldn't have a problem with that. And now, he will have a huge score lead from having won the water, and he'll be able to click up, but Barles will be able to start building TCs and booming on land. And the hulks will get cleaned up. The dock should get cleaned up too. Yeah, the fires take down that dock fairly well. And did Jordan here overinvest into water? He now has 6 fires and 3 galleys. And I know Barles is losing water. I think I actually like his position a bit more as Jordan loses the scout to a 1 HP Hulk. Oh, Jordan, that's gonna hurt if you lose your scout for free like that. Not gonna see where Barles is booming. Barles is off the water. Question is, did Jordan invest too much into water? If you wanted to fish boom, I think a 3rd dock in the back would still be the safer thing. There's a blacksmith for him, and he is up. But Barles now, he's going to have 3 TCs. 1, 2, 3 TCs. Not punished at all. Jordan walling. Will Jordan be able to use the water to his benefit well enough to overcome Barles' TCs? He's going to need fish traps to do that. Why are the Hulk sails... So the Hulk sails are bugged for this architecture. When they attack, they turn to the African architecture and become a rectangle instead of a square. It is a weird bug. But just AoE2 DE things. So, fishing and lines for Jordan. And 3 TCs for Barles. So, if there's a way for Jordan to overcome the boom of Barles, it's probably going to be with fish traps. It's going to be with Rage Forest. So vills forward for Jordan. I mean, for Barles, Jordan will scout them. Vills for Barles. Scouted by Jordan, and at least Jordan's aware of them? So if Barles were trying to go forward for a castle, Jordan would see it. And would be able to send his own vills to vill fight that. That's a big risk, though, from Barles doing the castle that far away. Versus Jordan, who can defend from here. A Byzantine's still a civ I like more than the Portuguese if we go late game. This is cute. Barles wants the bridge walled, so he used a gate so he can repair it from far enough away. But the fires won't stop him. Also, a big difference in the scene has been, at least the past couple of years, the bigger de-emphasis on team games. And it's been mostly 1v1 events. In the past, I feel the tournament scene was filled with more team games, and not quite as 1v1 focused. Yeah, our base saying soon for the 3v3 league. And will the Knights get in here? I mean, Jordan could also transport ship. He has all the water control. Finally, a scout gets a vill. There we go. That's what I've wanted to see from the scouts. So the fishing ships are down. Barles is booming. Has a castle defending one side. And Jordan making a few knights while he's booming. Byzantine knights, no bloodlines. Won't be able to get blast furnace. And TC hitting the knight. Knight has to go away. Organ guns, I don't really think are going to be that effective against Byzantines. They can go monk defense, they'll have archers into arbalests, and they should have water control too. Heavy plow, Jordan thinking of it, but preferring bowsaw. Knights are raiding Barles' eco. And Barles' hope was he'd give up the water, and boom. Jordan seems to have found the right way to punish that. I was worried Jordan maybe overinvested a bit too much into the water, but he seems fine. Hasn't had to invest into fish traps yet. Oh, Jordan, no, don't send a vill to the middle. Well, forward vill here for a workshop for Jordan. Looking to push. Bracket, I think exclamation mark BD in the Onamaru chat. Potter. So TC for Barles, trying to go for a fourth TC. Oh, brackets with an S. There we go. Nego Jama here for the bot command. So Town Watch for Barles. Organ guns, take out the knights. Don't quite die to the fires there. And lumber camp for Barles. Organ guns want to push through the gate. And a mangonel here for Jordan. Can he get a good shot on the organ guns? A good attack round. Yeah, nicely done. Gets some HP down off of two of them. And gets another good shot. Almost finishes them off. Mangonel hitting the vills. Mangonel attacking the TC. Goes down. And Barles, looking at res collected, is actually pretty far behind Jordan despite the boom. And Jordan keeping up 65 vills to 69. Lots of idle TC time for Barles and all of his TCs. And it can be maybe a bit hard to get farming space at the front of your island. When you have all these vills on your island, you need to figure out what to do with them. You can't bring them across the bridges that easily when you've lost the water. You don't have room at the front for farms because galleys can snipe them. And you go to the sides, you're maybe relying on the hunt, but in the long run, farms feel a bit more efficient. And Jordan ahead in farming on one side. Barl's splitting up. I still don't know whether splitting up on two sides or doing 2 TCs on one side is better. But the split up from Barl's maybe meant that he wasn't able to get a good defended area with farms. Jordan kept raiding with knights. Even with the castle, Barl's not really going for the food eco. Why no fish traps at the back? That is a good question. I do still think dock plus fish trap in the back instead of farms is an option. 5 fish traps at the front for Jordan. Wheelbarrow for both players. I guess you don't have the early investment and timing that you would have in a Black Forest pond. So fire hitting the organ guns. Organ guns all going down. That will escape on 2 HP, 1-0, there it goes. There's the castle, Jordan's up to imp. He should win a Trebor as the Byzantines, even downhill. Medium warships for him, just in preparation in case Barles redocks. Barles has a doubt castle over here as Jordan comes forward with a mangonel. That castle occupies the spot where previous mangonels had ran into TC fire, so Jordan should be safe there. As I say that, the tower starts to shoot the mangonel. Okay, Jordan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Pull the mangonel back. Don't lose your mangonel. Oh, the mangonel pops out. Okay, tower, castle no longer denied. But Jordan's still super far ahead to imp. I keep jinxing him. Nego Drama's gonna be in the chat, like, go swap to casting Vinch's set. Stop jinxing Jordan. Let the Onamaru players win for once. So, 4 HP left, calculated from Barles. That tower does destroy Jordan's mangonel after all. Even in the games he's winning, something just feels off. Even with the cataphract. That one's kind of over. Okay, I thought that one might have been quick. So, Imperial Age now closing in. Barl's able to click up 2. Doesn't have any water control, and against the Byzantines, you're probably not going to get that back. Dromans could come out quickly for Jordan, even though there isn't much they'd be able to hit. Maybe Barles has a chance if he can try to take gold in the middle. Ballistics, stone shaft mining, handcart, 2-man saw, all for Jordan. Mining camp for Barles, he's still trying to hold on to stone and castles. Byzantines don't have siege engineers, so they can struggle a bit against arquebus bombard cannon. That is Mangonel's trade again. Maybe Barles, he would need to kind of hold for cannon and hope he could win in late imp with cannon. And then the handcart for Barles. I'll have a castle for him too. Cataphract picking off Vils. Organ guns hit Vils. Cataphract goes down. Organ gun for Barles. Trebs attacking the castle. And there's a Droman. Can the Droman reach the castle? Not quite. Maybe he could hit the TC. And can it? Dromans have rather short range, only 12. Sometimes it can be shocking how little they can actually hit. It should be able to hit the TC though. Going for the university, no ballistics yet for Barles. Desperately trying to make something happen. Organ guns going down over here. Now's where Jordan might need to expand over here, at least with outposts. He has one outpost, but just get a bit more control over this area down at the south of his bridge, and don't give the entire coastline to Barles. I mean, if this were walled off by Jordan, as much as I think he's in a pretty dominant spot, I'd like his spot a bit more. I'm just reminded of that Viper Doubt game, where Doubt controlled all of the map, even though Viper felt like he was ahead for most of the game, and couldn't break out. Yeah, now Barles doing the outposts, I think. As much as one Byzantine outpost sees almost everything since they have the free town patrol. Jordan just completely ignoring the south. A couple of organ guns still raiding his eco in the north. Thumbering on the way can get arbalest as the Byzantines pretty easily. Is chemistry denied? Chemistry was denied. Droman's attacking the university, take it down. And this is now maybe Barles trying to make sure... We talked about Jordan's mental state in the first game. Barles making sure he can get in the right mental state for game number 5. Because what time is it in Germany right now? It's, what, almost 5 p.m.? Barles has got to be thinking, you know what? It's probably Jordan's bedtime soon. If I make him play too long, he might get tired. 1649. Yeah, that's late for Jordan, isn't it? That's got to be late for him. When those trebs hit the castle, they don't want to be downhill, but maybe that wood line traps them against the organ guns. So heavy warships, chemistry, both for Jordan. So when's the last time Jordan has actually been at a LAN event? Not as an analyst like he was at the Garrison, but as a player. Doubt was at NAC recently. I think that was Doubt's most recent LAN. Treb's attacking the castle. Was it NAC 5? Was he a player there? If he was, I don't remember him being one of the top players. Yeah, Doubt was at the Noble Apartment Cup. Jordan was not there. But it's been a while for Jordan. And this bracket, I think, Barles, Doubt, Sorakuma, the remaining players, probably his best chance to get back to one. And thank you... Oh, how do I say that name? Holebek21 for the follow? Red Bull? Which Red Bull? He wasn't at El Renato, right? Trebs now taking out the workshop. And I don't think... Now we're at the ACCM 5K score lead. I don't think Barles has any chance now, and especially not against Byzantines. So this is all about Barles just holding on to try to get himself prepared for Game 5. He can't think there's any way he wins this now. Byzantines on the water in the late game are crazy good. You even get Greek fire from Jordan. You even get Logistica for the cataphracts. Jordan has freaking cataphracts now. And these organ guns all going down. Yeah, maybe what's happening is Barles is such a big cataphract fan like the rest of us. He wants to see more of them. He says, we didn't get any Teutonic Knights in the previous game, so let us just enjoy the cataphracts. Love the Byzantines. Everyone loves the Byzantines. Everyone loves the cataphracts, right? I mean, this is the best unit in the game, the cataphract. He is foraging for Jordan. GG. And Jordan ties it up. So 2-2. So 2-2, Jordan the lead. 96 to 58 KD. economy both for Jordan and for Barles. Jordan ahead by 8k res collected. And, well, I guess the opportunity for Barles would have been that 3-minute difference to Castle Age timing, to have such a big boom on land to overcome the water difference, but didn't happen. Maybe that castle he went for could have been a 4th TC, but Jordan did a good job of pressuring with the knights on land too. Didn't let Barles go for a free boom. And from how many times I've seen winning the water, players end up losing that map. And Jordan manages to pull off both, win the water and then carry through to win the map. So top civs used for both players. This has to be Jurchens versus Romans for the last map, right? Is there a chance we get Burgundians for Flemish Militia or Celts for Men-at-Arms on Satan? And Barles? Jurchens have been played there a lot. This isn't a Britain's map, no extra hurtables. Jordan could go Shu FC War Chariots, but I imagine that's countered by Celts FC Mangonels, so that feels like a risk for him. So NAC 5 was Jordan's last land. If Barles went for the forward castle without getting deterred by the scout, he had a good chance. Yeah, that's true. It was one single scout deterring the forward castle. What's the time for Doubt versus Sorakume? They scheduled for 16 GMT, so that is 1 hour from now. I think MBL versus Running is starting right now. But we'll see. Maybe Arbesk, if you can maybe get Doubt Sorakuma trying to get started by the time this game ends. Kind of maybe draft in like 30 minutes. That could be good. So it will be Jurchens Romans. $16 GMT is not in 4 minutes. Alright, so here you have Jordan to the north as the Blue Jurchens and Barles to the south as the Red Romans. Into the Rex of Vinch Vivi. Now that might be fast. So, Barles, as the Red Romans on the lumber camp in the south, has a nice spawn with a gold right next to the forest. Jordan's map will have 2 wood lines in the back right next to each other. That's a global forest spawning next to one of his player forests. Another wood line to the right and one to the south. 3 player wood lines kind of spread out. Barles actually, weirdly enough, close enough to the edge of the map you could try to wall. Pineapple bushes, those are the berries for this map. And Rhea pushed in from Jordan. Gets that near the TC, doing very well. And 3 Javelinas to lure in. Jurchens will benefit from the longer lasting hunt. We've seen a lot of crazy build orders on this map. From Tato with the 16 Vil 0 TC Blackwood Archers, to FC Grenadiers from Wise. You had the FC Bolus Riders from Running. Here's a barracks from Barles. And one more Javelina lore for Jordan. No problem from him. I remember Jordan was one of those players back in KOTD4 when players started shooting the boars with their TC. I think it was KOTD4. But when they started doing that, he killed it several times with the TC and lost all the food. I miss those days. I think it made the boar lures more exciting. Now it's just how you get it in. It's easy. No threat to the Vil at all. So Barles heading back to the gold, and with the Romans, looks like he will be going for a man-at-arms opening. Loom on the way for him. And Jordan clicking up just a bit faster, so 19 pop versus 20 pop. There will be Loom also for Jordan. But Jordan, look at this lumber camp efficiency in the Acacia Forest. Walling the Vils in, finding a wonderful spot to keep them all safe. And he's not taking any chances now, walling them as much as he can. Javelina a bit too close to the TC for the scout to stop. That's a 25-second difference, 1 vil difference, 1 second of idle time for Jordan. Jurchens, they can go scouts. We have seen double, triple, even 5 stable scouts. 4 men-at-arms for Barles. And Jordan will have to figure out how to defend men-at-arms. And as weird as it sounds, as it might block farming space, could even be a situation where he wants the stable within range of the TC, if he indeed does go for the stable, so that he doesn't have to worry about men-at-arms destroying it. But the Romans don't have arson. They don't have arson. Double blacksmith upgrades, but no arson. So Roman spears with extra armor will be very effective against scouts. And Jordan doing the stable, not blocking a farm, but TC won't protect it. So, men-at-arms for Barles. Finding the berries, mostly unoccupied, only 2 vills that already are walled in. So Jordan doing 1 spear. The spear is to keep the scout away, so that when he engages the men-at-arms, he won't have to worry about the scout. He's adding his own scouts, and then he needs to decide what does he do with them. Does he go forward with them, or does he stay at home? Scouts can be walled out pretty easily, and then the next question for Jordan is does he go farms, or does he go for an archery range? Here's Town Watch. Early Town Watch, and the answer is archery range. Spear wants to force the scout away. Mill being repaired. A spear can come here and the vills can run, but that's a lot of damage to the mill with 4 men-at-arms. Jordan decides he'll run forward to counterattack, spear from Barles. So Jordan will wait for archers at home to clear the men-at-arms while going forward with scouts. Now he has to micro in 2 places. Barles has to be careful with his scout, he brings the spear forward. And Jordan, with no gold control, will have to be making skirms. Rough position, I think, for Jordan needing skirms. Those men-at-arms hard to deal with. Adding more scouts, sending the scouts forward. Can't fight spears. If you fight the spear, then you're not going to have HP left to kill vills. Especially since more spears can simply be queued. And there's 1 skirm. 1 skirm, is that enough to keep men-at-arms away from the mill? Probably not, but the spear, there we go. Finally something for Jordan. The spear gets a poke on the scout. 1 good poke for him. He's got his scouts forward. Skirms will eat into the food that Jordan needs for scouts. 2 skirms now. It's probably enough against the men-at-arms, and Jordan will be focusing on farms at this point. 5 scouts for Jordan as the mill goes down, but the vills will decide to run at this point. Skirms, I think he needed to focus the spear rather than the men-at-arms there. 5 scouts against a spear, 4 men-at-arms, and a scout. I don't like that fight. The spear, just missed the scout. Just in time for a game 5 hello, addictive me. And, oh, overforage on the pineapples, just noticed in time for Barles. The scouts don't get in. And Jordan, if he gets upgrades on the scouts, then forging to kill the spear is nice. Barles still quick walling vills, and he'll get the walls up. You move to the Castle Age, and Jurchens go in Step Lancers, I think will be really strong against the Romans. And Jordan needs to make the right call on managing his eco to get there. Price collected still pretty similar, but slightly ahead for the Romans. There's the blacksmith for Jordan. No double bit axe for Barles so far. That's affected his wood collection. Those pineapples look delicious. Just don't put them on your pizza. So tower for Jordan. He's deciding to put the tower on the berries. That's a lot of men-at-arms. And he didn't wall the men-at-arms out. Barles doing damage now. Jordan's gonna lose a vill. almost loses a second. Quick wall saves him, but that tower is now a waste if the men-at-arms are underneath it. Barles disengages. Where are Jordan's skirms? Jordan had sent the skirms forward. I think that was the wrong decision from Barles. I think he could have destroyed the tower. But I'm questioning the tower on the pineapple bushes rather than the wood line. Jordan now, he has the wall. He's missing a wall. He gets it. And he's forward now. Scouts killing the spears, though. That's what the skirms were supposed to be for. They go down, and Barles will be off of his berries. Off of his berries, and now with some skirms, Jordan can disrupt the farming eco. Jordan has to keep walling. Jordan might even need stone walls around his lumber camp. Oh, this map is so open. This map is crazy. Vil running to the berries has to run back. Jordan will get a Vil kill. It feels like Jordan's micro this game, while not perfect, has been much better than it has been in the previous sets as he loses the spear to the tower. But that's okay, still better. Pick the farm. The deleted farm from Barles. He needs to avoid letting the men-at-arms in. He's on gold now so he can get archers. And Jordan has to do micro in 2 places at once. His scouts standing still as the stone walls come up. Scouts still hoovering around. And Jordan will see the market from Barles, and Barles actually is getting close to going up. That Roman economy, just so efficient while Jordan's trying to deal with the men-at-arms. Barles buying food, and he's close to going up. Jordan spent so much food on scouts that haven't been able to do too much. Barles has done a great job defending his base. 1 tower between the wood and the gold. And Jordan could have maybe done something similar here with this gold. And he needs to pay attention to his walls again. And so many men-at-arms. He'll wall an archer into the gold line. And that'll keep men-at-arms away. Right now, Barles up to the castle age. Manages to click up. Jordan won't be too far behind. Won't be able to sell stone at the market. Another player with horse collar. Yeah, very hard to wall on this map. That is the point. And Jordan not going to try to pick a Vil by the TC. It feels like all of his scouts have done pretty much nothing. More men-at-arms for Barles. Barles is going to end up going long swordsman. But Jordan is up. If Barles goes long swordsman, does Jordan go grenadiers? Once Jordan gets up, he actually has a counter unit as the Jurchens to all the men-at-arms. He can go grenadiers. And that should be perfectly fine for him. Is that even in their tech tree somewhere? No, down there. Extra attack against infantry. You make 3 of them, and probably all the infantry can't attack anymore. If I'm Jordan, actually, what I'm thinking, 1, you need to scout the double stables. But 2, you need to keep searching Barles' base with your scouts to know what Barles is doing. Whether it's a boom. Men-at-arms fighting the scouts, but the scouts are going to go down. Is this a good decision from Jordan? He's going to lose all of his scouts potentially. No, he has a 2 HP scout remaining. And there is the long swordsman upgrade immediately clicked for Barles. He'll probably look for the extra armor. 3 ranges for Jordan. And is he going to go cav archers? Cav archers should all the same clean up the men-at-arms. And at least as the Jurchens, he has a way to fight infantry. This might be a good old Scorpion versus Cav Archer game, but it looks like it's Knights. Knights from Barles. And the men-at-arms are in. They're in on the wood line. Jordan needs to run those Vils. Jordan needs to run the Vils. The longswords get in. The Vils can pathfind their way out of there. There'll be another 2 dead Vils, but some get back to the TC. Despite all this chaos, it's only a 3-to-1 Eco KD. Barles certainly with a score lead and a Vil lead now. But Jordan able to camp the TC with Cav Archers. He needs to get his Vils working though. All those Knights will be picking Vils as they try to run back to the wood line. They go back to work. Hotkey is not what Jordan wants to use here. And Knights are everywhere for Barles. Everywhere in Jordan's eco. Husbandry for both of them. But Jordan has Bodkin. And once he gets another round of Cav Archers, 6 or 7 Cav Archers, he can maybe fight the Knights. He's going for the University. Does not have the stone for a TC and does not have the gold to buy stone. But the infantry is no longer a threat for the moment until Scorpions arrive. And bloodlines for Jordan. He can go forward with some cav archers. If he finds that TC, that'd be great, but not being active with the scout. So many units in the back he needs to defend against. There's bloodlines and wheelbarrow being researched for barrels. TC does go up, so second TC. Lots of the eco is still exposed. If Jordan had seen that TC a tiny bit earlier, he might have been able to stop wood income from Barles since the towered woodline at the start was out. But Jordan now losing more vills to Barles' knights. That's now a 9-1 eco KD as things are falling apart for Jordan. He's trying to do ballistics, and he's gonna have to hope that ballistics cav archers are enough for him. Knights attacking the mining camp. As Barles is pulling ahead. Jordan just can't quite keep the vills safe. Husbandry now for the cav archers. And right from the start, that man-at-arms opening, putting pressure on Jordan, who did not have the gold to do archers to defend it. Had to go for skirms, and the men-at-arms didn't really fear the skirms all that much. As knights forced away by cav archers. And archer in the midst of all the houses. We'll try to keep the knights away. 2,000 more res collected for Barles, and here it is. Here come the Scorpions, University for ballistics. And right now, Jordan doesn't have a way to fight them. He does at least, though, have a stable. So Jurchen Step Lancers, Jurchen Knights might be an op. Do they have Knights? They just have Step Lancers, right? Nope, it'll just be the Step Lancers. I think that Jordan has to do Step Lancers now. I don't think he can avoid it. Otherwise, the Scorpions kill everything and can't be stopped. Knight number is 11 Knights for Barles. Those low HP vills, no ballistics at least, but still getting hit by the Scorpions. And Jordan desperately trying to wall off his wood line. And the Knights forced away. Knights for Barles trying to break into the lumber camp. Jordan has any wood income now, just one wood line, and the Scorpions with ballistics will be lining up shots on the villagers. Barles looking to make it to the finals of this qualifier. Jordan has to delete his houses to run. The Scorpions trying to hit the vills. Okay, the vills managed to dodge. Jordan staying alive, but just barely. 41 to 64 vills. 3,000 more res collected. 12 to 3 eco KD. And the longswords still doing work for Barles. Longswords and spears going down. Scorpions pushing forward. The Knights are ready to raid under the TC soon. Yeah, he ran the vills to deny the Scorpion shots. He's looking for a wood line to raid, but there's no wood line left. Barles has nothing but a garrisoned tower for the cav archers to find. And as mobile as cav archers are on this map, I think tower defense players have learned ways to deal with cav archers, knowing they can just build the towers. Jordan is not housed anytime soon, you're right. He does have 60 population space to add units to. Chain barding armor for Barles. Jordan doing his utmost to hold on. That's a 25 vil difference. You would need one heck of a raid to turn this around. There is chain barding armor from Barles. More armor for the Knights. And Cav Archers against 4 Scorpions. If Barles engages here with the Knights, this might end the game. Taking the hill, forcing Jordan back. Jordan gets 1 Scorpion. And we'll try to take the fight. He's on level ground, not worrying about the hill. Scorpions are going down, but the Knights are pushing. But without the Scorpion support, maybe Barles not in sync with that engagement. And he loses the Scorpions, gets a few Cav Archers, but loses the Scorpions. The KD is still actually really close, but the Eco for Barles will have a 3rd TC added to it. Yeah, no siege of his own yet. More cheap Roman Scorpions. Another 4 Scorpions. For Barles, Jordan just took out a bunch of Scorpions, now there's more. He's trying to grow the Cav Archer number. Scale Guarding Armor versus Forging. TC. Could this TC be denied? Barles now up by 35 Vils almost. And the Scorpion will have the hill. Vil goes down to the Cav Archers. And now Jordan wants to raid, but again, nothing really here for him to raid. Maybe that lumber camp down there. That tower is still being useful for Barles, even though there's nothing for it to defend. Jordan will just search through here. I think those Vils are dead. Well, TC denied. Vils are dead. At the back, though, Knights getting in. Jordan not fully walled back here either. He's losing more Vils. Not enough Cav Archers there to defend that. Vils on the gold mine don't even know where they're running to. Scorpions now forward for Barles as Jordan's trying to micro at home. He's fighting at the front. There'll be a castle for Barles. That'll be successful on some more wood. Yeah, Grenadiers probably at the start wouldn't have been able to fight the Knights. Barles able to go up so much more quickly with the Roman Eco compared to the Georgian Eco. Didn't play the Scouts Mirror that Jordan probably wanted with the Civ matchup. It's open Men-at-Arms, and once Jordan makes a couple of mistakes, letting the mill get destroyed, having a few Vils in the wrong places getting picked off, not having archers to fight, only having skirms because there is no gold, it all kind of adds up. It adds up very quickly. And we've seen Jordan this entire Castle Age doing what he can to try to raid with Cav Archers, try to make something happen. And he's equaled up the Eco KD, just about, 20 to 19. But that's with Barles having so much more production from 3 TCs, defensive castle, farming space. That's what that castle defends, the farming space. Now a handcart even. Barles getting a handcart when Jordan doesn't even have a wheelbarrow. Jordan saving for the forward castle. Maybe he has one last-ditch YOLO castle in him. The Scorpions forcing him off of gold. Cav Archers forward, fighting Knights. Cav Archers here, hit by the Scorpions. Jordan not paying attention to these Cav Archers. They will die to Scorpions. He's trying to clean the back of his base again. Trying to get any more raid he can. That TC does go up. 43 to 85 Vils. 19 to 26k resources collected. And Jordan doing a second TC. Well, he's not going to boom his way out of this. Unfortunately for him, Barles forward with a castle. Jordan looking at the score, seeing it's only 1k, hoping that there's some way for him. Hoping that 33 Cav Archers can cause something to happen. Some type of push that's good. And gold mining, stone mining there. Barles an upgrade from a mining camp in the middle of nowhere. Gonna have 2 TCs. So somehow Jordan's still in the... I don't know. He's going for a rocket cart. I guess the Romans don't have a great way to fight this many cav archers. That's gonna be 700 food, 600 gold for barrels. Well, maybe they can fight if Jordan runs under TCs. Yeah, Jordan only needs to kill 50 vills, then he'll be down 3 vills. Make 200 skirms. They don't have Bracer, though. So Scorpion's still pushing Jordan away. Does not have a melee unit for dealing with Scorpions. Just trying to deal with a rocket cart. And that'll be Imperial Age for Barls. Scorpion's down. Outpostville killed. And is this GG from Jordan once he sees Barls hit Imp? Jordan must be playing hectically. Nope, it's GG right now. And Barls will advance to the finals tomorrow, where he will face the winner of Doubt versus Sorokuma. GG. And Jordan gave it a good run. It felt like something was off today from Jordan. Felt like he just wasn't there with the speed he needed for his micro. Now, that first game felt off. This game, he couldn't deal with the men-at-arms pressure. Tried to go scouts into an immediate range. No archers for him. Skirms didn't really threaten the men-at-arms. Didn't do any forward damage with the scouts. So, GG. And Barls will win 3-2. So what are we going to do now? It's a win for Barls on Satan. And that's Romans over Jurchens. Maybe he should have gone Britons. Maybe what Jordan needed was Britons on Valle de Selva. And then Teutons for Satan. Alright, so we have 2 things that are going to happen yet. Okay, looks like Doubt didn't respond. I was ready for that to be at 15 GMT, then it was changed. So looks like we have MBL running also going on right now. It's the only live set, so we'll jump into that. Looks like running won the Islands map against MBL. So I do want to focus on Doubt next, because that Celia is in Onamaru. Neither running nor MBL is. But we can start and cast a game from this set. And it'll be same map but different civs. MBL will be the Magyars, he'll be in blue. Running will be in red as the Mongols. And update the stream title. Now, MBL, very close set against Kasva yesterday. Running one in game 1. And here we are on Satan again. So, forward militia into men-at-arms with a Vil from running. No gold taken from MBL, so it looks like it was planning on a Magyar Scouts opening from him. And we might again... I feel that men-at-arms have been more effective than Scouts on this map. So what's this going to be? 4 men-at-arms. Mongols up rather quickly. Haslim on the Vil. That's 17 Vils. Looks like the Scout was lost. Maybe ran into the TC. No Scout even damage done to MBL's Scout. Threatening to have a full HP Magyar Scout. And forward archery range from running. Isn't this just Arabia? I think it's a lot more open than Arabia. Arabia these days on the ladder is a full wall. Men-at-arms attacking the stable. This is what I was saying the other day, where I felt like maybe Jordan could have even put the stable under the TC in case Men-at-arms attacked it. If running does 1 archer here, does the stable go down? He has a spear on the way forward. I know he's up fast, but Arson. He clicks Arson. MBL going to fight with everything. The spear gets forward, maybe just in time. Men-at-Arms will... MBL went 3 spears with the Magyars against Men-at-Arms. The Magyar scout is almost dead. That was awful for MBL. The archer will stop the Vil from repairing. MBL, so now his only recourse is to go forward with scouts. Running has to make sure he's walled and doesn't take damage. Get some spears out defensively. Another spear forward. So MBL, desperate to repair against an archer, doing his own tower to defend the stable. There'll be a forward tower from running outside the range. That keeps the stable alive. And running will decide, let's do a tower elsewhere. Nope, he goes back towards it. And now he needs to be quick-walled. He needs to be walled. And running didn't bother to wall. MBL might lose scouts in a fight, though. Loses 1 scout. Running won't even... Oh, actually, will not have to run the Vil. MBL doesn't kill anything there. Spear comes over. Ooh, that was a risk from running, but doesn't take damage. Now, MBL off of his pineapple bushes. Is running going to go up 2-0 over MBL? Running's an arena clown. Why is he playing a water map for game 1 and now an open, more open than Arabia map for game 2 and winning? MBL rushing the tower with Vils, but can't with the Men-at-Arms and spears there. Archers forward for running. And Vils can hop into the TC. How did running win the first game? We didn't see that. That was during the previous set, so we just hopped into the live game. But the map was the Islands map, Fernando de Noronha. I'll check the Civ drafts after this one finishes. We can at least see the Civs. Only one on closed maps? Well, water map certainly is not closed, and nor is this one where he's had an amazing opening. Up by 200 resources collected. MBL finding ways to hold. 4-1 KD. Hasn't killed a Vil yet. But almost destroyed that stable. Vil from running. Back on the tree. MBL up by 1 Vil thanks to some idle time on the TC from running. And maybe now you think Arson could have been a mistake if he didn't actually destroy the stable fully. It's what, FC 1 water? Oh, nice pickoff from MBL. Or not. Or not. MBL has to defend his woodline at that same moment. Running gets 2 Vils. MBL running back to the woodline. That's not where he needs to run. 3 Vils down. Okay, so MBL went from almost picking a Vil to losing 3 of his own in an instant. Blacksmith for him, still doesn't have fletching. Running, doing what he can to deny wood. No gold for MBL. Spear is in the back, still to deal with scouts. As I think MBL finally gets a weak Vil. Magyar scouts are strong. The spears can't pathfind through the pineapples properly. So forward buildings do mean it's a bit difficult to defend. MBL's wood line is completely idled by the tower. His other wood line he's trying to micro to hold. He's microing the scouts at the front, doing fletching. And running still only 200 res ahead. He can destroy a farm with Men-at-Arms. That is some AoE too. And 17 military to 9. Mongol's death ball, as you call it. I'll get behind the wood line now. Can the Men-at-Arms snake their way through? Yep, they can. MBL has to go skirms. So full skirms from MBL. And running has to decide, does he stay full feudal, add stables for scouts, or does he go up? And he's trying to do more farms. And running into the TC, that's not where he wants to be running. Loses some units to the TC. I was thinking of probably microing a spear against the scouts, but that brings MBL right back into the game if he can lure running into the TC. If running 3 more units there, the KD flips around. MBL now doing armor. This Arabia? Hello, Bazi. Might as well be Arabia. Arabia, but better. Let's call it. Without walling. Vil goes down to the archers. Scout's still around. Vil's picked off. MVL now has lost 5 Vils. And he could lose more. Scouts here, so yes, it is a stable from where's oh, a very forward stable for running. I thought he'd do the stable at home, but no, that is about as forward as you can get with a stable. 3-minute arms still. They do have arson. And MBL off of this wood again. Foraging for running. Scouts at the skirms. And MBL going towards his 3rd wood line. Going towards the 3rd wood line. Skirms here fighting the archers. Archers hit a spear. Tower hitting Vils on the wood line. The Vils are all very weak. MBL could start losing Vils to that tower. Right now, he's lucky that it's spreading damage among all of them. And he's reduced to hiding near the TC. Now running up by 1k resources collected. And running is about to go up 2-0 over MBL. He has to hold on to this. I don't see MBL coming back. If running can see that wood line. MBL trying to go scout skirm. Running needs to keep the skirms away, focus the spears. MBL still trying to take a fight with the TC. MBL adding farms out there. Bloodlines for running. Everything's a mess for MBL. What's running's eco look like? He's got 19 farms. He's got bloodlines. He has no eco upgrades. So if I'm running right now, I'm thinking do my eco upgrades, add in a second stable with MBL being this open and making all the skirms, and then just go double stable scouts. Need armor, eco upgrades, then the second stable with a few more farms. Or you could go Castle Age. Probably lots of ways to do it. Scouts diving. And now the Men-at-Arms find the wood line. Men-at-Arms picked off by Vils. MBL still holding on with skirms. That res collected lead is getting better and better for running as he's fighting idling Vils on the farms. Spear goes down, idling Vils on the wood line. MBL calls the GG, and running runs up the score 2-0. On the verge maybe of sweeping MBL? Now running, a player who's never been to a proper large primary AoE2 LAN, probably has been to LANs himself in Germany or smaller events. But 2-0 over MBL. And this should be an MBL map. This is the map where maybe MBL not familiar with the map pool all that much, but certainly should be able to play the super open map against a clown player. So this is the previous draft. I had Degao, Tato. When is that starting? 27 minutes. Okay, I was asked to stream Degao versus Tato next, so that would be after this. But anyway, you met running in London in the British Museum. I think I've met running before. So Vala de Selva will be the next map. We'll grab these drafts. This will be MBL's final home map. And let's check this off. So this, and then Degao Tato next. And then maybe we do Rex of Doubt Sorokuma at the end. So that's Fernando de Noronha, won by running. And running still has Coast Arena, which is the map you'd think he's most favored on. So we just saw the civs. That was Mongols over Magyars. And game 1 was Saracens over Huns. Valle de Selva will be Khmer and Britons. I should probably add the brackets command to my chat too. I don't know if it'll double up the brackets though. I'll try that between sets. Alright, so... I need to change the map name. Where are we? Too many buttons for me to press. Alright, here we are. Game number 3, running. The clown player looking to sweep MBL, running as the Britons. He'll be playing the Red Britons. What could be more appropriate? Maybe that was Jordan's problem. He was the blue Teutons, needed to be red to unlock their campaign magic. But it'll be Red Britons for running with all of the extra capybaras on the map. And he will instantly be doing a barracks. MBL didn't scout it. MBL will be the blue Khmer. Hopping in the houses is great on this map. If anything, I feel like doing the insta-drush against the Khmer is maybe the worst civ to do it against. Both patches of barriers are forward, but the golds are in the back for MBL. Resources more evenly spread around the TC for running. He will have a back gold. Oh yeah, I definitely met running at the garrison. Definitely. Sebastian Niaz will start in 25 minutes. Well, I think we're going to cast Degao Tato. So, Tapir taken out by MBL under the TC. Got a good lure in. You gotta be rooting for running to get a sweep here then in order to cast that on time. MBL scouting around the sides. And maybe the downside for running is he's been so focused on this drush and the aggression that he hasn't actually been scouting around for capybaras. Maybe he'll grab 2 of them as MBL brings them in. That'll be good for him to lame. But the Britons want their capybaras. They want their happy capybaras. And here comes the drush. No loom for MBL. No loom for MBL. And he can hop in the house as the Khmer. So that was what I said. I don't like this against the Khmer. They just hop in the houses. And now he has to be careful of MBL walling him in. And there's instant loom for MBL. So at least it is disrupting the Dark Age, forcing the loom. He'll get a couple more capybaras over. MBL doing as much scouting as he can. But the golds and the berries close enough to the TC that you can, for the most part, defend. And yeah, that's what I was worried about. The trap from MBL with the gate, and he should be able to clean up the militia now. Has to hop in and out of the houses. But it's a bit of idle time. Running ahead by around 100 res collected now, but he wasn't scouting for capybaras. And didn't get much accomplished with it. Now, if MBL didn't do the house near the lumber camp, if he had done a house as part of a wall at the front, then yeah, that drush probably kills a Vil at least. But if Running's trying to drush FC, kind of tricky to play Britons against Khmer, since the Khmer have +1 range on the Scorpions. Oh, and Low Elo Legion, thank you for the sub to the Onamaru channel. Here's Loom for running.
Ready.
Yeah, I think Tripta has been adding some emotes to that channel. He was trying to show them off the other day. I think he's still testing some new ones. And finally some more capybaras. Hold in for running. Back to the TC. What is the proper math behind the drush? How many militias are needed to score an eco kill? Now, the drush is more about idling eco. The drush is more about seeing that 200 res collected difference between running and MBL, and buying running time that his eco is set up smoothly, while MBL has to panic and wall and fight. You love to kill villagers in the drush, because that is extra efficient very early on. Not necessary, though. Sometimes just a bunch of idle time will do it. Many years ago, the 3 militia drush was all the rage. You would long-distance mine 10 gold and make 3 militia. These days, players have figured out how to skip the mill in the build order, do an earlier barracks, and go for a 2 militia drush. So, in some ways, hits earlier so you do more damage, and less of an investment because you do 1 less militia. And there's running up to feudal first. MBL could fast castle as the Chimera. Remember, he doesn't need any buildings. And he probably will have the resources to click up immediately. Running with a stable and a blacksmith. We're going to see Britain Knights. Chat, we're going to see Britain Knights. This, I mean, if running had a lot of capybaras, that might do it. Remove the oh, Sci-Fly. Yeah, Sci-Fly in the chat. He's an old school speedrunner. They changed the Celt militia speed at some point in the Dark Age, so his speedrun times will be different in William Wallace. And running has to be careful now of the scout. Got some good hits while it was still feudal versus Dark Age. We'll try to push in the deer. MBL, maybe will he push the deer himself, or will he just be... He's just going to disrupt the deer push. My people are picking Britons. This map is Britons all for the capybaras. And at the very least, running is pushing deer rather than scouting. He did scout a lot of the map. So Castle Age for running. So Britons have a good enough eco with the cheap TCs that they can add in a lot of farms for knights and still not fall behind in TCs. And also the early food eco helps them out. So if they're going 3 TCs, they still get an extra maybe 5 or 6 farms from the wood savings. Stable from MBL. Did he scout the stable? MBL scout? Hello? Yes, he did scout the stable. Did scout the stable. And that might lead to an instant monastery from him. It'll only be around 40 seconds difference in uptiming.
Ready.
MBL is trying to debate Vils to attack.
Mandatum.
Yeah, initial knights for the Britons is pretty strong. It doesn't really scale late game into cap, though. Even mid-game knights with your eco is still good, but that's more true back in AOC. These days with all the new civs and crazy eco bonuses.
Mandatum.
Not really. And, okay, MBL still forward with the scout. Low HP. Running has to run away from the TC. He's going to go for a siege workshop. Knight forward. Remember, you can't wall out knights. The rock terrain runs directly into the heart of your base. And running will need to bring some spears back, but has the workshop forward. Will need to do his own knight to defend. Can wall the lumber camp in, but the knight getting in on the berries. MBL will try to get a Vil, and yes, he manages to block. And there we go, scout kill. MBL scout is down. And running will go for the forward workshop and try to pressure MBL. The Khmer, slightly ahead in eco right now. Still, I think the Civ probably better suited for this type of build. Oh, nice trap with the quick wall from running. That knight on 8 HP will escape the TC fire, though. And running might need to do the pikeman upgrade if this is what he's going for. Pikeman versus knights. Sometimes I feel that spears are more effective against knights than pikemen are. And a ram push! Okay, running playing this like he's playing arena. Running, walling himself, and he's going to go for a siege push, maybe add monks. He's got 2 on food. We have to see a monastery for him, right? They don't have redemption, they don't have atonement, so they have horrible monks. But against the stable, it has to be monks, right? So MBL sees what's going on, and he's going to try to slip out to the side. He wants to slip out to the side and have a sneak eco that won't be seen by running, and maybe even do a TC out there, but he only gets 1 Vil out. Doing his own workshop, and he has a second TC. So second TC in the back for MBL, running taking a score lead. Now if running runs over here and sees the Vils, that'd be great, and he's almost there. Doesn't scout it, though. Doesn't scout it. And there's no way running defends the Mangonel from Knights, right? MBL's not... defends the Mangonel from Knights. MBL's not engaging. Oh, and running. He was so close to scouting that. He was a tile away. No attack ground for the Knights. Running needs to use the spears. But can't save the Mangonel. Gets a Knight, though. Gets 2 Knights. That's... If he gets a hit on the Mangonel here, he decides, does he dive the TC? There's no fletching on the TC. Market for running. Forward market. He'll need to sell his stone. MBL going 3 TC boom. Selling the stone. So this is the type of game running wants to play, though. We know he's the arena clown. Maybe you don't want to do Mangonel micro against MBL?
Yay.
Needs to be active with the scout. I think that's the most important thing for running. Keeping track of MBL, knowing that he's going for the extra TCs. He sees the second TC. But I think MBL feels comfortable in this situation.
Ready.
So Vil repairing the Mangonel. Knights need to dodge. Scout goes down. I don't know if that was a Mangonel or a TC shot. But we get 4 Briton Knights.
Mandatum.
The ram push needs to be repaired. 1 HP left, 1 HP. But the Knights are in. The Mangonels are shooting their own Knights. Oh, that was horrible for running all of a sudden. He Mangonel'd his own Knights. The TC is going down to the Mangonel fire. MBL will need to repair. He gets a Scorpion out. Mangonels... The Scorpions will actually outrange the Mangonels. We lost a couple of Knights there for running. No blacksmith upgrades. Floating a bit of wood. Running has 0 on food. Running doesn't need food. He needs a way to defend the Knights. He's doing the monastery, but the monastery is maybe a bit late. Maybe a bit late. He still doesn't have the pikeman upgrade. Remember, pikeman used to be more expensive. It's cheaper now. Somehow he's defending the Mangonels with Knights. MBL, lucky his golds were in the back, but he mined one of the golds. I think MBL has enough Knights he can take a fight. There aren't any monks out.
Mandatum.
And he's sending all of his Vils to repair the Mangonel. I'll trade... All 3 Mangonels will be cleared. The Mangonel goes down for MBL. But MBL now 43 to 36 Vils. And I don't think the monastery is in time for running. I think he needed the monastery earlier. He saw MBL had the stable and was going Knights. And maybe Britain's not the civ if he wants to go for the monk rush on this map. I think this is GG now. MBL 3 TC boom, destroyed all the Mangonels, and yeah, running agrees. So MBL will take a game. Needs to pull a reverse sweep. Uh, 19 to 10 KD for MBL. 1k more res collected too. I like the strategy. I don't know if Britons are the civ to pull it off with. And still a couple of small things. I don't know if it would have mattered if running saw the Vils heading out to the side, but that did give MBL more gold access. If MBL doesn't get out to that gold, running still would have had the option of seeing the gold is so limited inside of the base that MBL finished one of his golds, and running could have moved the pressure over here to hit this gold. And how the map spawned, resources actually were pretty far away on this side for MBL. So I had to go a long ways to find the gold. We started when it was 1-0. We casted game 2. And let's see, we still have time before Degao Tato starts. And game 4... Monta Pasquale. Japanese Koreans. So 2 home maps for running left, and he needs to win one of them, saving Coast Arena potentially for game 5. And that was, what civ was that? Khmer over Britons. And swapping into the game. Here we are. MBL, blue Japanese to the west, running. Red Koreans to the east. MBL has looked maybe a bit shaky in his preparation for some of the maps. Running, I know Running will have practiced. And if there's one map that is so crazy, Running will have a great map advantage on due to practice, even though it's not really his style of arena clown map, has to be this one. Has to be our Pilgrims-esque Monte Pasquale. So Running will head to the mainland for his TC, as the Koreans has options to tower the coastline. MBL, as the Japanese, will stay on his starting island for his TC. It's a nomad start. You start with a transport, so you can transport and put your TC wherever you want. Opening dock for MBL will be an amazing dock, adjacent to a deep fish there, so this is exactly what you want as the Japanese. Why does the samurai keep checking their sword in the animation? I don't know. It's a weird animation. Has not developed the concept of object permanence and needs to make sure his sword is still there. You think MBL is dead already, Chomsky? You think MBL is gonna be beached like this whale? Or this whale? So, on this map, in the south, cracked terrain, lots of predators there. I'm still waiting for someone to grab their spear, run them to the side, and wolf rush the edge. We'll have a lot of stone on islands around the map, pretty even island spawn. We've seen some players who transport to the middle islands for a dock. There are whales in the ocean too, 4 total whales. 1 near the island of each player, 2 more out near the top of the map. Has MBL played this map before? I don't know. Did he play it against Kasva? He had an absolutely crazy game on Pantanal for Game 5 against Kasva that he somehow survived. Was Feudal Age without a TC against Kasva in the Castle Age. Want to see someone pick Magyars on this map to Vil fight all the... Yeah, pick Magyars, do your starting TC up here. That would be... You'd be like 10 Vils down by the time you walked there, but it would be fun. Why Magyars? Because they one-hit kill the Jaguars or the Predators. I'm still waiting for someone to pick Armenians for the Dark Age Spear. You just litter the Jaguars across the beach and wait for your enemy to transport. Then enjoy watching Vil corpses appear in the fog of war. I've seen different approaches. Usually the games are 1 player on an island and 1 player on the mainland, which is awesome to see the different priorities and strategy. We've seen a few games where both players take the island and they become pure water maps. And I did see 1 game where both players went to the mainland. I'm still not sure which approach is best. You certainly do get the faster TC and better eco lead, and faster feudal time from the island. And Gatucci, thank you for the follow. But the map control of being here is so crucial. And one strategy is to win the water, mine stone, and then castle drop the mainland. But the Japanese with Samurai, not necessarily the best unique unit for that. And the Koreans would have guard tower anyway by the time MBL tries to come to the mainland. What Running won't have immediately is stone access though, and that could be a problem for him. He would need to come up and fight the Jaguars for stone. Maybe he'd go to this island early on for stone before MBL wins water. Does it explode after a certain time? It does not. Yeah, Running's another one of these islands touching the edge of the map. I don't particularly like that, and I'm not sure why it does that, so I'll need to go do some debugging. Very rare, but now it's the second game today when it's happened. Should be able to TC on the mainland the moment he reaches Castle Age. Well, he does have some fills on the mainland. And now it's up to Running. What does he scout? He's actually up to Feudal the same time as MBL. But down in Res Collected. Now, that'll happen to him, especially against someone who's going for a Japanese fish boom. And he needs to Capybara block the Javelina, so he can bring the Loomless Vil into the TC. Maybe block with one of the Vils on the lumber camp, too. He's pretty close, he'll get there. As long as his Vil's... Oh, look at that Vil zigzagging in the perfect block.
Yeah?
And where's MBL going? Okay, he's going to a wood line. For a second, he scared me. I thought he was going to walk up here and lose his Vils to Jaguars. That'd be one heck of a way to lose a set. But he's on the mainland and he's doing a barracks. So MBL has a plan. That's what I was kind of expecting from running, the barracks and the pressure on land. It'll be much easier for running to defend. And as the Koreans, he will have the instant armor from the blacksmith as soon as he gets feudal, if it becomes an archer war. And he delete the transport so that island Vils feel trapped. What? Why does he not have a transport ship? Maybe he was housed and just wanted the housing space? Market blacksmith from running, so running's gonna FC? Running's not gonna fight for the water at all. He's going to fast castle. Yeah, that's true. MBL, how the heck did he kill a transport in the... I guess with a dock garrison. Alright. Well, running doesn't need the transport. Is this a wreck? Nope, this is live, Mr. Junior Hope. This is very live. Now we can't go back. So mining camp for running. The militia threw their clubs at the boat. Now that must be it. Maybe the militia have ranged attacks now. TC shouldn't one-shot it, though. We check... Well, here comes some men-at-arms... Oh, TC, speaking of TC's killing things. Well, running knows what's happening now. Japanese men-at-arms. I guess that's no surprise. I guess it does kind of look like maybe the TC killed it. You have to leave it there for a while. And... Oh, the relic wall! The relic wall! Oh, thank you. Thank you for the sub.
Well, brave Rodrigo. Face the knight afoot.
Castle Age for running. Three shots to kill? Well, depends on the number of Vils inside, right? I don't know if all the Vils would garrison at once. So here's some dock pressure with Hulks. But running straight into galleys and dock fire, I don't think that accomplishes much for running. MBL's gonna have a fish boom. These are Japanese fishing ships too. They're not going down all that easily. I don't know if MBL will think to transport to the islands for docks and more efficient fishing. But there's MBL doing a market, running up to the Castle Age. MBL 1k more resources collected. No towers or anything. Running sold stone. And why did he sell stone? What is he going to do? He's doing turtle ships. Oh my, is running just FC turtle ships? And win the water with turtle ships? We've been talking about how FC is the play on water. Is this a complete debate going for the mainland? That he just wants turtle ships? He'll do a monk, he'll grab a relic. And, oh yeah, the relic's part of his wall. I was looking for where's the final relic, it's there. But the men-at-arms are in, but they're against a Fire Lancer. And a Castle Age Fire Lancer, yeah, they're countered by swordsmen, but running can defend with Fire Lancers on land. He's got turtle ships on the sea. MBL's up to the Castle Age with Feudal Age Navy against turtle ships. Feudal Age Navy against turtle ships. Well, if there's something that'll kill Japanese fishing ships, it has to be the turtle ships. With these turtle ships, running will send all of these Japanese ships to the bottom of the sea. Even has a couple of Hulks left over, denying the dock. Running with turtle ships. He's got a third one. What does MBL do against this? The Fire Lancers are on their way forward. MBL amassing as many men-at-arms as he can. He'll be going men-at-arms against Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers with their charge attack raiding the Vils. That's a Vil killed. MBL with a huge res collected lead, but he's microing on the water, hasn't noticed the Vils yet. Finally ungarrisons the men-at-arms. He's gonna lose another Vil. Running pulls back the Fire Lancer. MBL trying to keep his navy safe, but he's sailing into a dead end. Chased by 3 turtle ships. These things are slow. Oh, they're not chasing him down there though. There's a 4th turtle ship. A 5th turtle ship. 5 turtle ships. MBL running all of his fish to the whale. He's taken off of gold from the Fire Lancers. He has to do medium warships. Remember, he doesn't have a TC here. If running could maybe make an archery range and do 4 crossbowmen with Bodkin, he'd kill everything on land. If he could do a workshop and 1 scorpion, he's just going Fire Lancers. It'll be a monk defense, though, from MBL. Japanese have good monks. And maybe this is enough ships for MBL to win the water? Maybe running made a few too many turtle ships and should have focused a bit more on land, because MBL has enough navy now that he can beat the turtle ships. That's 2 turtle ships down already. And MBL will get a TC. And he missed the opportunity to corner MBL's navy. And he's just sailing around with turtle ships now. Running will get another TC. They could have done more damage. They're so slow, though. They could never really find the navy to trap it. They haven't really killed fishing ships. The fishing ships were able to run away. Running has been fishing this whole time, though, which has been good for him. But he'll get another TC. And still continue pushing. Now, Japanese monks much better than the Korean monks. No redemption or atonement and no heresy. So MBL does have the option to go atonement and go monk defense now. Vil down. Running still has 6 fishing ships, just hiding in the dock. Oh, demo? MBL going full demos against the turtle ships. Does that work? Maybe? A bit? Another demo from the side. What is running doing? The turtle ships are just sailing into nowhere. He's gonna lose 5 turtle ships. That will kind of obscure the score a bit, because MBL will have a huge score from that. And MBL still has gold from the whales on water. MBL may be struggling a bit for wood. Turtles maybe needed a bit of patrolling there. Monks converting Vils. 38 to 35 Vils suddenly becomes 40 to 35 with the conversions. Japanese cav archers from MBL. Running needs to heal the monk. Running needs to heal the monk. He gets a conversion. Gets a conversion. He's healing. He's healing, and the cav archer will win the fight and get another kill on a cav archer. The monk micro from the clown. Running. Korean monks. The turtle ships didn't work. Maybe the monks will. Just sending the fishing ship to get as much gold off the whale, prevent MBL from taking it. Run is getting a TC. He's getting a TC in the north, taking the land here. He could take stone soon. He needs to think about guard towers, maybe. Buying food. Is food what he needs? I think he needs maybe guard tower. Start surrounding MBL with towers. So 3 TCs to 2. Don't know if running actually has the food to sustain that, though. And yes, he is indeed doing a mining camp on stone. So now the question is towers or a castle drop? I think you start doing towers because they come in quicker and you see the workshop already up. Running could also play simply for holding the top of the hill, but he has to be careful that the water player has a higher score. And MBL does have stone access on the islands, if he's aware of it. That's maybe a big if. Ooh, that TC is ripe for towers. And I think atonement is the play for MBL. Because right now running actually needs a tower up here. Sanctity for running. But monks can only do so much when you don't have upgrades. Monks don't stop the mangonel. Running, doing some of his own Korean cav archers. They have a wood discount. They will die hard to Japanese cav archers, though. I have no idea who's winning this. Running did another turtle ship. That feels like a waste. I almost feel if Running did no turtle ships and just went one archery range, you would have killed MBL. But this map is very tricky. And I don't think you go war wagons here against Japanese cav archers and monks. But he will be with light cav on the hill, trying to fight the monks. Nice mangonel shot from MBL, but good conversions on the cav archers. As the fire lancers will come in as a couple of monks go down. The monks going down for MBL, the monks are dying, the fire lancers are there. Korean fire lancers, Running knows the best unit in the game from Red Bull. The monks on the hill with Sanctity don't get killed by the mangonel. Running, going for more stone. Is it greedy to wait for the castle instead of dropping towers? Running's going to drop towers. That'll keep MBL off of this wood line. And Running could play a wood control game with Korean towers. Immediately gets guard tower, doing fletching for the tower for more range. He's doing more turtle ships. I feel like they've been very ineffective, but he doesn't want to give up the water completely. So turtle ship time it is for Running. Running takes a score lead. Bill count 69 to 52. MBL only 8 fishing ships. And there's the tower on the wood line. And MBL, who managed to survive against Kasva, could be eliminated here by Running. And this is the bracket with Tato. Tato to Gao is the set we'll cast next. Running will face the winner of that set if he finishes off MBL in this game. Monks could convert more cav archers here, but Running now he has stone access, and he will send his entire village to raise a guard tower in front of the TC. Monks want conversions. They can't convert the mangonels. They don't have redemption. How does that guard tower have so little percent complete on it? Oh, was it blocked by a capybara somehow? What? Wait, what just happened there? The Vil couldn't build that. What? Did the mangonel kill a capybara that fell on top of the tower and it stopped? Okay, we'll need to look at the wreck for that later. It was around 28 minutes. MBL still no atonement. That tower, well, remember when Running had a Vil lead? The capybara is betraying Running. Wheelbarrow for MBL. MBL, not much gold control too on the beach. So the kind of two timers here, wood control and gold control, where the whales also will run out. 2,000 food on the whales. Are the turtle ships actually winning the water now? Has MBL given up on water to the point turtle ships are winning? Well, if MBL doesn't take water, he's giving up on all the stone and gold that was basically his. This turtle ship needs to fight properly. So much for running to micro now. MBL going for a ram push. Ballistics on the way for MBL. Defensive workshop for Running as MBL retakes the score lead. If that tower had just gone up, and the capybara somehow stopped it. Market goes down for Running as MBL pushing. But cav archers is starting to get into the eco, trying to micro get down on mangonel, but they have to run away. Meanwhile, more cav archers behind the wood line. Running does have ballistics and bodkin for them. These are cheap Korean cav archers that do get the free armor upgrade. MBL himself still doesn't have bloodlines, but there's ballistics. So, market for Running. Ram push, but this TC isn't really that important for Running right now. It is in front of the relics, though. He will garrison the tower to shoot CA. It's all about the hill and the wood control, though, less so the beach. And MBL 63 fills to 67. Still has 5 fishing ships, but they're in a dock doing nothing. No more action on the water, as that cav archer mass is deadly, but also, if towers go up properly, shouldn't be able to push running. Running trying to hold the hill. More vills going down to the cav archers. MBL now has the gold on the beach. Running is going to need another market at the top of the map. Running also has to worry about all those Black Panthers. You might just want to send some cav archers to clean the rest of the predators so they don't kill his vills later. Is Running saving for a castle? A castle drop would be crazy, because right now MBL does not have any stone. And wouldn't be able to do anything to stop it. Maybe this is crazy, but what if Running just decided to reinvest on water so he could take the stone? Ensure MBL never got stone and then never got a castle. Monk Micro is so crucial here that Running gets conversions. Cav archers from atop the hill can snipe the mangonel, perhaps. They dodge the shot and get the mangonel down. Running making a push with the keeps. MBL can't push not with the keeps, the guard towers. MBL can't push the guard towers. I don't know what's happening here. MBL with a good ram push, he's gonna pick up relics. This is where we double check if the players selected relic victory or not in the lobby. Which they shouldn't have. Running's gonna be gonna lose all the houses, gonna be badly housed. Needs to start throwing up more houses. Just wants to pick monks as much as he can. Go for conversions, go for rocket carts. Rocket carts to give him more room with the hills and the towers. Hills picked off by the cav archers. Towers keep coming forward. Javelinas are there in the middle. And Mangonel goes down to rocket carts. Monasteries keep crumbling from Running. Double monastery from MBL? Running should see that. Oh, Running needs town watch. I'll see the monastery foundation anyway. The Rams on the shoreline. As MBL still has a score lead, but it feels like Running's pushing him back and taking the map control. Mangonels clearing each other. Rocket cart going down to Mangonel shots. There'll be another guard tower here from Running as the monks push forward. Mangonel could hit the monks. We'll garrison in the tower. Why not use the Rams to stop the tower push? Because Rams can't push when there are rocket carts behind the towers. At least not all that well. MBL would need a way to hit the rocket cart too. And Running might even need a couple more of them. Yeah, here's exactly what you wanted to see. The Rams against the towers. And the rocket cart trying to defend. And those villas just saying, let's try the tower, why not? And that's 2 Rams down. Another rocket cart out, a 3rd Ram down, a 4th Ram down. And the Rams can't do the job. Running, he's inside the tower, wants another tower still. Wants another tower still. Maybe has to delete the foundation on 13 HP. MBL still trying to push with Mangonels. MBL now maybe gonna run out of gold soon. He still has some gold tiles, but cav archers will be raiding his remaining wood vills. He might be running out of wood soon. Look at all of the towers from Running. 2 resources he needs, gold and wood. He doesn't have any more wood access. He's using the small forests on the beach. Running, securing the hill, pushing MBL back. Pushing MBL off of Brazil, both in the map and in ruining his chances to get to the land if he wins this game. Rocket carts hitting the vills. MBL's gonna lose everything here. Rocket cart shots, killing villagers. Yeah, MBL didn't go to the islands for stone, never got a castle. Rocket cart's going down. MBL still hanging on by a thread, still somehow has a score lead. Running just wants more towers. Well, Korean towers saved MBL against Kosva. They'll doom him against running. His TC might be destroyed by towers soon. MBL finding anywhere where he can just do a TC. Part of me says running maybe wants architecture, murder holes, arrow slits, some upgrades for the towers. But his eco certainly is at the limit. He's got 81 vills, MBL only on 60. As running now takes the score lead. That also puts MBL on the clock, as it'll be about 45 minutes left in the game. Just over 90 minutes is when the score victory would happen. And now running has a castle. How many vills is he sending? 30 villagers! 30 vills for a castle on the hill with the remaining wood. And he still has stone for another castle after this one. So if MBL brings his entire army to stop that, running could castle the other side. Running doing more guard towers. More guard towers. Vil goes down to the rocket cart. Running, he's got 85 vills and 30 of them are doing a castle. And now after the castle he can do more towers. He has war wagon production now. Now the Japanese cav archers will have +2 attack against the war wagons. But I think they'll still lose to them. What a masterpiece game from running. The turtle ships, did they eventually kind of work, even though the first 5 died? Oh, but that's how far ahead he was. He lost 5 turtle ships. And still took the mainland. And how many towers does he have now if Capture Age can zoom out? We have 16 guard towers. "17 guard towers." And how does MBL still have the score lead? Still has more resources collected. Alright, here come final towers. No more wood spots left for MBL. He's gonna lose the relics too. What does he have over here? Towers cover these woods. This is out of his control. There's nothing left. He's YOLOing vills. The war wagon's there. The other tower covers this. Running needs to garrison. There's so much going on for running to micro. But he's just about to pull it off. Somehow it's only a 10 eco unit difference still. MPL, to his credit, has kept his TCs running. And he has another ram push prepared. Another ram push. There are no melee units now for running, but Vils are melee units, and he's gonna send the Vils to fight the rams. As MPL still somehow has a huge score lead. Running, pushing with the rocket cart. And what's crazy about the map is that water gives you a ton of score. And MBL, he finally realized he can take the islands. MBL might not be dead yet. MBL might not be dead. He might be able to castle drop. He might be able to castle drop. He's got 27 Vils on wood somehow. Over here, out on these tiny islands taking the wood. And there you go, Upseong, extra range, +2 range on all of these Korean towers. So now they're in the Castle Age, and they have 12 range. They'll get one more from Bracer and Imp, but that means the Japanese are going to have to basically go Trebs to stop that. They don't have Siege Rams. The only thing they would have is Catapulto Trebs, and maybe one blind spot from running, not securing the wood on the right side of the beach. And letting MBL grab that gold and those few clumps of trees. That's a TC down, as running wants more towers, trying to get more map control. He finally does take a score lead. Monks go down. MBL cannot safely go Imp. He does not have a safe TC for Imp. No, he does not. He does have the pop lead. Some of it's in fishing ships and navy still, though. Ships are expensive, and they will help prop up the score. And somehow that Ranganel didn't die. That Kamyuk villager repairs. So workshop down, Manganel's rocket carts for running, still pushing MBL off of these little wood lines. MBL also has 3 relics. So as much as running, he's doing the main things he needs to do, but there are a few little things, like towers on the sides, keeping track of the vills, not quite getting done. I was running so low on gold. He's focusing on the stone. I think that's how. He's focusing on the stone. Pops are still the same, 111 each. Time for some 11s. And there we go, MBL. He's finally getting a castle drop running. Not controlling these woodlines with his towers. Will let MBL get a castle. And MBL, if he sells a lot of food, could be looking at Imp soon. He would probably need to do a TC on his starting island again to research Imp. But he's almost there. He's also not taking the gold from the whales. So maybe not playing the map properly, not realizing they're there. He's going to be down to 1 TC soon. Running still on 2. Running could even maybe use another TC somewhere. And there's Imp. There's Imp from MBL. So if Running ever goes for a rocket cart push on this TC, he might deny Imp. Which he is attacking the TC with towers and war wagons now. So this is now... Does Running destroy the TC fast enough to stop MBL from getting Imp? Because if MBL gets Imp, he has the one way the Japanese can destroy all these towers. He gets access to Trebs. The MBL still has a chance. MBL doing gold and stone mining. He still has a chance here. He still has the relics. Rocket cart's chasing his vills on the beach. He has, 80 vills? Running has 110. Running has no food. He's not up to Imp. MBL finally remembering to transport to take the stone on the islands. How much wood is on Running's island? That MBL could take this too. MBL could take that too. There's 4,000 wood on Running's island. So there's still wood out on the islands. MBL running out of map control. That Bill survives. And when he gets up, Brace or a heavy cav archer? Options for him? He's gonna run out of gold soon, though. A few samurai. Attacking towers. Running might even need to think about murder holes then. I mean, still tower upgrades, arrow slits, murder holes, masonry he can do in the Castle Age to strengthen the towers. He's picking up relics, though. Picking up relics, he'll grab one. Doesn't have all that many farms. Only 18 farmers. And the lack of food could be a problem for him. More ranges. And there's MBL up to Imp. Running has to be scared now. Running has to be scared. MBL getting another castle. And if MBL runs out of gold and forgets that there are whales on the map, that might be enough for Running. There's a Mangonel hit. Skirm's killing the knights. MBL maybe waking up. Needs to find a way to deal with the towers, though. The Japanese not a civ that deals well with this many towers. And we're around an hour into the game. And remember, the winner of this will face the winner of Tato Dogao, which we'll cast next. I thought, oh, maybe this is the final game 20 minutes ago. Running still holding on. The score is so close. But the water gives you extra score if it goes late. Yeah, we just checked. There's around 4,000 wood left on Running's island. But, I mean, Running isn't on the island. MBL could go there. And here come the Trebs. Here come the Trebs. Running still with more vills. Running himself feels like he's maybe not taking enough wood. Where are all of his vills going? Where is Running sending his vills? He has the stone for castles. Where is he sending them? What is running doing with these vills? Another forward castle from MBL. Oh, he's raiding the gold though. Running, getting a raid on the mining camp? The ram could destroy the mining camp. MBL gonna be losing vills. Where are Running's vills going? They need a lumber camp. Oh, the Trebs are pushing. MBL's gonna get wood again. And this is again the score victory situation. Running needs to make sure he deletes the castles without letting them get trebbed. MBL moving everywhere he can just to find any bit of resource he can. He can't go in. He's close to going imp. Maybe Running needs to sell stone and buy food and go imp. And then just get Bracer. I mean, he gets imp. All these guard towers become keeps. It would actually be super valuable for him. And then he can do Bombard Cannon to stop the Trebs. And there's imp. That's exactly what he's doing. Buying his way up to imp. Still has a ton of stone. But it's going to be a while. He needs a university at the top of the hill. And it's going to need to be Bombard Cannon against Treb. It'll have to be keep Bombard Cannon. So scores flip again as MBL takes the score lead. Yeah, Running was never imp. I think lots of little mistakes from Running on this game, letting MBL get back. A couple of towers not in the right spots. He's trying to control all of the wood, but MBL, as long as he has wood, he's not dead. He doesn't need all the wood, he just needs some type of wood. And that's what he's managed to have, just enough for Trebs. Running 6k more resources collected. Needs to protect the imp TC. A couple of knights in the stable, as MBL is going to try to do watchtowers. 0 gold. Now Running, actually he came around, that's interesting, he came around the back of the castles. Stopped MBL from taking gold. But the problem for MBL is he still has gold. He just needs a dock here and a dock here, and he has Japanese fishing ships and 2,000 gold in those whales on the water. MBL actually should win this game if he realizes he has gold. Our Japanese tower is still crazy. You need to research Yasama, though. And something tells me MBL might not be thinking of that unique tech. Katapuruto, probably the more important one. Running still trying to tower everything. Problem is he has lots of ranged units and can't destroy Trebs with ranged units. So MBL now 7 Trebs. Fire Lancers would die pretty hard to Samurai. Running up to Imp. And Running... immediately realizes he needs a university for chemistry. He needs a university, maybe another workshop up here. But as soon as he gets the Bombard Cannon, then he can stop the Trebs. I mean, he wants a lot. He's floating res. He needs Bracer for the towers now. There you go. Chemistry and Bracer. And at the university, he still thinks he's missing Treadmill Crane, Murder Holes, Architecture, Arrow Slits for the towers. The towers still could be better. So, MBL still with the score lead. Losing a lot of vills under the TC. He's down to 76 vills. Running still has 120. And Running, he definitely has the better map position, right? Like, he should still win from this position. MBL doing a dock, vills on a transport. Will he realize the whales are there? I don't think fishing ships ever auto-task from fish to whales, so you actually have to realize that they're there. And he has, like, infinite res in the quarter? I wouldn't say infinite. He has 6,000 gold. He's actually mined all of the stone. So actually, MBL has more stone access right now. And losing most of the towers means that MBL can deploy his army better. I mean, it's about Bombard Cannon now, I think, for Running. Can he get cannon? Can he afford siege engineers with the cannon? And then he'll be okay to fight Trebs. Is there a time limit? 1 hour 30. And it's a score victory at 1 hour 30. As MBL going to be losing some Trebs to some Korean Knights. Korean Knights, no murder holes on that tower. But a couple of Trebs go down. There was a stable over here for Running. And Running now pushing. But has to be careful of those Trebs. Hits the tower but wants to run his Treb. Has to be Let's hope that doesn't get one shot. He's good. And what is that? That is a bombard cannon. That is a bombard cannon. Knights and Imp. He needs a melee unit to stop Trebs. MBL doing more TCs. Samurai raiding the vills. Those vills need to go garrison. Rams over here ramming stuff still. MBL taking more stone on the island. My Knights over Fire Lancer. He doesn't want to fight Samurai with the Fire Lancers. There's a cannon. And maybe the Bombard Cannon is the answer running needs. He's closing the score again. Okay, tower goes down. Running, don't lose your cannon to vills. Running, don't lose your cannon to the castle. No, running. Running the cannon into the castle. He's not finding ways to spend his resources. He has 1 siege workshop and 1,500 gold, and he needs bombard cannon. With knights, though, he's fighting the vills of MBL. MBL still... He's realized it. He's realized he has the whale. He's docked the whale. MBL has found his gold. He's found his gold. But the cannon... I don't see a way to stop cannon. More cav archers from running. Those sheep Korean cav archers. As he's pushing MBL off of the hill. And if for some reason running needs to get back on the water, he should be able to. He takes the score lead. Koreans are a great late game naval civ. And he's pushing MBL back. Pushing the castle. Oh, no, running. Don't give MBL score by putting your cannon into castle fire. Samurai running notices. He tries to get the cannon away. 1 samurai down. Remember, the samurai have a little zoom attack now. Will that cannon be repaired? It's repaired in time. The samurai are dying. Running fine over here. Oh, so much is happening on this map. Feels like running is pushing. MBL running out of wood again. Maybe thankful to have gold. 3-2 relics also in favor of running. As he can treb the lumber camps. That's maybe the secret now. Treb the lumber camps. What wood is left out here? MBL has taken all of the wood on these islands. Hasn't moved over to Running's island. That's the rest of the wood. And MBL, he's going to lose vills over here. 58 vills and they're dying. Here come the samurai. Bombard cannon maybe could try for an attack round, but Korean cav archers are on the hill. MBL has to run back. This is MBL's last treb defense, but he's running into the cannon. He snipes off the cannon with a treb. Trying to make it happen still. There's a treb down. Another one very low on HP. The cannon shot will destroy that treb. The samurais are pushing. The samurais are pushing. It's only skirms for running. MBL might even win this fight, but running destroys the castle, and with a parting shot from the treb, will he hit this treb? No, he won't. No, he won't. Trebs are very inaccurate. Arrow slits now for running, realizing he still needs tower upgrades. How many towers does he have? He's got 13 keeps. And MBL calls the GG. Running will emerge victorious. MBL did everything he could to hold on there. What's that T90 calls him? The cockroach of AoE, he never dies. He had the KD lead even. A few mistakes from running throughout this game. Lost 5 turtle ships for basically nothing early on. Struggled to go imp. But he will run his way into the finals, and his reward will be facing the winner of Tato versus Dagao, a set I thought we'd be able to cast the start of that, but running pushed this game. Let's just go hop right into Tato versus Dagao, see where they are. See where Tato versus Dagao are. And let's spectate this. They are in game number 1 on Satao. That game could be over. We're 16 minutes into it. But this is a bracket. I don't know what shape Tato's going to be in. He looked really good against Leary. But he can play like a top player. He can also get eliminated early. And Tato versus Dagao. And what civs are they? They're going to be Maya versus Jurchins. And we'll hop into their game number 1. So let me just update the draft there. Update the title and everything. And here we are. We'll have Dagao as the red Jurchens to the west, and Tato as the blue Maya to the east, getting caught up to live time. And they will face running. So this is actually Dagao with a really good chance. So we just watched the end of MBL Running. Running emerged victorious. He will face the winner of these two tomorrow in a best-of-7 finals. Game number 1 will catch up to live time here. This is Satan. And fletching for Tato. As Eagles and Archers try to break through, Skirms chase them away. So Scouts, Skirms against Men-at-Arms Archers. Eagles Archers, actually. Oh, holes in that wood line. Look at Tato just pouring through those holes. That was amazing. In the back, full walls from Tato. You can be full walled until suddenly you aren't, and then the Scouts do damage. No upgrades on the Scouts yet for Dagao. Tato pushing the front with his Archers, Eagles. Now these two have played games against each other, I don't even know for how many years. Old school AoE 2 players. Why are the colors swapped? Oh, because I need to swap the overlay, thank you. Oh. My bad. I need to click a button. And Andre, thank you for the follow. As we're just about caught up to lifetime, maybe. There were 16 minutes into this game, which, as far as this map is concerned, is kind of a long game. Dagao trying to mine stone, trying to go Cav Archers. Cav Archers usually effective against the Eagles. As he chases the crossbow army down from Tato, and we'll corner that. Has a few step lancers that Tato finds as we get caught up to live time. There we are. And thank you, Carlos, for the follow. So, Dagao, probably the number 1 player from Brazil right now. Not sure who number 2 is. I think that's a pretty open question, but number 1, I think safe to say Dagao. Looking to qualify for the Brazil LAN and also the more South American players, or the more Latin American players, I should say, who win in the first 2 international qualifiers, the more it opens the field for the Latin American qualifier, Monday and Tuesday. You and your 900 elo certainly are up there. That's how I feel sometimes, even though I'm like 1900 usually. So in the back, University for Tato, he has ballistics. And 52 to 58 vills, Tato slightly ahead. The Maya will have cheap crossbows and Tato wants to raid. A couple of weak vills on the wood line, but Dagao can garrison the TC. It'll be very hard to find wood on this map. And as the game goes on, you have to move down into these low pits filled with cracked terrain downhill. Crossbows killing the Cav Archers. And crossbows all go down. To the north, we had a raid, another raid, but no wood line left to raid. Tato trying to get underneath the tower. He's going to run into some skirms, though. Feudal skirms, so he'll get away. And that's now a 10 to 5 Eco KD lead in favor of Tato. Skirms here will push back the crossbows. And another TC for Tato, but Dagao is there with Step Lancers. He needs to realize it. There he goes, he needs to Pathfind. Tato trying to wall the vills, not gonna work. Extra hard to wall against the range of Step Lancers. And oh, that is so painful. All the vills are gonna go down. That's 4 vill losses for Tato. And Dagao will pull back from the TC, but denying a TC, forcing Tato to relocate. Another wood line on the edge of the map, so Tato's still hunting out there for wood. More vills popping out from the TC, Dagao saturating a wood line. Now they have to start moving out, finding more places to chop wood. 10 vill lead for Tato, extra TC for him too. The Maya will have a much cheaper army with their crossbows. Jurchen unit should be a bit stronger with Cav Archers. but tricky to take fights when Tato can camp hills. They like the step Lancers. The Lancers are absurd when they get Vills, and there's another Vill. What's that? Another couple of kills. That's now evened up the Vill KD now, 10 to 10. Dogao has the better overall KD, but Tato pretty far ahead in the resources he's collected. Has more crossbows, and this is a fight Dogao needs to see immediately and run. He can't win this fight, and the closer Tato gets, the better. He has ballistics, and Dogao could lose all the cav archers. He needs to flank and dodge and split and dance his way away. That's the type of fight, if you're like 900 elo, and you don't know how to micro properly, all the cav archers die. But there Dogao manages to get away. That was almost a disaster from him, but he notices in time. Horse Collar and Town Watch for Dogao. Town Watch crucial for seeing where all the crossbowmen are on this map. Doing the university, he wants ballistics. Did running? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Running did indeed win.
何种命令？ 喂？
I love the outpost from Dogao, but Tato sees it with a crossbow. Goes up anyway. So Town Watch outpost, he'll see if Tato expands to that stone now. And he's checking the stones on the map. Wanting to see if Tato maybe thinks about plumes. Tato actually is on stone for a bit. And mobility of the cav archers is great as long as you don't have to take a losing fight. And he's going to try to pick Vills. Still down in Vills. Tower defense will still be annoying. And Tato diving under towers himself. Crossbowman just tanking some tower fire there. Ballistics just about finished for Dogao. And he has to do more towers just to try to hold this. They lose a couple of Vills in the process. Tato losing a crossbow there to the cav archers as the tower goes up. And now with ballistics, he can hit hit the crossbowman a bit better. Crossbow's going down.
何种命令？
And there'll be a siege workshop for Dogao as Thumb Ring comes in for Tato. Tato with a bowl of archer units is always dangerous.
准备就绪。
A bowl of archer units. A plate full of archer units. However he serves them, they're dangerous. And Thumb Ring Leather Archer Armor just finishing. And he's being very careful to keep that group of crossbowmen alive. Also remember the hill, or the cliff serves as a hill bonus, only in one direction. When you're uphill shooting over the cliff, you get a bonus. Same as a hill bonus. So cav archers from Dogao, the crossbowmen from Tato are split up, and this is an interesting fight for Dogao as he's microing at the back, and Dogao might be losing two fights at once. He's adding in a scorpion, but has to pull back with the cav archers. The Maya are so numerous in their numbers. It's hard to fight that many crossbowmen with cav archers. It's more about being evasive and avoiding the fights, usually, and Dogao feels like, seeing those numbers, he has to go into skirms. And in that transition, Tato will come forward for a castle. TC in the gold pit for Dogao. Cav archers taking down the crossbows. And this is finally a good fight for Dogao. But while he takes that fight, the castle goes up on his face, and Tato expands the Vill lead, now up by 22 Vills. Bit sloppy from Tato. He had some important things going on, though. Also, I gotta give this Maya castle. This is one of the best new castles they added. High points for architectural design. Looks amazing. And now, plumed archers. Plumed archers from Tato. Dogao getting a nice raid. Dogao has been getting great raids, denying TCs left and right. But you have to be able to play through that on this map. You're going to take losses, and you have to figure out how to keep your eco running even despite losses. Dogao's still trying to get away with the cav archers. TC taking out some archers here. And thank you, Mon Suchman, for the follow. And not enough skirms. The skirms not numerous in their numbers, as I'm sure the chat would enjoy. Going down to the more numerous crossbowmen. And elite skirm also from Tato. Tato not going to have that single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms. Will kill the Gal's forward cav archers. And now, almost a 2k score lead. Things are starting to look better and better for Tato as the Gal's struggling for wood. Archers take out a Vil rocket cart from Dagao. And okay, there's a good rocket cart shot. That's what Dagao needs. Yeah, 6k res more, 7k res more almost. Dagao trying to do an extra TC, trying to get up to 4, but Tato already there. He'll try to wall in the crossbows. There's no hole on that wood line for them to escape, so he'll wall them in. The skirms will force them away. Meanwhile, ram push from Tato. Pushing this cracked terrain TC, that'll go down quickly. Oh yeah, that'll go down really quickly. He's even repairing the rams, or rocket carts there trying to defend. This might be close. One more ram, that's enough Vils repairing. Tato will lose the ram push. He'll lose the ram push. TC will stay up. Crossbowman over here going down to skirms. And Imperial Age for Tato. Ram push at this point is kind of pointless. Well, it does keep Dagao tied up. At this point, though, it's probably Imp as soon as Dagao sees Tato hit. Or probably GG as soon as Dagao sees Tato hit Imp. Ram gonna push the archery range. Feels killed by skirms. And he'll have a castle up for Dagao. And Plumed Archer on the hill. Watchtower for one plume. And Tato making the eagle switch. So he sees all of the skirms, and he's prepared to go eagles, even showing the eagles. Squire's Eagle Warrior wants to get that castle. Another nice hill for the castle. And then iron casting for Tato. Couple of Igalos hoovering out of those barracks, getting into the ram. Maya going rams. This takes me back. This takes me back to 2015. You've seen Britons, Celts, Teutons picked. Now we're seeing the Maya going rams. Ghost Lake, is that you? Yes. Who was that? It was that Saps, I think, talking about Maya Ghost Lake siege rams. So Dagao, there's the GG. And Tato goes up 1-0. But honestly, I think mentally you gotta look at this map and not be too upset over a loss. It's a very tough map to play. Things will snowball quickly. And he held on for a while there. Mid-Castle Age, if the Maya survive there, and they get to their crossbow mass, that's what they want to do. So let me go grab their drafts now. As they set up game number 2. Oh, Arbase just messaged me saying he's going to play his own tournament set. Let's hope nothing breaks. So, good luck to Arbase. He can alt-tab an admin while playing his games, I'm sure. And Amazonia will be game number 2, and I hope you like skirms. because it'll be Vietnamese versus Byzantines. Our base will call an admin re if he's losing in minute 20. Can our base admin himself in his own tournament? So we'll have 45 seconds left. Tato leading 1-0 until we get into Vietnamese versus Byzantines on Amazonia. Reminder also, these are 2 Onimaru players. Go give the Onimaru Twitch stream a follow. Try to build up some followers there before we have the LAN this summer in Sao Paulo. We're at, what, 1773 followers. Closing in on 2K. We had, I think, 900 some odd followers before the qualifiers started, so we've nearly doubled that already. And Tato's home maps are amazing. He's got Festa da Plovra, and he has our islands map where Tato is a very good water map player. It's summer for me when I travel to then get to Brazil in the winter. Thank you, Indian Gamer, for the follow. So here we are with Dagao as the red Byzantines to the southwest against Tato as the blue Vietnamese to the northeast. Is there a pattern for what the Civ colors are in the draft? I think it's based on the expansion / DLC when they were released. I think they're grouped by expansion. So Dagao won't be the biggest trip for him. He gets to stay in Brazil if he gets to travel. Tato would be flying in from Spain. How wintry is winter in Brazil? That's a good question. Anyone in chat, what do I need to pack with me to go to Sao Paulo in July? Red Bull in Spain the other year was great in Cordoba in October. That was so warm. That was beautiful. So, islands start with bridges connecting to the mainland. You can find capybaras on each riverbank, lure the javelinas in across the bridges, bring them into the TC. And Manilaman, thank you for the follow. Doc for Tato, he's luring in his javelina too. Dagao very far forward with the scout, potentially looking for those capybaras. Scout there from Tato will block the javelina. And Ray is here out by the dock. We'll hoover around a bit as that javelina gets some bites on the Vil. I have 1, 2, and 3 shots from the TC, taking that down. How did I like Spain? I didn't visit anywhere else other than the train from the airport in Madrid. But it was absolutely beautiful when I was there. We had an Airbnb in downtown Cordoba that overlooked the cathedral / mosque that was lit up at night. It was amazing. And I was very careful not to get sunburned, too. I learned my lesson from Hidden Cup. So, front docks from both players. Of all the maps, this is one that I think, before we get to the LAN, I might want to tweak just a bit. I haven't seen anyone going for the back dock. At first, we worried maybe the back dock fish boom would be insanely strong, but no one's really gone for it. And at the same time, it's been kind of boomy, with players walling the sides and booming. So maybe I want to change the resources up a bit, move them a bit forward. Although I do kind of like the bridge aspect and having walled bridges. Yeah, Tantron saw my sunburn. That was rough. And Matt GPT and PreviCA, thank you for the follow. For the follows. So Loom for Tato, and he's just about ready to go up. And we'll see, will he go for a second dock, or will he ignore water? I've seen different approaches to how strong players want to win water on this map. against the Byzantines, I think it's hard for the Vietnamese to win against the faster firing fire ships. You certainly can overinvest into water and then find yourself behind. And Ville's heading over to build a lumber camp out here for Tato. We'll have lots of papaya trees and lots of hunt over here on the riverbank. You can comment on other results, sure. We have a bunch of live sets, and I don't think there's any stopping that. If you have faster firing fire ships, you should also have faster hulking hulks. I don't think anyone has a faster hulking hulk. Wait, what do you call that? A faster grappling hulk? Faster galleon galleys? The Saracens have those. So, okay, Sorokuma Doubt's going to be very competitive. That's going to be for facing Barles. So Degao also heading out to the other riverbank. He's adding in his second dock. Tato will scout that. The Ville does have loom. And Tato can't go for the Ville here because Degao can garrison the dock and shoot the scout. Yeah, the scout's not going to win that. Something players are going to have to get used to, the dock arrows. A couple months ago, Tato micros the scout, and it's a battle between Degao to quick wall the Ville, and Tato with the feudal scout to stop the dock, but here, garrisoning the dock, no problem. Well, the Catan's extra forging does apply to hulks. I don't know if there's any other civ with a hulk bonus. So Degao trying to pick up more capybaras. A couple of javelinas in the middle. I've never seen anyone lure them. At the start, we thought maybe I had extra javelinas there and thought maybe it was too much food, so I removed them. Turns out no one used them anyway. So extra capybaras picked up by the scout. And Degao not finishing the house. Has to be careful not to be housed now. No dock to garrison near this Ville, but a nice little forest he can use to wall her in. And can now chase Tato away. Has the HP advantage on his scout from that dock shot earlier. Tato moving forward on the water. Degao making 3 fire galleys against the Hulk opening. Byzantines wanting their fires. Remember, Hulks counter fires. And nice opening from Tato, anticipating the Byzantine fire opening from Degao. That's true, Hulks would also benefit from the free forging of the Magyars. Tato clearing the Caimans, I guess he just doesn't want to accidentally right-click them. Tato not liking the wildlife on the Amazon River. Dock being hulked as a fire comes in. Couple of fires out for Tato. And now, Hulk plus fire combo from Degao, able to push Tato back from the dock. Downside of Hulks is weak to arrow fire, so docks fend them off pretty well. The faster smashing Hulk, I like that. Although, it's not supposed to smash, it's supposed to board the ship and grapple. So, wheelbarrow now, Degao. Getting the Rhea pushed into the TC. Lots of capybaras underneath. Galleys don't counter Hulks that well. It feels like in the feudal age, before you get fletching, the Hulk still can run down the galleys. I think the problem there is just that you need a good number of galleys, and that they're very dependent on having enough of them with fletching out to destroy the Hulks fast enough. So full walls from Degao as Tato will attack with the scout, and on the sides, walling up, we have a market from Tato, blacksmith, and a few houses. Thank you, Real98 for the follow. Oh, scout goes down. Nice job from Degao. Getting the pick off with the Ville and rewalling with the house. Tato selling food, stone, wood, buying food, and selling wood. And here he is up to the Castle Age. Seems to be all Galley Hulk. Or Fire Hulk. That's also because of the civs. That's Dagao trying to advantage the Byzantine attack speed boost for their fires. Their fires fire faster. And Castle Age clicked for both players, Tato up around 30 seconds faster. Yeah, galleys destroying fishing ships more slowly hurts a lot. Hulk's now pushing the fires. I'd be pretty interested in seeing a 4v4 team game migration on the new water, just to see how it affects everything. Before, that was one of the most interesting maps, because there were many different strats you could go for, in terms of fast feudals or sneaking to the pockets to kill fish. I'm afraid it might be a bit more limited now. Gold mining for Dagao, and Tato's still holding on the water. Actually, more ships. Interesting fight from Dagao, going for the dock with the fires and splitting up the hulks. Forging for Tato. So Hulk versus Hulk, that doesn't matter. Melee armor still cancels it out, but Hulk versus fire, it does matter. And Tato with an archery range. So he saw that Dagao was walled. Dagao maybe needs to house wall if he wants to keep out crossbows, or even stonewall the very edge, in case the ships push through. To the bottom right bridge, that is walled fully. Another archery range for Tato. And medium warship bowsaw forging, all clicked for Tato. As Dagao up to the Castle Age. Bowsaw, medium warships both. And Abaxoth, thank you for the follow. Dock here for Dagao. And how is this fight gonna go? Medium warship just about in for Dagao. His garrison, is that a demo? I know we're watching Tato, but I think this is Dagao winning this. He's got Byzantine fires in there. I can't even tell what's going on. I should select it, and the HP bar is much higher for Dagao. There we go. Intuition is correct. Imagine how hard it is for the players to be able to judge that fight when they can't do that and can only select their own units. So TC from Dagao, TC from Tato, both on the northwestern side of the riverbank, and that is a Vietnamese push Fire Lancer Cav Archer. Now the Byzantines, I think, can struggle to deal with Fire Lancers until they get to Cataphract. Vietnamese are a civ on land that I think matches up very well against the Byzantines. One of the few that does, in terms of their late-game army composition. If it goes imp, they do have siege engineers, so their bombard cannon will have extra range, and Dagao is forced to house wall to keep everything out. Surprised Tato didn't engage. I think the problem with engaging there for Tato while he had the advantage was Dagao then pulls his ships back, and Tato takes dock fire while Dagao is getting the upgrade. And Tato doesn't also... Maybe you can tell by the uptiming, but he doesn't know exactly when Dagao is going to get his upgrades. So both players 1 TC on each side of the river. Tato even chopping through the wood line. Another TC for Dagao. As fire ships take out the fishing ships. And these hulks are gonna go down. Hulk's attempting to counter the fires, but not numerous enough. And now Tato off the water completely. And he's going to have to hope that the land push he's doing is enough to overcome the slight fishing advantage Dagao will have. 9 fishing ships all forward, but very far from the docks. Not many fish left. Tato himself had been fishing for a while. And that's actually 48 to 51 land villagers. As stone mining comes in. Like the new flags on palisade walls. That might be a bit much, because then you'd see them repeated everywhere. Maybe they could have Civ-specific flags that are a bit different. Yeah, you're right, the Palisades do look the same for everyone. There's always that issue when you're playing Rage Forest and you need to delete Palisades and you have one of these middle Palisades and you can't tell the player to whom it belongs. And outpost from Dagao. Remember, Dagao did lose to Lewis last week in a set where both players made tons of outposts. Byzantines with the free Town Watch and Town Patrol, plus 8 line of sight immediately for the outposts. 2 of them seize the entire riverbank. And he's going to think about walling Tato in. Tato will see that. He will see that. And with a monk can react to it. So Tato himself with Town Watch. You haven't seen a garrisoned ram? Well, if a garrisoned ram gets converted, it loses the flag because the units get ejected. Then it should change for the other player. Same with a building. I guess the transport ship is the only one that maintains units when converted. How does the Gao even get outposts there? Now that's the one thing I love about the outpost meta that we've been seeing, is that they can end up everywhere. You don't even know how the Vils get there sometimes. They just get there and there are outposts. There's a monastery from Tato. He's picking up the relics on this side of the river. That'll be 2 for him. And he's actually trying to get back on the water. He's amassed a ton of hulks to try to fight the Byzantines. The guy not even doing any war galleys, just focusing on the fire ships he has. Do you transport the enemy units? Yes, you do. You can delete the transports to kill them. You can hide the transport in the corner of the map to waste more pop space for them. You can even garrison your own units in the transport and have both your units and the enemy units in a transport at once. As Tato pushing under the dock, as the Gal will get a defensive castle on land, Tato just enough hulks this time. Had been completely cleaned off of the water, but just amassed hulks from a single dock. And maybe, just maybe there's enough? Not quite. Not quite. As the war hulks get pushed back. And we'll have a castle going up for Dagao. Monastery for him. He picked up a relic. Fire Lancers, and now it's going to be Cataphract versus Fire Lancers. Cataphracts will wreck Fire Lancers until you get to the Imperial Age if you end up with Elite Fire Lancer versus Castle Age Cataphract, where Cataphract is far more expensive to upgrade. And Imperial Age will be in first. Cheap Imperial Age for the Byzantines as Dagao clicks his way up. Castle in the south as Tato continues pushing his way across this riverbank. But the outpost from Dagao will spot that. War Hulk taken down as a Mangonel comes forward. And Mangonel almost Mangonels his own ships. That is a hard thing to Mangonel, your own ships. Dromans can be devastating. They can be. Instant Dromans as the siege ship for the Byzantines. And maybe a mistake from Tato. Maybe that castle needed to be a few tiles over to this side, just so that Dromans wouldn't range it. If anyone can measure 12 tiles, what's that? 9 range. That is very, very close on the border to whether or not Dromans hit it. But since you're building your eco in the corners for the most part, river control doesn't range it all that well. Yeah, Hulks can board Mangonels. Tato almost close to clicking up himself, but whenever he does, he'll be far behind Dagao. Tato has a John Slow eco. And fires out from the docks, fires to counter the war galleys from Dagao. And all of a sudden, Tato pushing on the water, but Bracer, Ballistics, Crossbow, Conscription, all the imp upgrades for Dagao. Tato pushing on land too. Veil counts are still even after that imp. And Dagao needs to throw down archery ranges, doesn't really have any presence in the south. This is what I worry about on the map, one player controlling 3/4 of the land on the outside. Just like Doubt did against Viper and being able to hold on even without the water. So no Galleon upgrade, just Bracer. But that'll probably be enough for Dagao. As Tato's fortifying his position with those castles, clicking up to imp himself now. Dagao adding some hulks, but not on the Dromans. Not on the ships the Byzantines perhaps really want to make. That castle from Tato completely safe from the river. As the hulks will push forward and get underneath the fires, underneath the docks. Ten archers push forward. Start picking off vills. We'll have elite skirm from Tato. And siege workshop from Dagao too. Skirm hit by the castle. Treb attacking the castle. Heavy warship, padded archer armor, and heavy plow all on the way. And now Dagao firmly in control of the water. But has to deal with late game Vietnamese on land. And this is where I don't like the Byzantines all that much. Yeah, they have cheaper skirms, but the Vietnamese have better skirms. Rattan archers can be tricky for the Byzantines to deal with, because dealing with them involves dealing with imp skirms too. And then bombard cannon will be better with siege engineers for the Vietnamese. And I don't think, despite the water control and the score lead, that Dagao is completely safe here. Tato has been behind the whole game, but he hasn't been killed with the boom. And again, Rattan archers skirms from Tato. Skirms from Dagao, so he is getting skirms out. Chemistry thumb ring. Upgrading them fully. Needs the arbor, but otherwise... Fully upgraded Byzantine skirms against Imperial skirms from Tato. Dagao also housed 165 pop space. Needs to add houses. Looks like he's realizing that, doing it on the edge of the map. Pushing with Trebs. Downhill though from Tato. Tato getting another hill castle. Once Tato gets chemistry, he can get his own cannon out. And it shouldn't be too hard for Tato. Needs a bit more food, but to afford siege engineers then. Tato pushing in the south. Treb ready to hit the TC. Skirm's not going to do much damage to Trebs or to Rams. No military here for Dagao. Trying to do a cannon. Don't think that comes out in time. And since he doesn't have the full armor, Rattan archers and imp skirms will clean up these skirms. Tato is pushing still. Dagao may be pushing a bit in the north with crossbowmen, but Tato fortified with castles. Tato gonna lose his castle. Now if the game goes long, there is gold in the middle of the riverbank on each side, but then you have to go to the gold in the middle where water control will matter again. Tato deleted his own TC. That makes sense if he wants to use the select all TCs button and send vills across the and avoid sending vills across the bridges. So actually kind of makes sense he deleted it. I don't think Dagao destroyed that unless I missed it. So fortified wall, Byzantine fortified wall for Dagao. Man, if you've seen all the Fat Slob games on Black Forest, we need to give Fat Slob some bridges. Look at this. Now, I don't know if Dagao's played the campaigns, but he's sure catching on pretty quickly. So now Tato with the southeast side of the river. Dagao pushing on the northwestern side. Tato's still managing to hold with cannon. It worries me if Tato can get enough cannon. He has siege engineers that he can push this. Just needs to be able to destroy maybe one Treb and he can repair the castle. This is Dagao needs to keep his military so far forward that he can keep the cannon away from his Trebs, but when he does that, he runs into the castle. The castle has bracer, and he also runs into cannon shots. And oh, that Treb so close it goes down. Treb goes down. And guilds now for Dagao as Tato takes the score lead and prepares for the long game. Treb's all being destroyed by the cannon. Skirm's pushed back. Two-man saw, eco upgrades, gold shaft mining. Dagao also thinking of a cav switch, which the Byzantines without bloodlines and without blast furnace don't do all that well. Also not the play here for Dagao. Not really as the Byzantines. Missing enough upgrades. And the Vietnamese then simply could go Halb. So, Dagao, one more cannon here, that goes down. Tato clears this. 2-2 relics, no one took the relic in the middle. And Dagao on both sides being pushed on land. We kind of saw this in that Stark game against Lewis, where he was the Armenians but couldn't figure out a unit composition to push the Britons despite having the water control and despite having perhaps more land control initially. Yeah, and he can't win the Imp Skirm versus Elite Skirm push. Yeah, the one really good civ against this that we'd seen was Magyars, depending on the situation, where Magyar Hussar plus Cow Archers that don't die can kind of outlast it. But I think that's very situation dependent. Nice cannon hit. And what does Dagao do from here? He's in the middle mining the gold. One thing I've seen on this map, I feel players are maybe reluctant to use transport ships. I feel that transporting to the island, getting behind the walls could be nice. You could maybe go for Hussar raids. Tato doesn't have any castles here. Tato can expand and take all the resources down here. I guess they both need houses. And Elite Fire Lancer now for Tato. More barracks going up. Vil hit by the cannon. And the Trebs want to push this castle. And split on the skirms. And maybe we gotta start thinking back to the Civ draft. Did Tato pick Vietnamese thinking they counter Byzantines on this map? Byzantines with fire is such a good Civ here. And there are very few Civs where Byzantines have a weak late game. But Vietnamese are one of them. There's only so much cheaper skirms can do when they lose so hard to imp skirms. And that castle in range of the Droman, confirming 12 tiles, it is in range. So Dagao may be able to hit the castle, but Tato can repair, he can lose that castle, and still have control of this riverbank. Yeah, Cataphract's weak to archers too, so you don't have the best late game counter to Fire Lancer. Byzantines in general, I think, are fairly weak to Fire Lancer. That mid-game Castle Age Elite Skirm plus Camel combination gets countered hard by the Fire Lancers. And now Iron Casting for Tato. As the cannon take down the houses. And Castle in the middle for Dagao. Remember, we also do have... We're halfway there, but halfway to the score victory, we have one. Tato with the score lead, so he just needs to hold on now. Dagao's gonna have to hope that the gold is enough for him. This is crazy, but he's floating a ton of food. He has the gold in the middle. What if he did 4 or 5 stables here and went Byzantine Paladins? He would need to do that before Tato can make a help swap. But if he can surprise with Paladins, maybe Tato's floating too many res that even if he's surprised, he can recover. Paladins, I think, the only thing that could realistically clean this. Champions? Byzantine champions would die to all the archers, though. There's still a lot of Rattan archers. Skirm raids. How many skirm raids are we going to see? And there's Tato up 2-0. 2-0 over to Gao. So 224 to 155 KD for Tato. And Gao, as much as he won the early game, playing that passive boom game against the Vietnamese doesn't work out for Byzantines. No, GG. He types GG, it just doesn't show up because he types it in-game after he resigns. Oh, don't worry, the player's going to say GG. And he typed it in-game. And that'll be Amazonia. Loss for Degao. And that was... I clicked the wrong civ last game. He was Jurchen's last game. I clicked the wrong civ at the previous game. I accidentally spoiled the result by clicking the wrong civs in the previous game. These are live, so that was just a misclick. That is pretty funny, though. Alright, so Tato up 2-0. And we have lots of sets all going on at the same time. Dark Heart, Kingstone Lewis, Degao Sork, or Doubt Sorkuma, Niall Sebastian. And we'll get into Lensois Marinensis here for Tato Degao. And guess the civ, it'll be a Georgian's Mirror. Guess that's not much of a guess if I know the result. Paladins have a lot more Pierce armor than the Cataphracts do. Cataphracts have 1 base Pierce armor and Paladins have 3. So against any type of archer unit as the Byzantines, Paladins usually do perform better. If there are no halbs mixed in. Clearly pre-recorded. Chat's pre-recorded too. Looks like they restarted. I didn't manage to load in. Well, let's rehost the game. Didn't see something happen in their lobby. I'm gonna do some admin checking. Nothing written there, they're just rehosting. It's got me worried now. Our base is playing his tournament and their game had to be restarted. One of them probably crashed or couldn't load in, or maybe they just wanted to change the server. But it will be a Georgian's Mirror on Lensois Marinensis. We saw Jordan playing Georgians there the other day. Fortified churches and Svan towers, with how open the map is, are pretty darn strong. The mule cart for the wood line lets you get a good start to the game running immediately for the dock, too, not needing to spend wood on a lumber camp. And okay, there you go, loading back in. We'll have a 90-second spectator delay. And once again, a Georgian's Mirror. YouTube asking, what's the score victory condition? And score victory is just over 90 minutes in game time. When you reach that time, whoever has the highest score will win the game. It's something we kind of have to do at LAN events just to make sure we don't run over time at the venue. So here we go. Tato versus Degao. Tato up 2-0. Degao picking his home map, and it'll be a mirror matchup. Look at that straight line of trees there. Now that is a wood line. It'll be Degao sending the mule cart over to start chopping. Tato scouting Degao. Now, if there is a player to go for the sneaky early drush, it would be Tato. Jordan did a great job of picking off a Dockville in his game. Tato gonna have a different approach. Luring in the Javelina. Making the barracks, the instant barracks from the Georgians. Mule cart to the wood line for wood. And Tato, if Tato is daring enough to skip Loom here, he could do 5 militia. He could do 2 militia, research Loom, and then YOLO Vills forward to fight. There are the militia. There's Loom. Okay, he's doing Loom. Loom could mean he wants to Vill fight. And the difficult thing here is that he's giving Degao unfettered access to the high seas where he can fish and take the whales for gold. So there's no denying whale, no denying gold then. Degao already walling though. And Tato, is he gonna send his militia to the right spot? Oh, look at that mule cart go. What is going on there? What is this pathing? Mule cart going on the dance floor there. And, okay, Degao trying to wall up. He has to realize the drush is here now. And he gets the walls up. Not much HP on them, though, and the militia will get through. So Tato able to break through the walls and get to the mule cart. Degao's Vill will pathfind around, won't be able to chop wood. Actually, she can do a palisade there, and then delete this one and get to the mule cart. A loom for Degao, so the drush attempting to hit the unloomed Vills does not get there, although it does force some very awkward walling from Degao. How can both have the Georgians? The first pick in the draft is done in parallel, so they can pick the same civ. Militia attack the palisade wall there. So 1 and now a second fishing ship for Degao out on the water. No contest out there from Tato. Tato though sending his own Vill over to do the dock now. Picking up some goats on the way. Militia want to break through this palisade. But as long as Degao is repairing, he'll be fine. So now looking at the eco, Tato putting himself a bit behind because he isn't fishing. But how behind? Spent food on the militia will be slower. Will be slower to go up. He docked one of these ponds. He docked a small pond for the shorefish. And maybe that's how he makes up for it. Maybe by docking the pond to take the shorefish, he will be okay in food because Degao is simply taking goats, and the Vills are not as fast at taking the goats as they are at taking shorefish. Degao's up. Tato won't be too far behind, though. So 23 Vills for Tato. He'll be doing 24, and he should be up after that. Should be enough food dropped off by those Vills at the dock. And then he can pump out fishing ships. You have any news about Nikov? He is playing. He should be playing Lucho today. Vills for Degao, heading over to the gold. And Degao's gonna wall this and Vil fight the militia. Does not want to deal with the militia later on. He's got them walled in. So, walled in there. They'll be downhill. Tato staying downhill, trying to break out, forcing some repairs, but he'll be cleaned up once Degao right-clicks the militia to attack it. There he goes. Gate goes down. And Feudal Age for Degao. Feudal Age for Tato. Vil's still mining gold there for Tato. We'll have another dock up in the middle for Degao. And another dock for Tato. The villagers are building the mule. Yeah, I guess they must build the donkey for the Dark Age mill, too. Very crafty, those villagers. And double bit axe for Degao. Double docks for both players. Hulks will be the opening for Tato. Fishing ships still for Degao, as maybe he didn't scout the docks early enough. Maybe he was hoping that Tato was invested so much into the drush that he'd have free fish. But Tato here in time to contest water and feudal. 2 fishing ships to 9, though. So as long as Degao doesn't Titanic on the ocean, he should be okay. So Scout for Degao will find a low HP Vil from Tato, try to block, but just in time hops in the TC. And the Hulks will start taking down the fishing ships, Degao will garrison, and now Tato takes a score lead. And that must feel rough. You're hoping, okay, I've stopped the drush, they've committed so much in the Dark Age, how am I now down in score? But res collected, not all that different. And that's been interesting to me to see how the drush, even if it somewhat fails and gets walled out, does not put you too far behind. Doesn't really lead to feudal age pressure. Can't really upgrade 2 militia to men-at-arms after they've been killed. Tato diving the TC, Degao kills 2 goats. Oh, nicely lamed from Tato. And he's just holding back on the water. A few galleys now to deal with hulks. This water large enough that you can add galleys, but you really do want fletching for them. Spear for Tato. No archer transition. He's just docking everywhere. This feels like a map that well suits Tato's creativity. And that's perfectly on display from him so far. 2 militia drush, using the docks and the ponds. Degao had sent me, I know he's practiced this map because he sent me some bug reports about ponds that didn't have all 4 fish in them. Maybe he's regretting that now. Maybe he's like, man, if only Tato didn't have all 4 fish in his pond. He's taking the fish too in his back pond. Hello, Caterpillar. Galleys will dance back and forth on the water. Fires push forward. Long distance fishing for Degao. And that's what I think maybe trips people up on this map. That the fish they're there, but they're pretty far away from the dock after you take 1 or 2. And you invest so heavily into the fishing ships that have to sail so far, and they're less efficient now if you don't have your fishing upgrades. So no fishing lines. And Degao, I think, is maybe struggling a bit more on the eco than he'd want to. He will do a market. Still is up by about 500 res collected, but not like that's an insurmountable lead. In terms of actual vills, he's down. Perhaps in the mirror matchup, though, the water might snowball a bit more than in a mixed civ matchup. Tato actually clicks castle first. Actually clicks up first. He'll have to garrison his fishing ships. And with 4 galleys, you can't really snipe fishing ships now with how tanky they are. 10 arrows to destroy a fishing ship from a galley when it used to be 6. How many sets today? This is our 3rd, and I think we'll have at least a 4th. And Castle Age for Dagao. What's the timing difference? 10 seconds. Okay, not that big of a difference. So gold mining and horse collars. Tato realizing he's going to need to transition for farms. Dagao so far not doing any. Part of me thinks going for the docks really early for the shorefish is a good move. Because then knights won't be able to raid you if you're finished with them by the time you're reaching Castle Age. And there's a spear behind the market. Trying to hide from us, but pokes down the scout. Now Dagao with a better KD, better score, and 800 more resources collected. So it looks like he is finally starting to pull ahead. How's my voice is doing okay. Oddly enough, it's doing okay. And, oh, Archer got in. Archer got in through an overchop. But only one Archer. Tato reveals the overchop before it really does manage to harm Dagao. Bodkin and medium warships for Tato. Bodkin and Bowsaw for Dagao. Medium warships in this dock when Tato has 3 fires left. Is that worth it? He really wants to destroy fishing ships. But there aren't many fish left. This is the part of the game where I feel, yeah, Dagao has almost 1,000 more resources collected, but he also has an extra 14 warships, or 10 more warships over Tato. And this is where Tato maybe could benefit from Dagao's overinvestment into the water. And the actual Vil count is the same, and I think Tato with a 3 TC boom should have the better eco than Dagao with a 2 TC boom. New map, is it worth docking the ponds? Yep, it's one of the maps I made for this tournament. And is it worth docking the ponds? We've seen players dock to take the shorefish with their villagers. And, ooh, Dagao, you're doing a defensive galley on the pond. I don't know if that was the select all docks hotkey and he made an extra galley, but he has one. Now he's moving out for a 3rd TC. Those cav archers stuck a bit in the wood line. They'll move out. The mill is cheaper? Mill is cheaper than the dock, but because it extends a bit, you have an easier drop-off from the vills for the food. Here's a TC from Dagao. We'll have padded archer armor at that blacksmith as the TC goes up. And already a bit behind in Vil count, though. Tato's got his TCs queued up. You could even see fish traps from Tato in the small ponds. They would be safe from the water. And it's only a 50 wood difference between the mill and the dock. So to get your vills on the food, get an easier drop-off. Some players prefer the docks. I have seen mills. I have seen both. If you're the Japanese, maybe you want a mill because the mill's cheaper. If you're the Vikings, maybe you really want the dock because the dock's cheaper. Now we see fortified churches. So fortified churches and spawn towers. Something tells me this game could hit the score victory. Someone was asking about the score condition earlier. Georgians are very, very slow to die, Civ. Because these 200 wood fortified churches, as Tato's picking up relics, can garrison vills and shoot, and they just overall give you a great defensive structure. Not only do they boost your economy by 10%, but they also provide hit points that, when the Georgians couple that with their building repairs minus 25%, and buildings on higher elevation take less damage, make it rather hard to push. You put a couple fortified churches on the hills, you repair them, they only cost wood to repair. Same HP as a town center, and they shoot back at cav archers like this. So right now Dagau's score lead is because he has the water, and because he has more res collected. Getting 67 to 60 vills. And gill nets for him. Gill nets at the dock so he can continue fishing. Whale for him. And a university for Tato. And ballistics also for Tato too. So going cav archers. Georgian cav archers, they heal. They do scale into imp a bit. They have Parthian bracer chemistry. They miss the final armor and they miss thumb ring. Heavy cav archer is available. And there is ballistics. We also have bloodlines for Dagau. As the fortified church goes up for Dagau too. And wheelbarrow now for Tato as bloodlines comes in for Dagau. Cav archers don't want to raid too many churches, and we're seeing just how well the defensive church shores up the holes in your eco. If these were just TCs, cav archers could stand here, idle some farms, but not with the church. Cannon galleons in pawns, it definitely can be a thing. Forward castle from Dagau, maybe he does want some Manaspas. Bloodlines for Tato. Tato will try to deny the castle, but I don't think he has the numbers here. But he does have his ballistics. Wheelbarrow, armor, bloodlines. That monk will be annoying, and Dagau has numbers, so he can go back and he can build the castle. Dagau slowly but surely, working on the push, 1,000 more resources collected. And Tato had the score lead earlier, after that drush, but did end up losing water. And Dagau's eco has held on. Forward fortified church for Dagau. And husbandry now for Tato. Monkey killed by the cav archers. And cav archers will exchange fire as the Vil goes to build the church. Build the church. Tato, nice hill to camp. Nice little hill. Yeah, you need Vils inside the church for it to shoot, but he can put Vils there. It'll secure the golds. And he'll keep trying to secure more golds and stones. As relic count 3-2 in favor of Tato, but Dagau with the better eco up to the Imperial Age. Tato won't be far behind. 81 Vils to 83. The fishing ships still are the eco difference, but becoming less efficient over time. Dagau getting all the gold from the whales. Focusing on the whales. And it won't be that big of a difference in imp time. And look at all these churches. All the churches. We have 5 fortified churches for Tato. Almost his entire eco boosted by their 10% faster gather radius. And we have, what, 4 churches for Dagau too. Needs 1 by his main TC, otherwise hitting almost all of his eco. And another castle for Dagau. So he's focusing castles down the middle of the map. Not quite on the wood line. There always is room for castles on the wood line and treb pushes. Must be very holy people with all the churches. The map itself is very holy, just the holes are filled with water. Cav archers now will be underneath the castle. This is a fight Tato has to pull away from as the castle goes up. And doing armor. So it'll be equal cav archers for both. The other defensive structure for the Georgians will be the Svan Tower, where fortifications, including their churches, do +2 attack, including their castles. But more importantly, the Watchtower becomes a Scorpion in the Watchtower line, where they do have keeps. And fully upgraded keeps at that. Well, other than heated shot. but becomes a scorpion and passes through multiple units, and also looks very impressive. And here we'll see Degao going for a forward tower, maybe thinking about that. Defensive tower from Tato. Dueling towers, chemistry for Degao, bracer for Tato. Bracer will be a bit faster than chemistry. And Degao going for the tower rush, but denied by Tato. Denied by the Cav Archers. And also still have to remember, the score lead is a bit because of the water. And Degao still having the ships alive does boost his score. Res collected though, that is legit, that's he's over 2k ahead. Tato could get back on fish if he wanted to on the water. I check Sebastian versus Niaz's channel. Let me alt-tab over. It's more far away for them. It's at the very start of the game. We could do an admin read for that. I don't see what time they're in game. But yeah, we could if the transport distance is that far. I'll add that to my list of stuff to even out. If they're like 20 minutes into a game, then like don't restart the game for that, but if it's right at the start and he asks for that, then yeah. I'm on the fence for whether that should be an admin read, but I think it's fair if you're right at the start to restart for that. So Trib War here is Degao trying to push. I can't help but feel that Tato's on a timer now because of the map control, losing the relics. Now let the rock flying begin. And Parthian tactics for Tato. And stone shaft mining also. For Degao. This is a Treb fight now. Treb's very inaccurate. It all depends on repairs. If you repair your Trebs, it takes 3 Treb shots to destroy another Treb. They almost never go down. But sometimes you get lucky. It's about a 30% chance to hit. And with 4 Trebs, you're just at the spot where you probably can destroy Trebs if the repairs are not there. Yeah, Treb War, who bought the lottery ticket? Treb goes down for Degao. Doesn't have that many repairvilles. Keeping the repairvilles alive is important. There is Fawn Towers for Tato. Siege Ram for Degao. Simply build walls in front of the Trebs works too. But what year is this? Is this 2015 Siege Ram versus Cav Archer? This feels like we're playing Arabia Huns. Feels like we're playing Arabia Huns here. There is Hussar for Degao. He's doing armor. Scale Barding armor doing the second armor now. He is pushing with the Rams. Siege Ram? Tato blocking Rams with the Cav Archers. And Degao running all of his Cav Archers into the front. Tato doing a good job to shift queue his attacks. And Degao can't quite get to the Trebs. Tato trying to send over Manaspas and Vills. But Degao continues pushing. Pushing into the Cav Archers. Doing his own Cav swap. And then we'll start raiding. Yeah, the arrow of Siege Rams to tank arrow fire. Much less common these days, but still good for Degao to have them forward. More Siege Rams on the way. Tato desperately repairing. I think he's going to lose the castle. And then after that goes down, the Trebs will fall. The Rams getting to the Trebs. Low HP Ram gets destroyed by the castle. Tato desperate to stop the Rams. The Ram needs one more hit with splash damage. Somehow Tato keeping these Trebs alive. somehow, some way, against all of those rams. But behind this, Dagao is making a swap to hussars, taking down the castle, pushing the trebs. And plate guarding armor for Dagao. Yeah, your siege rams on shorelines to swing the galleon battles. Those were great. So Tato not going to give up. He's going to do spawn towers. He's going to try to hold. There's plate guarding armor. Georgians, very difficult to raid if they have spawn towers in their eco, especially if they have churches and TCs everywhere. Tato 160 pops, so the pop's still pretty similar. Trying to make a swap for skirms, guilds for Dagao. And Dagao trying to amass more trebs. He'll have more siege rams too. Feels like he's playing Huns almost. Cav Archer, Siege Ram, Hussar. Prop rotation. And Rams pushing into the trebs. Drop rotation for Dagao. And I don't really see a way for Tato to come back. Dagao, maybe 150 Vils is too many. He needs to get into the eco at some point. But at this right now, it's Tato's on a timer now because he has 50 minutes left. It's a long time, but he has a time limit. He has to come out and push Dagao. He has to come and raid. Yeah, prepping the score win. Prepping the score win with the techs. Siege Engineers for Tato. And Workshop for Dagao. Iron casting in Masonry. No handcart hurts. Oh yeah, no handcart for Tato. That hurts when it's Hussar raid time. Hussar raid should be cleaned up pretty well by guard towers, castles, and fortified churches. That's maybe the one thing Dagao can do that would be wrong, is if he raids so much that he doesn't have the food to fight the army. And it'll be very difficult to get underneath these spawn towers with hussars. Keep for Dagao, masonry for more building HP. And we're seeing just how crazy the spawn towers are. Look at that thing go. Can the hussars destroy the trebs though? Underneath 4 towers, a church, all those Monaspas and Cav Archers know the Treb loses about half of its HP. Dagao can't keep running into those guard towers. Both players doing keep. And this is what I was worried about when I saw the Georgians mirror. We might be here for the full 90 minutes. This might be the full 90 minutes. And Georgians, what do they not have? Bombard cannon. So the only realistic option for dealing with the towers is Trebs. Dagao trying to tower the wood line, also holding his castle a bit more. Plate guarding armor for Tato as he's getting ready for Cav. Siege engineers for Dagao. Maybe Dagao needs to treb the towers first, then go for the trebs. Trebbing buildings is much more accurate than trebbing trebs. That's 80% versus 30%. As underdog, you never want a mirror match? Well, you get some confidence if you win the mirror match. Some confidence. Hussar is attacking the Treb. Pushing into the Trebs. Cav Archers there too, killing Vils. Tower's going down. That is a huge pile of corpses though for Dagao, whose Hussars are all dropping. But he has to be careful about the score if he's feeding Tato kills. He needs to get Tato back into his own line of towers. And maybe the Rams aren't enough now. Maybe it really does come down to Treb numbers. Oh my gosh, maybe it'll come down to cannon galleons in the ponds like someone said earlier. comes making another push. Tato has to keep preparing. And there are Monospas trying to clean up the towers in the wood line. Looks like Degao has managed to find a way, a back entrance to Tato's base, but it is covered completely by fortified churches. Once you get late game where you're floating wood, you build churches everywhere. Ram push at the front now for Degao, pushing into the towers. Hussars come forward, pushing into the villas, into the cav archers. Upgrades are there more for Degao than they are for Tato. And he's coming forward with another fortified church, trying to secure that gold in the middle. All the towers from Tato are collapsing. They're not keeping him safe. The ram push is working for Degao, pushing the church. And things are falling apart for Tato. He's doing blast furnace in this blacksmith. That might not come in. It does not come in. He's trying to do Hussar with blast furnace, but won't get one of those upgrades. The range goes down. Degao already has everything. That's what the early eco lead does for Degao, gives him the upgrade advantage. Tato trying to push, but Degao I think has a timing window to go snipe the Trebs. Maybe Tato has an angle on this castle when there aren't many villas to repair it. Degao not really reacting with the Hussars. He's reacting with his Trebs. With his Trebs, there go the Hussar in to clear the Trebs. He's just gonna don't use the Trebs to block Treb shots. Tato bringing all of his Trebs over. Some of them are weak, some of them are on fire. They will be downhill from the Hussars. Degao still trickling in more Hussars. We're going to take out that tower first. That takes a lot of Treb shots to go down. Tato loses all of his Trebs to the Hussars. Tower goes down. Rams are pushing in still. Tato trying to do Hussars. He still doesn't have the upgrades. Mule cart hit. Trebs taking down houses, taking down trees. Cav archers shooting a ram. House goes down. The Hussars keep pushing more fortified churches for Degao. House goes down. And another tower up for Degao. And now ram train. Time for a ram train. Now some Monospas chasing Hussars. Hussar kills a Vil. And Degao still at 200 pop. Tato struggling to stay there. Just doing masonry. Just now doing handcart. 15k res collected difference. How much of that is due to not having handcart for the past 25 minutes? Now, Tato getting a couple of raids with Monospas. Finding a spot, though, where Degao doesn't actually have a fortified church. So maybe a good thing that he'll redistribute his vills more towards the churches. A big fight over here. Both players doing Svan towers. This is such a silly late game with the Svan towers. Georgian's playing Hussar Cav Archer with towers. Wait, we only have Cav Archers. We don't have heavy Cav Archers from these players. The Georgians have heavy Cav Archer as a tech. These players are at 200 pop. They got 72 farmers and we don't have heavy Cav Archer? I think they need to click that button. Degao, get an extra attack. Tato on your Cav Archers. And more towers from Tato. They're downhill, so they will take more damage from the Treb. Tato, it feels like Tato's losing more Trebs this game than Degao is. That'll be good for Degao's score. It's not good though with these raids. These raids need some cleaning. I don't think he's noticed. And I think they've killed at least 5 vills. There he goes, now he's noticing. And who garrison. And while one tower here, one keep, eventually will destroy the fortified church. Have some gates up in the front for Degao. Maybe those are some anti-Treb gates. If one clicks it, the other will remember. Degao is floating so many resources. I think Tato should be getting overwhelmed here shortly. He does not have the eco that Degao has. Oh, domes the Vil with the Treb shot. Yeah, buying stone too. He wants more forward towers. Wants more spawn towers. 124 Vils. Degao may be benefiting from some of those raids. He gets more pop. Tato has one castle left for Trebs. He's been pumping Trebs from that continually. As Nari Cav, the unique tech, Degao has not remembered that either. Mounted units minus 20% pop space. That would probably be a good tech with all these mounted units. Tato about to lose the fortified church with the relics in it again. And this is feeling bit by bit more inevitable for Degao as he's pushing all the way on Tato's side of the map. As we get to around an hour, Tato is crumbling. He's crumbling as he'll have one more pair of Trebs destroyed by the Hussars. And maybe his way back would be if Dogao forgets about his unique tech and doesn't have the cav numbers, but I don't think the eco is going to let Tato fill his pop space anyway. 92 Vils on food, and that is pure Hussar spam. He'll lose cav archers periodically. As the Treb will head over and go for the castle. One more castle for Degao to take out. Tato holding on, maybe thinking that in his mental space, he wants to just get himself ready for the next game. Because I don't see him coming back now. And neither does he. There is the GG. And that will be Degao getting himself on the scoreboard. Long game, but holds on. Yep, we caught the blacksmith going down. He caught the blacksmith going down. So GG, Degao grinding it out. Tato had more military numbers for a long time, but could not compete with that economy. And that brings us to game 4. Yeah, and having the fish transitioning to castle gave Degao the boost he needed. And next looks like Tato will pick Fernando de Naranja as our water map. So in Soizmironiensis, Degao gets the win. And then he will win the Georgian's Mirror. The Drush, not enough for Tato. Alright, I will be right back, then we'll get into game number 4, and oh, they're in the lobby. I didn't launch yet. We'll be right back. And does the next game start in 36 seconds? Wish it were easier to have a countdown timer. Oh my gosh. Tato. Alright, chat. Look at Tato's Civ draft right now. Look at Tato's Civ draft. What civs do you see there in his Civ draft? Take a guess at what Tato might have picked for this map. Take a wild guess. As indeed, Dagao will be playing as the red Malay to the north, but to the southeast, Tato, in the blue, has picked the Sicilians. Now, the only reason you would pick Sicilians here is if you're going to go for a landing. Or maybe you're just going to bluff and make Dagao think you're going for a landing. But so far, this map has been about FC, booming, and playing water better with a fish boom. The Sicilians, what do they have? Transport ships, extra line of sight, they're cheaper. They can have the sergeants building donjons, they can build a donjon in the Dark Age. Fortifications built faster. Farm upgrades, probably not as impactful here. Start with extra stone, less bonus damage. This is a landing civ. Years ago in Nations Cup when we had Team Islands, this was the landing civ for Team Islands. So landing in donjons. And Dagao has to know what's coming now when he sees the civ matchup. So we have a lot of sets going on at the same time. Let me just double check during our Dark Age, check for some updates here. We had Sebastian Niaz, so some spoilers. Sebastian did win over Niaz. We have Kingstone Lewis, that's tied 1-1 in Game 3 right now. Dark versus Hart, we have Dark up 2-0 over Hart. Prisma's Toe is getting started, and Lucho Nikov also getting started right now. So the Sicilian water tech tree, as chat says, is pretty darn good. They have all the ships, demos, fires, carracks, galleons. They miss elite cannon galleon, and they miss incendiaries for the fires, but other than that, very good tech tree. Also, they do have shipwright for the faster producing ships and cheaper ships. Wood and speed discount in Imp. That is an incredibly strong tech. And it is, what is it now? Yeah, still expensive. It's always been 1,000 food. Because that's just how strong it is. Favorites are falling. Well, MBL, he'll be knocked out. If Hart gets eliminated, he still has a chance Monday and Tuesday in the regional qualifier. Unfortunate for Hart, he wasn't able to play last week, since he was still traveling back from Red Bull. So fishing ships now for Dagao. Just fishing. Nothing out of the ordinary for him. Lots of vills on wood, so this is 100% a fast castle from Dagao. And I wonder what's going through Dagao's mind here. He sees it's Tato. He knows Tato has Sicilians. He knows something's gotta be up. So where is the transport ship from Tato? That's what I'm asking. Where's the transport? Where's this mining camp on stone? Because Tato's going fast feudal, and this is gonna be fast feudal into what? Was Islands Dagao's best map? Dagao was always a very good water player. I don't know if I'd say it was his best, but what? I'd say the same for Tato. Tato was a very good Islands player. Fire was the player who was really good back in the day at Galley Micro. Okay, so Tato building a donjon on his home island. And, oh, okay, he'll put sergeants into the transport. And then he won't even land with vills, he'll land with sergeants? And does protect the water. That's true. I mean, we'll protect his fishing ships. He has gold there. That is crazy. So Tato up to the feudal age. And we'll have double bit axe. Loom both on the way. Feudal age for Degao. Tato will probably scout this. Or no. Degao's still walling. Yeah, interesting donjon for sure. He's trying to make several sergeants. Fishing lines for Tato. So whether or not this works determines whether or not we get game 5. Tato, thankfully, at least making the map interesting for us. Not just going to have another boom and go galleys. And yeah, I mean, Degao, he knows what's happening, right? He knows what's happening. He's not going to be caught off guard by Tato with Sicilians. So I mean, Tato could sail around the back. And you can wall from the beach to the wood lines on this map if you want to try to make some cuts after they land. Now, it's crucial that Degao gets feudal because then his houses get more HP and an extra melee armor. And also he can build a counter tower should he want to. You have 2 stones on the island and they are spread out. So another dock also from Degao. And this sergeant will simply produce, or this donjon will simply produce more sergeants. Sergeants cannot quick wall themselves. Degao opting not to pursue, though. We'll re-wall this. That was crazy from Degao, going forward and back like that. He has loom. I mean, he sees it, and the lumber camp will see it. And Town Watch, he does have Town Watch. That was very weird. Maybe he just wanted the delete to wall with palisades instead, but it's like he wanted to rush it with villas, but then decided no. I mean, he probably could have stopped it had he rushed with villas. Yeah, almost said as some zoning violation, didn't get a permit. The Tato now going to transport around more in the transport ship. Putting some sergeants in. Did he think it was Vils building it? That would be all the more reason to fight, though, right? Sergeants would be the things that I would think you're scared of. Oh, okay, maybe he thought it was built by Vils and then he went to fight and saw it was sergeants. Ah, okay. There we go, that's what you're saying. I thought you were saying he wouldn't want to fight it with Vils. My mind needs to get working after 5 hours. So Vil goes down. Tato building another donjon. Wall versus transport. Well, I mean, wall forces the transport. At least it means the units can't walk forward. But yep, here's a donjon. Walling this off. And where is the transport? Tato low HP on his transport. Tries to get forward again. Degao unable to look for it. Transports are faster than the rest of the ships in feudal. Blacksmith market for Degao. He's ready to go castle, but so is Tato. Tato actually up in res collected, despite 12 fishing ships. Donjon keeping his fish safe is crucial. And Tato, this is crazy, he's up to the castle age first. Able to defend his fish while doing this, just Tato things. Just Tato things. When's the last time Degao won a match against Tato? That is a good question. Has he? I don't think this is a huge mismatch in skill. And I still think that this was probably one of the better brackets for Degao with Tato at the top player, but still difficult for him. Still very difficult. And fishing lines for Degao. Trying to outfish Tato. And as the melee, even though Tato clicked up first, Degao will be up first. But here come the sergeants, transported around. Degao will try to wall them off still. And they'll just do another donjon. They're saying, we don't care about your palisade gate, we can build our tower out here. And now, forging for Tato. Once he gets to the castle age, his sergeants will get an immediate boost. Same way like the scout gets a boost when getting feudal, or eagles get a boost when hitting castle. The sergeant himself will become much stronger. Hasn't won a series versus Tato since 2017, really? That is a long time. That's since we were playing on Wooloo Kingdoms. So 3, 2, 1, up and stat boost. More armor, more HP, more attack. And now the sergeants are even harder to deal with. But Dagao is gonna go melee elephants. He's adding stables, he's going elephants. He's trying to wall out the sergeants. Tato might need to make pikemen from the donjon. Dagao sacrifices a Vil to get the palisade up, but the scout there in front of the sergeants will block. Oh, that is good for Dagao. Buys him a few more seconds. His gate not being attacked. Looks like Tato wants to go through the blacksmith. Tato doing medium warships. There is an elephant. And it's melee elephants. What if Dagao just transports them forward now? I guess that might be hard since Tato's still on the water. And this is brilliant from Tato, not only being able to sergeant rush, but also playing on the water at the same time. And more sergeants. Where's their transport? They might need that transport to escape. I don't think the fires hit the elephants this far away. No, they don't. And sergeant slightly faster than the elephant. The fires will try to take out the palisade so the sergeants can get into the eco better. Do another donjon. Remember, they can't quick wall, but this one will be so close to the coast that the fire ships can attack the elephants. They're not doing much damage to the elephant. That elephant is tanky. All of Tato's navy helping against the elephants. Kind of necessary. And slowly but surely, they whittle down the HP, and eventually the next donjon goes up. This one close enough to the coast that maybe can be defended if the sergeant's garrison. So some roasted elephant will be served by Tato. As he adds another TC, we'll be going for a 2 TC boom on his island. And that donjon slowly attacks this TC. Oh, elephants dying to the fires. This is not going well for Dagao at all. Oh, remember there's a donjon over here. And here. And Tato has more spots to make sergeants. How's the water doing? It feels like Dagao still has his fish. And that's maybe all that can be said for him. Tato has his fish too. Now they're really fighting on water. It's all about the sergeants now. Taking down that house, opening up the walls more. The TC also has no Vils in it, so sergeants will go in and out without issue. A couple of fires for Tato could be used under here, even with the Hulks. Now we're attacking the elephants. Oh, those elephants, they're so tanky, even the melee ones. Tato with Bodkin on the donjon can't take them out fast enough. Maybe that donjon still goes up. Donjons on the other side are in. Dagao can add farms around his TC. But Tato pushes in with fires. Fire is good at destroying docks. Medium warships now for Dagao. Elephants tanking. Running back to a monk. Monks for healing elephants. That'll be great for Dagao. Swapping conversions too. Or stopping the conversion. That was weird. I wanted to dodge the donjon fire. Getting out of the donjon fire line. And what is that? Hulks, War Hulks now for Dagao against War Galley Fire for Tato. There it is, there is the castle. Transport goes down, sergeants will be trapped, and there is a castle from Dagao. He'll be able to make karambits. Part of me fears sergeants would wreck karambits, but all the sergeants will pop out of the donjon while they can to fight the elephants as best they can. Dagao needs to wall these vills. It shouldn't be too hard to get initial walls up. He's walling by the dock so the sergeants can't run around. We'll just do a donjon on his wood line. Dagao running out of spots to take wood. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now a 5th wood line he'll lose. There are only 7. You might need another castle at some point to clear that. Sergeants will run under castle fire. They will get quick walled. Not in time though, but they'll still go back. Enough walling. The Gao not able to stop them, but they'll go through the gate. Ah, oh, Tato. This is something that I think if your opponent is well practiced in this, it's something the only thing you can do is practice against it. Trying to come up with a defense against this on the fly will be very difficult. The gate goes down, the sergeants get in. And they're fighting the elephants. Is this good or bad? Well, it's bad for Degao, as he calls GG. And with Sicilians, it works. The Sicilians work. Tato makes them work. And finally, an interesting game on this map. The Sicilians' Donjon Sergeant landing. GG. Alright, crazy game from Tato. And that'll be him advancing to face running. I'm disappointed though. We didn't get to see Tato play Festa da Polvora. Because I want to see him on the gunpowder map. That's the map I want to see Tato. Of all the players who will blow up the barrels, it's got to be Tato. That's Sicilians over Malay. If you can get Sicilians with your final pick and win a map with them, that's crazy value. 175 stone for the donjon. Alright, so I think... What do we want to cast next? There are sets going on, and there are sets that are just starting. So, looks like Prisma Sato and Lucho Nikov are just starting. Dark Heart is ongoing, and Kingstone Lewis is ongoing. Maybe we can jump into Kingstone Lewis. So I think I'll head for that. And the score already, they're in game number 4. And the score is Kingstone Lewis. And so far it was... The maps were Kingstone winning Pantanal, Lewis winning Lensois Mariniensis, and also winning Satan. And the civs were Huns over Burgundians, and Persians over Dravidians, and Georgians over Jurchens. And now we will get into game number 4 on Seados Karajas. And it'll be Khmer Byzantines. Alright, so one more set here, and then we'll probably jump into either Prisma Sato or Lucho Nikov afterwards to finish the day. Someone also asking on my YouTube chat, what's the easiest way to get into the game? I'd say you can go buy the Definitive Edition, the second remaster, on Steam, and it goes on sale pretty often if you want to wait for a sale. As we speed up, let me grab myself some more water. Keep my voice hydrated. Alright, so Lewis Kingstone caught up to live time just in time for a quick gate. Lewis trying to do some damage to Kingstone's scout with some forward bills. Where are we at in the game? Castle Age for Lewis, Feudal Age for Kingstone. Kingstone with Byzantines wants to play Spear, Skirm, Jaguar helping Kingstone out there. Lewis up to the Castle Age with the Chimera. It looks like this was a fast castle from him, and he's trying to go knights forward into the Byzantine spears. How much disk space is needed? I think it's around 20 gigabytes, if I recall. It's not like a huge Call of Duty 200 gigabyte download. I know, in the current expensive SSD environment, that does become important again. And I'm sure there are single graphical assets that are higher, or that are a larger file size than the entire original AoE2, which is a couple hundred megabytes, but small for modern games. It's 23.6 gigabyte. Yep. There's also an enhanced graphic pack that's separate you can download. That's larger. I don't know what the size of that is though. So walls up for Kingstone. And forward house from Lewis, looking to use the hills to apply pressure, battering rams for Lewis forward. Knights attempting to attack the palisade wall. A couple of small stone walls behind that as another house goes up for Kingstone. And scout around the back for Lewis. Knights attacking the palisade. I'll have another wall here for Kingstone as the ram pushes forward and will get to these palisade walls. And Sunset Fire, thank you for the raid on Onamaru's channel. Appreciate all the support we're getting there. And oh, the ram is through, the ram is through. Kingstone doesn't wall properly, and the ram is attacking the villager. The ram is ramming the vill. The hero ram for Lewis rams the vill away from the wall. He will attempt to house wall this, and then block the foundation with his vills. Very well executed up until... Oh no, the vill doesn't wall that, he just goes for the mangonel. Get rammed, indeed. The best ram attack on a unit I've ever seen. Everything now falling apart for Kingstone. Knights are in his base, forward monastery for Lewis. And well, this might have been a quick set we joined at the end, as Lewis looks like he's about to win 3-1, as Kingstone can't even get off of his own workshop foundation. Kingstone, he doesn't even have anywhere to run the vills. Losing vills to the knights. If the mangonel can hit the spears, this might be over. Kingstone has to abandon his base. He's trying to do pikemen, gets another couple vills with a mangonel shot. It's 34-25 on the KD, or on the vill count. 13-0 KD, 13-0 KD for Lewis, who's in danger of mangoneling his own knights more so than taking damage from Kingstone. He'll run from the pikes. Low HP vills might finally die to the pikes. And he'll look to try to get another vill as the pikemen fight the mangonel. The knights will try to kill them, but another vill goes down. That mangonel's still standing. The knights versus pikemen in early Castle Age. Who wins that? Does the mangonel win? Does Lewis have any more knights on the way? He's a knight out here. He needs to use his knight. Scorpion attacking the TC. Pikeman very low on HP. They'll get mangonelled, sacrificing his own vill. There's the GG from Kingstone. Well, we got here in time to see that. Alright, Lewis winning 3-1 then over Kingstone, so Lewis will advance. He'll once again make it to the finals to face the winner of Dark versus Heart. So, GG, crazy game, caught up to it. Just in time to see the ending. And Lewis will advance. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so well done for Lewis. And some spoiler alert. Dark will be facing Lewis, as he has won 3-1 over Heart. And now we have two sets. We have Lucho Nikov and Sato versus Prisma. Lucho Nikov is just starting. Let me maybe look at the map draft for each of these and see which maps we have. See, water maps for Nikov. Prisma picking Festa de Pulvera. Dark is beating heart, yes. So will either of these players face an Onimaru player? Yeah, so running Dark Sorokuma in finals. Lewis over Kingstone, which maybe a couple years ago might have been a surprise. So let's check out what's happening here. Vinch did beat Vivi, so he'll face the winner of Nikov Lucho. And Sebastian will face the winner of Sato Prisma. So lots of wonders playing right now. Let's maybe check out Nikov Lucho then, since the winner will face Vinchester. And Vinchester's on Onimaru. So we'll check out Vela da Silva for game number 1. Nikov Lucho. Shu versus Romans. Oh, let me just... Twitch is going to make me play an ad, so I'll just play an ad as we get into this, and let's go. A regional qualifier will be brutal now. And I'll find the drafts, too. Hold on. Let me get the drafts. Alright, so Nikov Lucho, game number 1. It is Latin America. Yes, Kingstone can play. So that's adding to the brutality of it, that Kingstone is eligible to play. So here is Nikov as the blue shoe to the northwest, Lucho as the red Romans to the southeast, Vela da Silva, our rocky, capybara-filled jungle valley. And the players will start pushing some deer in towards their TC. So we have this set. Also, Sato and Prisma going on at the same time. If this one finishes, we'll hop into that one. Nikov going for Men-at-Arms. Lucho... This could be very bad for Lucho. Oh, Lucho, he needs to wall, he needs to wall. Does get the wall up. Only needed one tile of wall. The other vills can flee and do a market. Is Lucho trying to fast castle? This might be Men-at-Arms versus FC... Roman Scorpions. Loom is on the way for Lucho. Lucho didn't have Loom, but doesn't need Loom. He kills the scout. Nikov is going to try to deny the market. Men-at-Arms is finished. And Lucho needs some quick walls. Needs some quick walls. The Men-at-Arms are there. Ooh, alright, so Men-at-Arms are there. Market does go up eventually, or will go up for Lucho. Has a couple of vills near those papaya trees still. And vills will wall this off. And as the scout is pushing in a deer. Castle Age for Lucho. Few palisades up by that gold as an archer and spear come in. Lucho have survived with the quick walls, but now with an archer in the back of his base, running off of the wood line, has to abandon the wood. Nikov working on being walled. The one thing I don't think he can do, though, is the War Chariot rush, because if Lucho goes double Workshop, he can just go Mangonel instead of Scorpion, and that should counter the War Chariots pretty hard. Lucho relying now on his straggler trees in front of his TC. Castle Age for Lucho. And the Men-at-Arms will break through this palisade. There they go, there they go. Lucho can't really make siege shops. That's right, if Lucho doesn't have wood, he can't make siege. He has a market, though. He can sell food and buy wood. And use the stragglers. Remember the old days when you could lame the stragglers just by placing a palisade on them and you didn't need to walk over and build it? That would be heaven for Nikov right here. Oh, Lucho, is the mining camp instead of long distance mining a good way to spend his wood? It might not be. Nikov will destroy a house. Nikov, yes, Nikov is playing. Oh, Garlic Witch. Garlic Witch is back too. Thank you so much for the sub.
Why did our brilliant leaders insist on building the wonder so close to the shoreline?
And forward workshop there for Lucho. update the title. Oh, did I not update the title? Let me update that, thank you. We casted half a game of Kingstone Lewis. Nikov versus Lucho. Thank you. As Nikov's up to the castle age, he's doing double bit axe. And we'll have a Scorpion out for Lucho. As Nikov's still in the back, Men-at-Arms might find Vills on the berries. Finally does find a Vill on the berry. On the papaya tree. We have an archer raiding the gold still, with a spear poking a palisade. And Men-at-Arms come over to the wood line. That Scorpion chasing the Men-at-Arms as that Vill runs to the TC. Nikov versus Lucho is a banger. Oh, that's what... Lucho has a score lead here. That doesn't feel right that he has a score lead, does it? I mean... Just with all the damage he's taken, that doesn't feel like it should be possible. Here's Nikov up, 600 more resources collected. His army has to run away. And blacksmith on the wood line. That is one heck of a blacksmith location for Nikov. He can fit it in. And a monastery for Lucho. And yeah, Mangonel right away because he can't deal with war chariots with just scorpions. And is the shoe are the shoe a counter to the Romans maybe? I mean, you get a very good eco chopping wood. And actually, they're well suited to this map where it's hard to get farming space with all the rock that runs through your base. So if you can chop wood and get food from it, then, what is it? Generate food in addition to wood. Sometimes I see a lot of players, tons of lumberjacks floating wood, not having enough food. The shoe might just solve that problem. And the Huiguang Cav, nothing in the TC. The biggest issue for Nikov now would be monks. He's doing a mangonel of his own at home to defend. 31 Vills to 30. Still an eco lead for Nikov, but it's a tricky situation. You make one mistake, and a game when both players are this low in economy can turn around immediately. Roman eco, probably better than that of the shoe overall. The emphasis on wood on this map, though, makes the shoe great for Nikov. Had 51 seconds of idle TC time. We'll need a couple more farms, but then should be fine. Don't need as many farms as the shoe because of your lumber camp. And here's the monk. That's the monk that'll keep Nikov away. Romans, they have monks that get redemption, but no sanctity. And that means mangonels one-shot them. So it's hard to get conversions on mangonels even with redemption, because the mangonels kill the monks pretty easily. Right now, forward gold for Lucho, back gold hit by the mangonel. We did see, though, that Romans-Aztecs game, just how dangerous Roman monks can be. This house being attacked by the mangonel. House goes down. And, well, Monk Scorpion Mangonel. That's what we're seeing from Lucho. Nikov's monks do not have redemption, but they do have atonement. Lucho has atonement too. Don't know if you really want to get into a monk war, though, with the Romans. The Shu do have access to heresy. And with that monastery, probably almost time for devotion from Nikov. Ziko's pretty tight for it, though. Ooh, didn't get a shot off. Didn't get a shot off with the mangonel. Nikov still trying to look for Lucho to sneak out of his base and go to gold. Nikov has to go pretty far away for gold. We'll find a gold mine out there. almost gets hit on the scout. And can't clear the mangonel. That didn't take any damage at all. Monks forcing the cav away. Ooh, scout mangonelled by Nikov. That's great for the Nikov's monks. Nice pick off there. Lucho trying to hold the scout back so he doesn't lose it in the mangonel war. Loses it from a sneak mangonel. And the mangonel was on the other foot there. Low eco game. These maps, we have quite a few maps with low eco games. So Lucho still taking that front gold. Nikov pressuring the side. Monk really wants a conversion on that Huiguang Cav. Nikov cannot let that happen, because then it destroys the mangonel. He has to pull it back. And he does not have husbandry, so moving more slowly makes it a bit more dangerous against monks. Oh, mangonel on the scorpions. What's the pathing? What's the pathing? Oh, nice shot from Lucho. Nikov paths into that. And he pulls the scorpions back. Lucho with a good mangonel shot. Nikov, his eco is pulling so far ahead. He has farms set up. He can make vills. But what does he make against monks and scorpions? Forward vill from Lucho. Lucho might be able to pull this off now. Double workshop from Nikov. Lucho takes a score lead. Nikov, though, with a second TC. No, Jaguar going to attack his vill. He's Loon. He'll be fine. That vill will be fine. One scout and Huiguang Cav get in. Huiguang Cav needs to... Oh! I was going to say needs to be deleted so it's not converted. Lucho will mangonel it for Nikov. Oh, another mangonel shot for Lucho. Nikov's mangonels. Aside from killing that scout, not getting the shots he needs. Monastery going down to the scorpions, which are good against destroying buildings. Mangonel gets a good hit. Played from Lucho. Pop makes it look GG. Never think the low eco FC game is over. It's never over. There we go. Mangonel's trade shots. We'll have another TC down here from Lucho.
Prontus, Impera.
Mangonel's still trying to dodge. And Mangonel gets out of the way. Mangonel's back and forth and back and forth. And they go down. Lucho, I feel like Lucho is still getting the better of the Mangonel trades. It's so crucial for Nikov to go double workshop. If I'm Nikov, I might actually even delete this mining camp. And maybe this house, so that it's easier to micro the mangonels. That stable going down could be sick for Lucho, because then no more cav for Nikov. Nikov, though, finding the TC of Lucho. Neither players realize this. The monk is under the TC. The monk will die. The scout's going to raid in. Neither player sees that. One mangonel shot on the Scorps changes everything. Lucho has to be so careful here. It's, I think, much harder for him to play than for Nikov to play. But it's important that Lucho goes out and finds gold. He has seen the gold. Garrison the TC. That Vill's just walking back. He has more gold over here, but Nikov's trying to control that side of the map. Can the Scorpions be used against the Mangonels? Lucho does have the gold for redemption. But without Sanctity, that is really hard to use. Well, that's true. Shu also have faster Mangonels. That's right. Siege weapons and siege warships move 10-15% faster, so 10% faster siege. I almost said siege workshops move faster. Triple workshop for Nikov. Oh, the faster moving mangonels still can't get the hits. Ooh, split there, split. Bill goes to repair the mangonel. Lucho farming. Still down in vills to Nikov. Nikov doing a monastery so he can grab relics up here. 3 relics on this side, 2 on the other. Forced back. Now repairs for Nikov. Repairs for Nikov as the mangonels move in on that workshop. Love the outpost from Nikov too. Does have town watch. That means he can see everything here. He sees exactly where Lucho's moving the army and sees where he can get the attack ground to hit the Scorpion. Third TC for Nikov too. Was trying to raid. He got in. Lost the Vil fight. So all the gold in Lucho's base. I almost said Luchov. I combine the 2 players. All of that gold is taken. Scorpion goes down. And Lucho's still with the score lead, but Nikov 2.5k resources collected ahead. I feel like he's somewhat stabilizing now, as we're transitioning more to a normal game, away from the clown, and into the boom. It feels like the push is running out of steam. There's a bow saw here. Nice lumber camp. Look at that circle around the lumber camp. Gotta be careful that you don't get onto the rock terrain and your vills run too far. Have to be real careful with your lumber camp management on this map. And you gotta find the nice little crevice to place it. Forward, abandoned house destroyed. Never know when one of those houses will ambush you. I'm pretty sure Nikov's played the campaigns. I'm pretty sure he's played with that abandoned house in the Barbarossa campaign. You know, he knows how dangerous they can be. Repairville, hit by the mangonel, 5 HP left. Lucho pushed back, the Scorpion's not doing the job. The mangonel's attacking the house. House crumbles. The mangonels keep on moving forward. Mangonel hits the Vil. The mangonels all start going down. Ooh, mangonels need to dodge. Mangonel hit. Now a few knights would be sick. Though the Shu don't have knights. We did see some Qualifier Cav earlier. Would we see knights from the Romans at this point? Honestly, there are no monks. The monastery was destroyed. If Lucho could do a stable, he's thinking that. He's thinking 3 stables. He's grabbed some gold. Outpostville might be attacked by a jaguar. Oh gosh, go jaguar. I'm glad I put jaguars in these maps. You meant the Romans. Okay, okay. Yeah, a few knights. Right now there is 1 monk from Nikov. Has he seen the stables? He has not. He will see them soon unless he stops to hit the workshops. He's scouting with the mangonel. Defensive mangonel from Lucho, and extremely valuable because Nikov turns away. Nikov turns away. And won't see the stables. Husbandry clicked. Actually, light cav, I guess that works too. Knights might even be cheaper now since he's found some gold and will TC it. Won't need as many farms. Nikov with outposts trying to find what Lucho's up to. Outposting the whole map. Remember, the winner of this set will move on to face Winchester in the finals tomorrow. Nikov tended to LAN as recently as the... Was he in the... Yeah, he was in China for the LY Cup last October. Lucho, as far as I know, young player, never been to a big AoE2 LAN event before. Certainly not one of this size. Everyone cav, shot by the TC. Yeah, just a few outposts, nothing excessive. Yeah, from 30 vils to 90 vils. This map has given us some insane games. I had no idea what to expect. I kind of thought it would be full feudal skirm wars, but the fast castle meta has been beautiful. So wheelbarrow gold mining for Nikov. Yeah, now he has the mangonel advantage. It feels like Lucho has had the better micro on the mangonels, but hasn't really been able to push the push the fight into Nikov like he needed to. Now he doesn't see the castle. Nikov sees literally everything. At some point, Nikov has to research town patrol, because why not? So the light cav trying to snipe the mangonels. This is what we were worried about and why we were looking for the light cav swap. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4 mangonels down, and that'll push Nikov back. And Nikov's getting almost a 20 vil lead, and almost 4,000 res collected ahead. As the monks and mangonels and light cav all move forward for Lucho, handcart on the way. And a town center for Lucho to the southwest, and everyone adding TCs now. No one likes to go imp on this map. Everyone just adds TCs. We've seen games go from 1 TC for 30 minutes, and suddenly we have 5 to 7 TCs. And Lucho still wants that foundation. He's there with 5 monks. He's confident against 9 Huiguan Cav. 5 of them turn sides, and it's 5v4. Nikov on stone, so Nikov can castle drop that TC right away, and he is up to the Imperial Age. He is up with more Vils, looking to win this game, get a lead in game 1 against Lucho. These 2 Wonders players. And there are some light cav finding the TC. A Jaguar is attacking something in that fight. Huiguan Cav are over to help out. And Nikov will not YOLO the TC up with the Vils. He'll just head back to the moment, try to get to safety. Let me see, you mean white feather guards? Blue feather guards because the blue player controls them? Where's Emu? Emu loves those. Huiguan Cav fighting knights. And monks come forward for conversions on Vils. And the monks will convert Vils over here. TC on its way up. And it goes up. The TC can kill some monks now. Garrisoned, 1, 2 monks down. These don't think they're quite in range. Will help out. There's a weak knight there, could snipe. Now there's a good raid though, good raid from Lucho. Remember, this rock terrain, you can't wall it off. Lucho will get right into Nikov's wood line. There goes that shoe bonus, no more food from the wood. Everyone will have to run over to the TC. Oh, that's a lot of Vils that'll go down. Nikov on this map where you can never be fully walled, losing all of the Vils. Can't get inside the TC. Remember when Nikov had a 20 Vil lead? Like 1 minute ago? Now Lucho's up by almost 20 Vils. Well, that changed everything in a hurry. Nikov trying to drop a castle. Looks like he'll get it up. He will be imp, but Lucho staying castle to pump knights. Lucho just staying full castle age knights, raiding everything, takes the score lead, and all of a sudden he's got a 30 villager lead. Everything dying for Nikov. 1 raid on the woodline. He didn't have castles everywhere, not walled. Lucho pumping knights. What can the shoe do in imp? Heavy Huiguan Cav clicked for Nikov. He can't even put the relic in the monastery. That changed. That changed everything. In 1 minute, the imp click not working for Nikov. He needs to pump his Cav out. Maybe he's still okay? Suddenly the res collected difference has closed. Is Lucho gonna do this? Lucho can't get to that castle in time? Oh, maybe he can. It's only 50% up. The knights actually need to fight the Vils, though. They're getting to the wood line. They've already destroyed the wood line. There's nothing left up there. That wasn't even +2 armor. Oh, I thought Nikov was on his way to winning there as he clicked imp and felt like he had the Vil control, the map control. But all of a sudden, a heavy pivot into knight raids from the Romans. Lucho, does he have... Now committed Tenseis is an imp tech. Needs to keep up the pressure, though. Nikov still has 100 Vils. It's not like he's dead. He still has the age advantage. He'll be able to make traction trebs and start pushing Lucho. Is he overbooned? Well, he's got 137 Vils. He's up to imp. Is this the Lucho? I mean, I guess all the TCs are kind of vulnerable. This feels like the one that's most vulnerable, though. I don't think that's the Imp TC he wants, but okay, I guess fair enough. None of them are really spectacular. Is that playing Romans the Yo way, all in Castle Age? Yeah, raiding Nikov's farms, 30 vil difference. Select all TC strikes again. Well, maybe it won't strike. Nikov doesn't really have a way to strike the TC down. He's just trying to add farms. I mean, these farms are too vulnerable. Wants to be closer to the castle. That monk killed by knights. Wigwam Cav popping out. Now maybe Nikov can counter raid if he can stabilize a bit. Push with the trebs. Well, we're halfway done with this game, okay? 45 minutes out of 90. Oh, and the Wigwam Cav push forward. Power always selects the forward TC. Well, it's about the vills that get queued. About the vills that get queued. If you have vills in production, it'll pick the one that will be cleared the first. And oh, quick walls not in time for Lucho, but he's chasing with everything he has. Scale mail armor squires, and with needing a trash unit, he'll probably add pikemen and light cav upgrades as he tries to secure gold. Raiding Nikov again. Nikov back up to 115 vills, but these vills will die to the raids. Gold is over here. Gates are everywhere. Dang, the traction trebs will hit the castle. And Lucho up to Imp. Cavalier chainmail armor. Yeah, the one with the shortest queue. And then if they're all empty, then it is the first constructed one. That breaks the tie. The object ID number. So traction trebs take forever to destroy castles, and Nikov says, you know what? I will give you forever by walling you in. He needs to repair the walls, lock the gates, make sure they don't open. But those traction trebs are safe from Cavalier raids. 2 of them, not really enough to destroy a castle quickly. The castle stabilizing against the raids. Nikov 130 population. He has no military, but he has a ton of vills. A ton of vills that might need to garrison in a castle soon. Does he have access to Halb? He does, but he has not clicked it. This is a good Cavalier raid. Lucho could think about committed Tenseis too. And we've had 50 minutes of non-stop fighting as we went from 1 TC, YOLO play, low eco, now to we've had 120 to 150 vills basically. And now Wigwam Cav are raiding for Nikov. Neither player is walled. Maybe at some point you need to work towards winning one of the 2 halves of the rock terrain so you can wall the map from the forest to the other side. This map has been great, so Siege Ram now for Lucho. Yeah, tons of vills were ready to die there. Maybe moving away from the safer wood line, although that wood line's been raided too. Maybe this is the safer one over here. Well, that's a low HP gate, not built, but there's secondary walls behind it. Cavaliers can... Oh, quick reaction there. Cavaliers didn't run in, 1 tile back, Nikov built another gate. And he's still traction trebbing this castle, but here comes a ram push. Big ram push now from Lucho. The Romans do love their ram pushes. And there need to be some melee units here, like the White Feather Guards. White Feather Guard is perfect for this if it's pikemen inside the rams. Will this ram push succeed? Halb's over. Halb's coming over. Cavaliers breaking through the gates. This castle still being repaired. This castle could go down. If it goes down, then the trebs are exposed. And the castle falls. Castle falls. Rams keep pushing. But Nikov, he's not one to stop building his quick gates. But he will call the GG. He will call the GG. And in the Imp transition, Nikov clicks Imp. Lucho puts his foot on the gas, does nothing but spam cabs, spam knights all over the map, goes right up the rock terrain into the wood line of Nikov, kills 30 villagers in the blink of an eye, 76 to 40 eco KD, and Lucho holds on to win game 1. Oh, what type of map is it when we can see monk rushes and we can see all in knights being successful, 159 to 121 KD? More res collected for Lucho. That's just, Nikov was, it felt like he was so far ahead. He was there, the military was similar, but then he clicked imp and maybe stopped production. You can see the difference in production. Nikov going imp, Lucho staying castle. And maybe spamming Quaguang Cav would have been the way for Nikov. Oh, that map was a bloodbath. Alright, so gonna try to keep the ads between the games on my channel again, so apologies for the ad. Check out any of the YouTube VODs or the Onamaru stream too. Remember to give them a follow on Twitch, again, because we're streaming together and we want to build some follows for the channel for the LAN event this summer. Or this winter if you're in Brazil, as I've been corrected by my chat before. And thank you, Russell Beart, for following my channel. What are we up to now? We're up to... oh, we passed 1,800 followers on the Onamaru channel. Thank you so much. I do hope we hit 2K by the end of these qualifiers, so we've basically just about doubled what we had before. And if you're interested in Sato Prisma, I think that Memb and Dave are covering those. So lots of people casting today, and Ornlu too. And if you want to watch something in Portuguese, I think Gabby was casting Degao Tato. And what is the next set we got? How is Nikov? As far as I know, Nikov has recovered from his appendicitis bout. Recovered enough to pick a water map for us. So Fernando de Noronha will be our game number 2, home map of Nikov. And Nikov not looking to play like Tato did. Berbers against Bengalis will be the civs. Oh, thank you for letting me know I'm muted. Telepathic casting, yes. I try to drink water between the games and then I mute myself. And I don't press the button. Dark Age on a water map. Didn't miss anything. No instant barracks, no instant rush. You know, oh, I got it. Taking a break from talking. Yeah, very insightful commentary. All I was saying was you could take a little breather now. Now that we have the Dark Age in front of us.
L'uomo.
But we don't have a drush. We see drushes on almost every map. I guess this is the one where we won't. Even Coast Arena, we see those men-at-arms rushes. Ooh, so only 6 hours in today? This has been a quick day so far. So let me just, maybe while we're in the Dark Age here, check up on the status of the other sets. Looks like Prisma Sato had game number 1. Long 44-minute game, won by Sato. And they're now well into game number 2. That was Festa da Polvere, won by Sato, and Monte Pasquale. Game number 2 between them. So forward docks from Nikov. And what do we have there? The flamingos, wonderful flamingo birds flying around. And when you want to know what strat are the players going, look at how many vills they put on wood. If it's 5 vills on a lumber camp in the Dark Age, they're going fast feudal. If they're putting almost all their vills on lumber camps, it's a big fish boom. It's a fast castle. It's a multi-dock fast castle. And as we have been seeing on this map, if you're playing water and not going for some type of aggressive landing, feudal water doesn't do enough damage. The docks are too easy to garrison, too easy to defend with all the arrows they shoot. And it really isn't all that worth it. The whale here for Nikov as he's taking fish. Take the whales for gold. You can skip the mining camp if you really want to take the whale. But I think it's still a bit of a risk not to have vills on gold. So another dock over to the side for Lucho. He'll grab a couple more fish there. And of course some little oysters too scattered about. And there we go, Feudal Age for Nikov. And Feudal Age also for Lucho. Really chopping into that wood line. I'll pick up his last capybara. Now, the players leave their javelinas out here. Players, they have so much food, they don't even take the javelinas. What is this fast castle not even luring in your boars? I think Nikov took his. That's what I did years ago. Well, around 2012, I started learning how to play islands maps. I wanted to play like the pros. So I'd take the scout and attack the javelina and lure with the scout. No one ever does that these days. One of those little things I miss. Luring with the scout. Japanese, I think the Japanese still get a bonus when taking whales. Maybe I'm wrong about that, and it's only their fishing ships. Maybe the bonus doesn't apply to the whaling ships or oystering ships. I thought they did, but might be wrong about that. There's so many bonuses these days, I lose track of the details. Market blacksmith for Nikov. And Lucho up to the Feudal Age.
Hey.
And fishing lines loom on the way for Lucho. Now, Castle Age for Nikov.
Yeah.
And fishing ships hop inside the dock. Fire galley there, harassing for Nikov on the way up. What we saw is getting your ship numbers up on the way to the Castle Age can be very important on this map.
Adesh.
That's how Jordan won his game, started his military unit production a bit earlier. And looks like Nikov up 6-2 right now might be going down that same path. The fishing ships here back and forth. Taking the snapper, taking the tuna. Hello, Bucksbaum. Fire is taking down the fishing ships, disrupting Lucho's eco. This feels like a good opening from Nikov. Opening with fires, and pure fires too. Now remember, Berbers have faster moving ships. And I guess the first thing he'll do is a university for clinker construction to get even faster moving ships. But with the fires, he's hopeful that he can run away from hulks. Run away from any bad fights he doesn't want to take. And try to harass the fishing ships. Medium warships on the way for Nikov. Foraging even in case he wants hulks. And not going galleys, going hulks. Interesting. Is he throwing down a university right away? Maybe it's the Berbers he doesn't even need the speed, but he's going for the fishing ships. A big risk to focus on fishing ships and not fighting the fires with your own fires. And he's going to try to get us around here. There he goes, fire ship, and this is a good fight for Nikov. This is a great fight for Nikov. Has the timing advantage, medium warships not in for Lucho. Has been making some painful mistakes. Oh, was that on... I mean, to be fair, Testa de Pulvera and Monte Pasquale are kind of designed that you make painful mistakes. They are very difficult maps to play correctly. And siphons now for Lucho. That running MBL game on Monte Pasquale felt like it was just players making mistakes and trying to Titanic. And fires still can't really finish anything off. There it is. There's clinker construction from Nikov. We'll have siphons 2 from Lucho. Did Lucho do clinker construction? He did not. So Nikov is going to be 1.62 speed against 1.47 now. And that'll only increase with clinker construction. These fires are going to be so fast for the Berbers. Hulks too. Now Bengali ships will heal, but Berbers can take whatever fight they want. Nikov can come try to head these fires off. Where's he going? So he gets now 1.78 speed. That is so fast. Remember, that's just about what a scout gets to with if you have the Kumans. Yeah, they zoom in. That was faster than a fully garrisoned siege tower before the nerf. That game was perfect, no mistakes whatsoever. Running proud of his game. I think the crews of those 5 turtle ships you lost in early castle might disagree with you slightly. But honestly, congrats running. That was impressive to take down MVL. I'm hoping, I got some hopes that a good member of the clown community is going to make it to a land now. So, what do we have here? Warhulks attacking the fires. It feels like Prisma's somehow managing to hold, but holding when Nikov's 1000 res ahead. This has been a crazy game where neither player has made War Galley. War Galley Fire has been the combination I've seen every game, and now completely changing it. Fletching for Nikov. Did I say Prisma? Did I say Prisma when I meant Lucho? If I did, I'm sorry. They're different people. Prisma picks yellow in his games. I've been casting 6 hours. I'll mess up a name occasionally. So here we have one big surround from Nikov, who has a huge lead in ship numbers and HP. This is where that res collected lead is going to pay off. Forging for Lucho. Hasn't had forging for his Hulk line yet. Yeah, last Sunday it was 10. Well, we might go 10 tomorrow. I was fixing map bugs this morning, too. I fixed something Vince reported to me. And here we have one big engagement with the Hulks. Oh, look at this. Look at this patrol stack. How many ships are here? Just add more. Just add more. This could be what Lucho needs if he could take a win against Nikov down here. Finally get the numbers to swap. Nikov has to run away. He's fighting on the left side, killing some fishing ships there. Can I fix your hair loss? If I could, I would have helped Viper already. So, wheelbarrow for Nikov, wheelbarrow for the faster moving Vils. And now that was a good stack. Portugal. Oh, Portugal. Lost to Tato wasn't bad enough. And nice surround from Nikov using the mangrove trees. Hulk's trying to grapple with the fires. Lucho grappling with the fact he needs to call GG, and Nikov will tie that up. That's impressive from Nikov and Jordan, kind of the more old school players picking the water map as their home map. And winning it fairly confidently. Slight Hulk or slight numbers lead for Nikov, slight eco lead too. And only 2 ships, no war galleys, different composition than we've seen so far. Maybe with the Berbers and their speed, it just makes sense not to have to go for the war galleys. And you use the faster ships, really use the speed advantage. Alright, so that's Lucho won game 1, Nikov won game 2. Need to check off the overlay in between the games. That was... Oh, and the Bengalis were the first pick Civ too, so Berber's a bit later. Nikov still has Chinese. And someone named Fresh Bird has joined their lobby. Fresh Bird wanting to go face Vinchester tomorrow. Those games where you know it's won and you're afraid of throwing for 30 minutes, and in turn doing everything to throw. that must be the most stressful feeling. Everything that goes wrong just kind of like mentally starts to compound. When will they happen tomorrow? Probably starting at 12 GMT. We have 5 best of 7s to cast. Our plan is probably to try to stagger the starts for every 2 hours. Stowe Prisma Woodlines didn't spawn correctly on Satan. Okay, these players are in the lobby. Wait, let me go. Okay, they didn't pick up that wreck. Our base telling me of a map bug when I tried to fix something. Maybe I made it worse. Yeah, so 14, 16, 18, 20 is likely the start times. But we still need to schedule the sets because we still don't know who's playing. One of these two and one of Sato and Prisma will be playing. So that'll be announced later tonight after the stream. We're still planning on a 12 GMT start as far as I'm aware. I gotta check which version of my mod is the most recent. V2. Alright, looks like Lucho and Nikov took a short break, and it'll be Dos Karajas as game number 3. Maya could be a popular civ for the map for Lucho. Maya versus Celts, if Nikov goes Celts, would be crazy. I feel like he wants to save Chinese for Monte Pasquale. Or for the Nomad map in Pantanal. Alright, and here we go. Dos Karajas loading in. Catans versus Maya. Okay. A matchup we're going to see on this map quite a few times. Comes down to, can the Maya keep enough crossbows alive to get a mass to deal with whatever the Catans make, be it steppies or cav archers. In some ways similar to that Jurchin's Maya matchup we saw in Dagao versus Tato. Where the Maya will have numbers with their cav archers. Alright, so 60-second spec delay. We did see a couple of instant drushes on this map, too. As here will be 30 seconds from loading in. And version 1, a map that I updated once and seems to have been not needing more bug fixes. I always enjoy that when the maps work and I don't need to keep tweaking them. I had a couple of maps that I think I'm up to version 3 or 4 because I've made very small changes. And that adds up over time. So, once more, we will have Lucho as the red player to the west, he'll be playing as the Maya, and Nikov as the blue player to the east, he'll be playing as the Catans. So Maya versus Catans. Immediate to pure lore from Nikov, and immediate deer push from Nikov too. Maya could go for an insta-drush. Nikov sees that he has a wood line by a gold mine. Actually, great map for Nikov with 2 wood lines by golds, so 1 tower defends a lot early on. Now, Lucho, he is adding houses, which means he's not going for an insta-barracks, no insta-drush. And Lucho's villas will head back to the wood line. Spear going to be brought in by Lucho. And Eagle will push in the deer. So once twice, shooting the tapir. And the deer makes it in towards the TC. As well have another house up for Lucho. And the deer makes it in rather nicely. There it goes. Both players with back wood lines. Shouldn't be too hard of a wall for Lucho to go to the edge of the map. Now, it's always tricky to know where to wall when you haven't scouted everything. If Lucho had scouted this wood line that goes all the way to the edge perfectly right at the start of the game, then he's maybe doing 2 houses out here and extending the wall instead of letting archers get to the back of the wood line. But that's also the trade-off when you need to wall right away, and in the 9-vil start you don't have as much scouting time before you wall. Even though you have the big scouted area around your TC, I don't think that quite makes up to the scouting difference. And loom for Nikov. I'm trying to get Arbase to send me a rec to debug. So deer taken there under the TC. Very quick uptiming if we're playing a standard game. Khitans compared to the Maya. And faster up 21 population with loom. So the same as 20 population for normal civ because of the extra vil for the Maya. No idle TC time, so nicely done not to idle during the Dark Age. And it'll be militia. And men-at-arms these days, with Feudal Age arson, much more threatening than they've been in the past. Able to break through walls, break through houses. And Nikov not going to gold yet, not making a barracks yet, just getting the wood for it now. Going to wall up fully and do the barracks. Wall himself to the edge of the map. And Eagle plus Scout as the militia come forward. And over the hill they will upgrade to men-at-arms once Feudal comes in. And look to push maybe the berries. Nikov, now the question for Nikov is stable or range? Stable or range as his scout will see the barracks, so he probably knows something's up. So far it's nothing. No stable, no range, double bit axe, no domestication. And there's the stable. And I don't know if that's actually... Oh, yes it is. Yes, it is. Within range of the TC, he doesn't want it being stopped by militia. Extra palisade, I actually kind of like that. Palisade there, it actually makes it a bit more difficult to fit enough militia around the middle. Arson and men-at-arms for Lucho. And spin move from the Vil atop the archery range as he'll construct that. Also very close to and within range of the TC. And the Khitans are able to take advantage of this distance because the pastures don't require a drop site, just like the Khmer farms. Well, not just like them. They'll still drop off. It's not instantly deposited, but they drop off in the middle of the pasture. This little building in the middle. So you don't need the TC space. And with this enclosure Nikov's made for himself in the back, he can fill it with pastures and use the TC to provide a bit more protection. So his plan here is he tries to wall in the men-at-arms, but... Oh, there he goes. Almost the Viper. A gate here would do it. Oh, that scout a bit outside of his control. Needs to be on stand ground. He'll wall that in and go skirms, and he's going to play very defensively. That'll let Lucho do whatever he wants then. Amass lots of archers to get crossbows. Maybe click up quickly if he doesn't have to deal with scouts in his eco. The Maya, not the best food eco. I don't know if they ever fixed it, but their farms used to be a tiny bit slower than normal farms. as an adjustment that was made for their carry or their longer lasting resource bonus. And the scouts want to avoid fighting a spear. The skirms here need to deal with the spear. Faster producing skirms for the Khitan so they can pump them out and get numbers quickly, 15% faster. So even faster these days than the Britons, who only have a 10% faster range. I guess Khitans with the Briton team bonus would be sick. They'd get all the skirms in the world. Everybody, thank you very much for the rec. I will take a look at that after the stream today.
Shot it.
Jaguar hit by the scouts. Jaguar taken down. And this army will try to get in a couple of houses up. And fletching for Lucho, but at the back of his gold, here come the skirms. This is where you just want to keep the vills working and don't run them, because you don't want to run into the scouts, and it's only skirms, so you have a while before you have to run. And your hope is that you can get something in your base to save them. And that thing might just be those archers. Still forward with the men-at-arms on the hill, but we'll get over to the gold and try to save the vills with the archers. Now he deletes the palisades so the weak vill can run, but has done it in time that the archers are over. And running played wonderfully. That he did. That he did. That Satan game for running was great. As epic as the Monte Pasquale one was. That was a very, very cleanly played Arabia-esque type of game. And winning that against MBL is quite the feat. Hello, Chicho. So fletching for Nikov. Still running forward with the skirms. Trying to find a way to damage Lucho, but Lucho able to wall up. So vill count pretty similar. Lucho actually ahead in res collected as the Maya. His longer lasting resources are nice, but in the long run, Khitan pastures should come to dominate. Lucho looks a bit closer to the castle age in his food count. But Nikov should get more food income started soon.
Shot it. Tabish.
Skirms hitting the archers. Archers have to turn around and run.
Shot it.
They will start in parallel tomorrow.
Shot it. Tabish.
There's 35 games all back to back to back to back to back. Might be a bit too much if we get 5 best of 7s. That all of those 7 games. So skirms hitting the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms chasing them down. Scouts will have to turn and fight.
Shot it.
Turn and fight the men-at-arms and the eagles. Castle Age gold mining both for Lucho.
Shot it.
Archers picked by skirms.
Tabish.
And horse collar gold mining both on the way for Lucho. Vill here by the berries, shot by the archers. Vill goes down. Yes, boy, we've been talking about the other games too. We'll allow spoilers for now. So Castle Age for Nikov will be slower. You'll be a minute slower than Lucho. I think this can become a tough Civ matchup to play for the Maya if they take one bad fight and fall behind in crossbow numbers. If that doesn't happen, and Lucho is really careful with his crossbow micro, and can pull them back and micro, the way Leary did in that game where Tata was poles, and made sure he never lost the crossbows, that's how I think you want to play them here. It can be tempting to be aggressive on these hills, but also risky.
Ashike.
And then domestication for Nikov.
Tabish. Shot it.
Jaguar eating the spear. Spear will turn and poke it. Skirm's attacking the man-at-arms. And now upgrades coming in from our Castle Age player as Lucho's up.
Tabish.
And trying to keep the men-at-arms alive as best he can. Nikov doesn't quite pick all of them off. Nikov wants to jump the archers with the skirms, and that is a mistake in positioning from Lucho almost. Recovers from it though. Of moving his army away from the crossbows, letting the skirms jump, but not too much damage done. I'll have a workshop forward for Lucho.
Shot it.
And crossbows finding the Vil. Skirms come around,
Tabish.
and we'll have to fight the crossbows and the eagles.
Shot it.
The scouts at the front from Nikov cleaned up, and the siege workshop will go up for Lucho.
Ashike.
Skirms will fight eagles here. Chase the eagles away. And town watch for Lucho. There'll be leather archer armor and elite skirmisher for Nikov. As the skirms come over, they'll find
Shot it.
almost a fight. They'll pick off an eagle, can't quite get to the crossbows like they want to. And that's the strength of the Khitans. All the skirms they'll have too, not just their eco, but their skirms. Has collected, still Lucho slightly ahead. And Nikov now has to be careful of the Mangonel on the hill. Does not have ballistics. Ballistics would be important. And what type of Mangonel shot can Lucho get? Nikov able to pull back. And that's Cav Archers, 1, 2, 3.
Ashike.
Crossbows,
Shot it.
spear, and the man-at-arms want to attack the palisade.
Ashike. Tabish.
And ooh, nice hit on the skirms.
Shot it.
Mangonel hits a skirm. And Nikov has to be careful of his gold now. He is putting Vils on that gold. He's got 30 Vils on one gold mine.
Ashike.
And a second TC from Lucho. Nikov actually ahead in Vils so far. But he has to be careful that eagles could get in. Is he walled behind this? Yep, there's no hole. That's a lot of pressure on him. And maybe time for a Step Lancer? Doesn't have any cav upgrades. Just going fully for Skirm Cav Archer. And that does expose a weakness to Mangonels. One that Lucho will use to keep applying pressure. Yeah, I got you if you want to see the brackets there.
Ashike. Tabish.
Mangonels at the TC. As padded archer armor is in for Lucho, we'll have a Jaguar picked off by Cav Archers. And 3 Mangonels attacking the TC. Rocket Cart. It's a small hit. I need some repairs. Nikov has to be careful. He could lose his only TC. He might be 0 TC gaming soon. And MBL won with that. But nice, wonderful gate from Lucho. Wonderful gate between the range and the house. And the pastures for the Khitans running out.
Shot it.
Nikov only 2 pastures left. Crossbows tank a bit of a shot, and Nikov calls the GG. Lucho goes up 2-1 behind the strength of the Maya. Lucho looking to pull an upset against Nikov. That's 14-9. KD, what? That feels like a rather low KD for the game we just had. What, 2k res collected ahead. Faster castle time. And even from early feudal, pulling ahead in resources collected, forcing Nikov to defend, and that strategy of going for the very defensive enclosure made him ever so slightly less efficient, and over time, Lucho punished him for it. Is it? I mean, maybe it's not an upset these days. Nikov's certainly the more veteran player. As we're out of standard maps now. As we have 2 nomad starts remaining. And what do we have here? Maya over Khitans. Nikov also has Celts really early in the draft. Which... What? What are the Celts doing that early? If he has 2 nomad maps remaining, the Chinese will be used for one of them. And then he has presumably Bohemians. I'd imagine Chinese for Montepasquale, and if he forces game 5, then Bohemians. I mean, Pantanal can be crazy. Maybe Celts or Aztecs can do something. Then we have, what, Jurchens, Huns, Khmer, and Portuguese for Lucho. So Huns with the Hunnic horse can be good on either map. Portuguese a good nomad civ too. Jurchens felt like they might have been an alternative to Maya for Dos Carajas, but ultimately he went with the Maya there. Maybe the same as the Khmer. Khmer could have been for Vala de Silva too. And it will indeed be Montepasquale. It'll be Celts versus Huns. Celts versus Huns. Our base will be a fan of the Celts, so I was not anticipating the Celts picked for a Pilgrim's Nomad start. I imagine this is going to be Nikov building a TC on the middle and then playing full Huang style with mangonels. Could be... Huns could be vulnerable to that, maybe. Just have no taste? Maybe so. Maybe I need to learn the ways of the Celts. So one other set going on right now. We have Prisma Sato. Looks like that has ended though. So this is our final set of today to figure out our last remaining finalist for tomorrow. Yeah, the Celts pick rate incredibly high, but I think that's a result of all the men-at-arms changes that have happened. All the infantry buffs. Feudal Age Arson. So here we are on... Oh wow, I'm completely wrong about what I was gonna see. Okay, here we are on Montepasquale. Lucho as the red Huns to the west. And it will be Lucho as the Huns heading to the middle, and Nikov as the Celts going to the water. Well, when Lucho builds the TC, he'll get the Hunnic horse, he'll be able to run around and find all of the capybaras. Nikov as the Celts will have a wood chopping bonus. And I guess one way Nikov could play this is try to win water, then move to the middle with a castle drop. Woad Raiders won't be the worst unit out of a castle. But still kind of an awkward one. Certainly not a powerhouse like a Conquistador. And he has the Chinese also in his Civ draft, so probably saving them for game 5 if it goes to Pantanal. You have a psychological advantage over the other Frenchies. Well, Lucho is up 2-1. I mean, if Nikov wants a psychological advantage, maybe the answer is pick Celts and try to scare someone. With the horse, Lucho, though, he will know that Nikov has not come down over here with the transport ship to build his TC. He will know that it's the island TC. Now, each player does have a whale pretty close to their island, and then another whale, other 2 whales out here farther down into the corner. That horse scouting the beach, looking for any sign of Nikov, while also finding javelinas to lure in. And we see Nikov up by 4 eco population, 5 population even with the fishing ships. And seems like he simply wants the wood bonus to get him off to a really good start on Nomad. And wants to use that right from the start by chopping trees with the starting TC. Has a great dock location right next to a deep fish. We'll have another 2 deep fish off the top of the island if he wants to do another dock. And transport ships will be sailing next to each other, in parallel. Nikov does have to be careful with his capybara. Now that it's on the mainland, it could be stolen by Lucho. When Yo played this map, he put the capybaras on the transport and immediately brought them back to his TC. But I don't know if that is really the strat to do instead of scouting. And there's feudal for Nikov. So 4 seconds of TC idle time, not that much. He's up. Lucho with the Huns will stay on the mainland. And what approach is better, mainland or the island? I've seen so many games and I still don't know. The first few games we saw on the map, the island was dominating. But that was also felt like the ELO mismatch, where the lower ELO player was going to the mainland and not quite executing properly. They were dying to castle drops once the water player mined some stone and dropped a castle on their TC. But if you have mangonels and outposts and scouting and you're prepared for that, or maybe built up a bit more on the mainland, maybe you have archers to harass the gold, that's a different story then. You're here once again to support your fellow kelp pickers. Do we have stats for that? Arbase, do you know what the win rate of the Celts is in this tournament? One 100%. I don't think that's true. I did cast Dragonstar losing with them. And it'll be triple docks, and we'll see what ship he opens with, and triple dock fire galleys. Fire galleys are the most DPS 2 enemy docks, so seeing his opponent still in the Dark Age, Nikov is thinking, let's go destroy the dock and harass the fish as much as possible. Lucho, seeing the Feudal Age, will maybe send his remaining villas from his starting island over to the mainland. There's a house from Nikov and the triple dock fires. He'll make one more round of fires. And then he needs to start asking himself how much does he commit to the fires if he sees it's only one dock from Lucho. Because 6 is already a lot. And Lucho, if he needs to redock, will likely be doing it somewhere on the main coast, on the main beach. Yeah, Woad Raider is the best cav unit in the game. Mostly because pikes don't get an advantage against it. But 5 fishing ships in the dock for Lucho. And this one realizes it just needs to run away. Sad fishing ship. Doesn't fit inside. And more fires for Nikov. Did lure Nikov into the arrow range of the dock. And Lucho will try to run, but run into another wave of fires. As he's still not up to feudal. And Nikov will have a huge score and eco lead because he wins the water. That's true. That's true. But he has not come at all to the mainland. I'm actually genuinely curious, because we have seen a few games where we get to close to 1 hour plus, get close to that 90-minute time limit, where we start to have to consider score victories. And is it possible to get a score victory simply by winning water and not landing? You cannon galleon any dock attempt, and just camp for a score victory. Mine the stone, use the ships for how expensive they are to fill your population, research your technologies. Probably not. But there comes a point where maybe it feels like if it's a close game, the player with the mountain might be at a disadvantage if they don't have the water. Yeah, only gold from the living whales. A total of 4,000. Celts are 5 and 9. If not only with water, then I guess the question is how much of the land do you actually need? Can you corner someone on the hill and still win? Even if it's a position where eventually you'd run out of gold. Wait, so Arbase, you're telling me they were picked once in the first qualifier and then 8 times in this qualifier? So Nikov has a plan. He's going to mine stone. He's up to the castle age. Won't be up as fast as Lucho, but he's adding in fishing lines. And with 2k more res collected. Lucho adding in scouts, but won't really be able to do anything to Nikov. Maybe a question for Nikov if he does a barracks before landing to make sure he has some pikemen out, or do you just do something for scouting? No, you don't douche from here. You need the TC still. Well, especially since he's up to the castle age, but even afterwards, I think you still would want the Vil production, even if it is annoying to transport. Another TC for Lucho, and he is just gonna boom up in the middle. And he'll need to find some way to deal with Nikov having complete water control. Like Harris said, TC on home island and win water. Has Hera actually played the map? Because he just qualified automatically. I don't actually know if Hera's played at all. Maybe he trained with Leary. Might have trained with Hart. While they were still in London. And okay, Jaguar time. Jaguars kill one villager. They get a kill. Will they get another kill? I think they're good. I think they're good. Only one Vil lost for Lucho. Only one Vil down. Oh, wait, no, maybe a second. Oh, no, he realizes, I can't click it because the TC's in the way. He realizes. I want to see the HP. Oh, but here comes another one. Which Vil will that one attack? It's going for the weak. Oh, no, it's not. Not going for the weak Vil. Almost, the Vil next to her. Alright, anyway, Bowsaw, gill nets for Nikov. Nikov is just chilling on the water. He is not even bothering with going to the mainland. He is going over to Lucho's home island. Lucho has a Vil there. Nikov doesn't care. They're chopping wood in peace. Having a nice, friendly island vacation together. Nikov's one of the victories with the Celts. Okay. He is doing scale mail armor, and a castle. And Lucho has not seen this, will just see it now, but not in time to stop the castle, even with a pair of knights. Nikov can head to the transport to garrison and keep the weak Vils alive. Can also use the fires to fend off the knights. And it is time for Woad Raiders from Nikov. He has a 20 Vil lead. He is adding in a monastery. That is a beautifully architectured castle from which to make Woad Raiders and try to collect relics. A poor horse running into the castle. There's a Woad Raider. Doesn't want to fight a knight by itself, but can once it gets a few of them together. More Javelinas lured in for Lucho. Outpost and house up for Nikov. Woad Raiders attacking the knights. Chainmail armor and wheelbarrow both for Nikov. Fletching for Lucho. And knights attacking the Woad Raiders as a monk comes for a conversion. Monks push the knights, knights run back. Third TC for Lucho, going for the very top of the hill. Forging for Nikov. And if Lucho is committing to a 3 TC boom, as the Woad Raider can outrun the Jaguars, Nikov might be able to raid. He has both of his armors. Don't think he wants to push a building yet. I think, does Arson apply to Woad Raiders? Infantry plus 2 attack? I think it does. The Jaguars fighting the Knights. The Jaguars might have just killed the Woad Raider. He stopped running and they got him. With the help of the Knights. And yeah, Nikov taking the whales. Incredible fish eco, as you say. And he can start doing TCs and start booming himself. So 50 actual Vils to 37. Handcart for Nikov. Using the map to mine stone. Cav Archers now for Lucho as the Huns. Now, if there is a Scorpion Cav Archer matchup, this is the OG one. And Cart for Nikov.
Kia.
Villager chopping for Nikov. And he's moving into the middle. Can't get to the top, but with all the stone he has, could even YOLO a castle drop here. He's 18 military, 9 of that is Woad Raiders. And there's a workshop for Nikov. This is cracked terrain. Get some mangonels up here, or even up here. Attack the TC from above. That's one thing I think players need to keep in mind, the hill for the cracked terrain.
Kid?
And there's a siege workshop for Nikov.
Erlov. Margaret, Erlov.
See if he gets... Oh, he's going Rams! He's not even going mangonels, he's going Rams! He is going Rams! He wants to end this! Monks there to convert Cav archers. And bloodlines for Lucho. Alright. Rams. On cracked terrain, Celts. And what's that bonus? Siege weapons attack 25% faster. Woad Raider Ram. Rams will protect the Woad Raiders from the Cav archers. And Jaguar deciding not to attack anything. He's nice and peaceful. Double workshop Rams. What? Alright, Nikov has to be careful with the Woad Raiders. Falls back to the Rams. Needs the monks to convert Cav archers. Now he needs maybe some scorpions. Oh, Nikov says, okay, you can have your top TC. I'm gonna attack the other TC. Come down off the hill. Come down off the hill. Watch these speedy Rams. Not ram the TC. Run to the monks. The monks want conversions on the knights. You'll get conversions on the capybaras. Woad Raiders pop out. Monks still want the knights. And this TC is going down. This TC is going down. The Vills turn to fight the Rams. The Woad Raiders fighting the Cav archers. Rams might go down, actually. The TC very low on HP. Vills trying to repair 400. The TC can't be garrisoned. The Rams are down. Lucho was running away, but Nikov out of Woad Raiders. Nikov out of Woad Raiders there. He's fighting Woad Raiders on the top, or fighting against the Cav archers. And the TC, no wood left for Lucho. He can't repair, but Nikov also out of Rams. And just enough HP to garrison, so Lucho will send everyone back to wood now. And Nikov may be throwing a bit, not having enough Woad Raiders. The Cav archers are working. Oh, but he has a castle drop now. Now he has a castle drop. His Vills fighting the Jaguars. Here comes a pair of Scorpions. Everyone just ran out of military and resources at that same moment. Ram attacking the workshop. And Nikov, 28 military, 16 Woad Raiders. They're not that expensive compared to the more powerful unique units. And there is the castle. Mangonel down. Workshop will go down. And Nikov feels like he's on the way to forcing a game 5. Lucho's going to run into the Black Panthers, running to the corner. Does he know they're there? He's running into the Panthers, trying to find space for a workshop. Will the Panthers kill any Vills? Lucho's trying to fight them off. He's trying for a castle. The Panthers are killing all of his Vills. Here come the Woad Raiders. The Vills aren't dying, they're just all getting very low on HP for the Woad Raiders and Scorpions to finish off. Oh, the Black Panthers finding the Vills. And Lucho calls the GG. Huns versus Celts. This is 2026. Black Panthers are added to the game. And they will finish off Lucho as well. Maybe the Scorpions and Woads played a role too. Let's pretend it's the wildlife. It's 47-28 for Nikov. Better eco. And we're heading into what will be the final game of today. Our final set. 7 hours, and we're still going strong. Celts eat Panthers. Panthers dine with Celts, more like it. As they both eat the villagers. And Nikov still has Chinese left. So what is this matchup? Chat, is this Chinese versus Portuguese now? Yeah, Celt Jaguar warriors would move faster. So Chinese, Portuguese. Give me energy, chat. We're 7 hours in. And they're taking a break before hosting the lobby. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick myself before game 5. There we go. Alright, Pantanal, our land nomad start will be game number 5. Takes a few minutes to recover from Celts. Takes a long time to recover from Celts. So as we head in, take a moment. If you haven't already, follow the Onamaru stream. Thank them for sponsoring the event. Thank you everyone who's online and still casting too. I see Dave still going strong. Are these top 50 in the game? I think it's safe to say that, yes. Let me see what they're seeded for the tournament in the bracket. Still waiting for them to launch. Anyways, this time in the bracket, it was Nikov was seed number 10, Lucho seed number 14. So very close seeds. The winner goes up against seed number 5, Winchester. Yeah, our base is not going. It was too big of a flight for our base to want to put up with. So, oh, Lucho. I thought I was gonna go Portuguese, but no, he goes Jurchens. I'm trying to rack my brain. I don't think I've seen Jurchens on a Nomad map before. But the non-decaying hunt and herdables will be a nice bonus for all of the capybaras and javelinas on this map. So they might get off to a really nice economy right off the bat. Our base open to travel to any German lands, including the finals of your own land? Here we go. Spectator delay winding down. 20 seconds. Chinese versus Jurchens. Maybe we see Fire Lancers from both. The Chinese will get 3 vills as soon as they build their TC. But they'll start with a food penalty. You have your predictions. Vidge, Sebastian, Tato, Sorokuma, and Dark. Okay, so we will have Lucho as the red Jurchens, Nikov as the blue Chinese, and they're gonna TC close to each other, actually. Oh, this game's gonna be crazy. Nikov getting the TC up first. Lucho will see it. Nikov sending vills to the mill on the outside, taking some hunt. So, downside of doing that is since you don't walk through the middle, you get your TC up a bit later, and you don't have any capybaras. Does Capture Age not show negative food? Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, it's Nomad Resources. Actually, Nomad Resources. So Nikov starts with 0 food as the Chinese. He will click Loom right away, put his vills on the capybara, get 3 extra vills. There's Loom. Took him 2 seconds to click Loom. And that's all the idle time he should have, because he's already been gathering food on the outside. He should be able to drop off food, and now keep the TC running with a 3 vill lead. There'll be a 2 vill lead as one of those vills will be Loom. 1 second of idle time, Q to vill. The downside is that since he wasn't walking across the middle, he didn't bring his outside vills over. He's not going to have as many capybaras. So a bit more scouting early on for Lucho, with all the capybaras scouting. And also a bit more food in the long run when he has those non-decaying capybaras under the TC. You look at the scouting difference between the two of them. Nikov hasn't scouted anything other than the fact that Lucho's TC is right here. So, Jurchen's meat of hunted and livestock animals doesn't decay. That includes all of the animals on this map. Mounted units and Fire Lancers attack faster. Siege Engineers in the Castle Age. We could see some crazy rocket cart push in the Castle Age with Siege Engineers when they're this close. Now, all the stone on the map is on the outside. All the gold is on the inside. Lots of capybaras on the inside too, as Nikov is maybe looking for more hunt to lure in. He needs the capybara to block the hunt if he wants to. Or maybe just scouting with the vill. As capybara blocking the javelina there. Helping Lucho to lure it in. So these muddy shallows that run throughout here, you can't dock them. You can't build on them either, so it does make it sometimes a bit tricky to lure in the javelinas if you can't do your palisade or house tricks directly on the shallows. Well, there's enough land around. You're usually fine. There should be the same number of gold tiles on each of these islands. And a javelina lured in here from Nikov. It'll be a bit of a long lure. And he does not want to lose a vill, but he has enough capybaras that he can block. And with the vills that are on the outside, as Nikov is taking the hunt, he could always move them to a mining camp and take stone. We've seen fast castle approaches, we've seen castle drops, we've seen feudal archers, we've seen towers. I've seen a lot of different strategy choice used on the map. The Chinese, not really an FC civ, they can go for Chuko news. But that doesn't have much mobility and can be fended off by towers and TCs. Never in doubt for that lore, never in doubt. The Grenadier, the Iron Pagoda, the Steppe Lancers, no Huiguan Cav, just Steppe Lancers for the Jurchens. And the Hussars. Very good Cav lines and unique unit for them. Brazil is filled with a wide variety of different biomes and terrains. It's a very large country and very geographically diverse. And there's Nikov, he's going for... Is the 22 vills fast castle or fast feudal? Still has javelinas under the TC. I don't know where this vill is going. I guess it's... Oh, he's laming the gold. Is this for a tower rush then? Well, it's a lumber camp on the outside. So So lumber camp, house. What actually is his second Dark Age building? Wait. Well, lumber camp is a mill out there too. Okay, yeah, the mill from the start. All right, lumber camp and mill on the outside. He is up, and the only thing that makes sense here is a tower rush. If he's not doing a barracks, I mean, he can't fast castle off of this, can he? Doing an outpost. They scouted the TC. Yes, they very much know exactly where each other are.
什么？
You're not going to make that mistake of not finding your opponent at this level. It's a market and blacksmith for Nikov. Is he going to sell stone? No, he's going to tower. Lucho not selling the stone. Is this just going to be then fire lancers? The Chinese ones, they don't attack faster, but they will move faster. Also, the TC giving such good line of sight and pop space is nice for the Chinese. Look at that line of sight Nikov has on the TC. He just had a not visible spot that turned visible. Alright, thanks DE. Just AoE 2 things. Now they end up so close, they just walked there. And oh, nice laming Nikov. Nikov laming the Javelina, so it wouldn't go into the TC. Who will shoot first? Nikov will. You can also get onto the shallows, and then your opponents can't house trick you to stop luring. But yeah, Market Blacksmith and Nikov, look at all these capybaras he has, but he doesn't have the food to go up. He needs to drop some food off. That Javelina's almost dead. Soon it won't even be shootable anymore. Okay, Nikov with gold. And Gabby, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you enjoyed casting. I saw your casting earlier. I'm sure you're getting ready for the Latin American qualifier at the start of next week. And okay, Nikov not quite able to click up, idling the TC a bit. He wants to go up. He wanted to go up fast for the tower, but didn't quite have the food. And there he goes. He's up, and still is up faster than Lucho, and still has a Vil lead. Oh yeah, he did need to idle to go up there. He needed like one more Javelina, a few more capybaras. Might have went up a bit too tight initially. But now we have Lucho up, Lucho selling stone, and what are they going to go up into? See, no redemption for Lucho, and no redemption for Nikov. So it probably won't be a monk rush. It won't be a castle drop. And it looks like it's just going to be fire lancers. Nikov with outposts everywhere. Didn't do town watch, but might want to do that once he's up to get the vision. And we see blacksmith upgrades for the fire lancers. Is this just workshop and pure fire lancer now? She'll start the preparation tomorrow. Perfect.
Wait.
And Town Watch queued, there we go, Town Watch right after Castle Age. So what is this just going to be double barracks fire lancers against what from Nikov? He doesn't have the stone for another TC, he doesn't have the stone for a castle. I guess he just goes immediately for a workshop.
准备就绪。
And there's the workshop. Okay, workshop from Nikov, rocket carts then from the Chinese. Harkening back to that first game, Lucho's Manganelf micro felt like it was much better than Nikov's for a long time.
准备就绪。
何种命令？
And yeah, Nikov's wins came mostly when he was able to take better numbers in trades. Yeah, and remember, Hart did lose earlier today, so he will play in the Latin American qualifier.
准备就绪。
什么？
And that means that qualifier, also Degao there, Kingstone there, that qualifier is going to be tough.
准备就绪。
One of these two players will be there.
什么？何种命令？
And weak Vils on the gold. Is the timing from Nikov being up faster enough? Fire Lancers finding a weak Vil. Lots of those Vils are weak. We have a rocket cart.
何种命令？
attacking the Fire Lancer. A Vil goes down again. That's 2 Vil kills from Nikov. He's pressuring the TC. But doesn't have the same production as Lucho does. Only has 1 barracks to 2. And he's going for now a monastery. And is that just to pick up relics? Isn't to convert Fire Lancers then? Charge attack on weak Vils feels pretty sick. And now here's a bit of a counterattack. Nikov with some weak Vils too. Hops into the TC. He has gold in the back. He is taking out this TC. Has to be careful of his rocket carts. Rocket cart or Scorpion? I mean, I think the rocket cart is kind of needed because that's how you push the TC here. This map is fun. I'm sure that's what both these players are thinking right now. How much fun they're having in this incredibly stressful situation.
准备就绪。什么？
Low HP Vils repairing. Lucho has low HP Vils everywhere. Nikov with the Chinese has almost 1,000 more resources collected. That eco they get off to with that start they get off to with the extra villagers is an insane economic boost. The Vils, oh, rocket cart and 2 Vils all at once. Nikov pulling ahead. Fire Lancers in the back, keeping him off of wood, but he's got 600 wood in the bank. He's banked up on wood. He's attacking the blacksmith. Lucho has to be careful of the extra range that the Mangonel outside the TC will get, attacking the TC. And Nikov looks like he's gonna do it. Lucho's gonna need some insane rocket cart micro to bring himself back. Pew pew pew, go the rocket carts. And remember, this was Lucho's home map. Nikov first picked Civ, prioritizing the Chinese for it. Rocket carts attacking the TC.
准备就绪。什么？
Fire Lancer poking the rocket cart. And the TC will go down. Lucho will be 0 TC gaming. We all know from yesterday, 0 TC does not mean you've lost the game. But all of a sudden, Nikov 8 fills up and needs to hold that lead. I love these wild eco games. Lucho bought stone, trying to buy stone for a TC, needs wood for a TC. Love the outposts from Nikov too. He sees everything. He sees every unit that Lucho has.
准备就绪。什
The
么？
rocket cart kills the Fire Lancer. Yeah, no more idle TC time for Lucho. I'm sure that's good for him. I'm sure he loves that. He doesn't have idle TC time. Nikov with the luxury of having idle TC time now. Keeping it running though at 136. And that's going to be hard to keep it running considering he's using the market to buy food. He has 0 Vils on food. And Lucho will be doing a TC on the outside. At least he'll have food again. And Nikov up by 11 Vils, continuing to push. Might need some farms to get actual food income. Or another move to the outside. Who will... The winner of this will face Winchester tomorrow.
何种命令？
So difficult matchup for whoever wins. But Sato did knock Winchester out of the first qualifier. And Lucho will call it. He's not going to try to hide in the side and build a TC. He simply will call it, and Nikov will advance to face Winchester tomorrow. 3-2 win over Lucho. Wasn't pretty at all times. Lucho had an insane night push in game number 1. But here in game 5, Nikov will hold on. His first picked Chinese Civ. And with his back against the wall, down 2-1, he picks Celts of all Civs and goes Woad Raiders on Monte Pasquale, and then saves the Chinese for Pantanal. Jurchen's not able to deal with the Chinese. Would it have been better for Lucho to have gone Portuguese and organ guns? Or would the eco for the Chinese be too good? I guess Fire Lancers can probably just melee the organ guns. Well, tricky, he didn't go for a castle drop. GG's. And let's go check out the brackets for tomorrow, as that will probably be an even longer stream. Today was only 7.5 hours. It was a short one today. Short one today. Is the game really over? He was 0 TC gaming against the Chinese Civ with over 1,000 res collected, so I think it's fair for him to call it there. So, bracket A, Hart lost 3-1 to Dark, and that'll mean Dark versus Lewis is our matchup. Lewis, who had lost 4-3 against freaking Andy in the previous qualifier, and had twice been a game away from qualifying for Red Bull against both Viper and against MVL, will once more have a chance to qualify for a LAN event. Barl Sorakuma, as I do have to admit, I am kind of sad we don't see Jordan versus Doubt. Would have really loved to have seen that. Jordan felt rather off in the games he played today, though. And Sorakuma 3-1 over Doubt. Sorakuma's been beasting the past year. And Barl's lost in the first round to Stone Please. We'll face Sorakuma. Then we have Sebastian versus Sito. The two top seeds in this bracket meeting each other. And Tato running. Tato winning over to Gao. Running upsetting MBL. This is going to be crazy. I think Tato definitely is the favorite there, but Running played very well against MBL. MBL looked a bit shaky against Kasfa, and the shakiness continued against Running. Refused to die for a long time until Running finally took that Monte Pasquale game. And then finally we have Nikov Vinchester in our final bracket. Nikov Vinchester in our final bracket. Onimaru player Vinch trying to qualify. Nikov was in China last year. And has had two pretty good opponents so far with Husiel and Lucho, but Vinch is going to be at another level. Vinch, who had lost to Sato last week, and doubtlessly has been preparing since then. And none of them seems really maybe Tato Running kind of favors Tato. But none of these matchups seems particularly one-sided. You know, some of the big names, Viper, Leary, ACCM. Who else was it? Viper, Leary, ACCM. I'm blanking now. Qualifier 1. Viper, ACCM, freaking Andy, and Yo. There we go. They qualified. Hera's invited. And in the regional qualifier, all the Latin American players who have lost, or are there any Latin American players here? Sebastian and Nikov. If they lose, they'll be eligible to play Monday and Tuesday too. Dark being Hart is interesting. Remember, Dark did very well in TTL a couple years ago. I think finished 3rd. And if you prepare for the maps, which Hart might not have had much preparation time right after Red Bull, you can do very well. So, that'll be it for today. We start at 12 GMT tomorrow. I don't know the order of the matchups just yet, but they will be starting around 12 GMT. I'm waking up super early for it. Thank you, Fork, for raiding Team Otomaru's stream. We're just about done here, though. Thank you for the raid. We're going to be back tomorrow at 12 GMT. Everyone, and again, if you haven't already, go give a follow. Give a follow to the Otomaru channel. Help support the channel running the LAN. I think we've almost doubled the follower number since we started the qualifiers, so we're at 1811 right now. Thank you all so much. And we will see you again bright and early tomorrow. Like I said, today was a short day, only 7.5 hours. I bet today's going to be a long one. Probably will be 10 hours again. So thank you all so much for the support, and we'll see you tomorrow.